round 2. Round 2. Is it gonna work? Okay, that's working. We're out of jail. I know, right? I don't know what happened. My computer literally, I got a blue screen and it said, your device had some errors. And it's restarting. And I was like, what? I don't know what happened. Anyway, it allowed me to restart YouTube. So, YouTube is restarted. Yours just went down too? Wait, you got a blue screen on your computer, Feisty? Really weird. Very strange, very strange. It disconnected and couldn't do anything? Oh. No, my internet was working fine. And I was on this computer, my other computer stayed on the entire time. So I don't know. That was weird. Very, very weird. Anyway, let me know over on the YouTube side if you're able to chat. Maybe that reset fixed my my YouTube side of things. Yeah, I don't think that was an internet issue. I mean, maybe it was. I don't know. Mayhaps, mayhaps. Man, we are going deep. How far out am I here? Going up. Going up, 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 up. Oh, we're way out. Okay, we gotta go back. We gotta go back. Back to the future. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. That was like that PC does weird stuff. I may have to take that PC, like completely take it apart, rebuild it or something at some point. I mean, most of the time it works okay, but every once in a while it just kind of stops working. Is it me, or does anyone think that every class should have their own spell animations? Yeah. Oh, there we go. Test, test. This whole YouTube's chat side is empty. Yes, it is probably empty. I had to reset everything, so. But it's showing up now, so I can close the second chat box. That's good. That connected right. Well, what's going on, Damon? How are you? But yeah, Serpo, I think that it, having different animations would be nice. Absolutely would be nice. I'd be okay with it. But it would be a lot of work for the team to do, so it's not going to be something that we have anytime soon. Oh, let me... Oh, that's weird. That's really weird. Why did I get kicked out of... I got kicked out of Discord. On both computers. Well, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Hopefully, the new internet is not the problem. I don't think it's a problem because I didn't get disconnected on my main computer, my game computer. I only got disconnected on my other computer, and then Feisty got disconnected, so we'll see what happens. We're going to give it a day of testing. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Is this thing on? Bum, ba, ba, ba. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, ba, 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 ba. My goodness, I'm tired of swimming around down here. I'm going to run out of Speed of the Wild as well. I need Speed of the Wild. I think I have to get this to 111. I need to look that up. Let me look that up. Well, I don't know what this is going to go to or what the next tier is. Wait a minute. How high can herbalism go? I feel like herbalism just kind of stops. As a dwarf, are you KOS in Phelan Draws? I'm not KOS, no. But they don't like me. Trying to figure out if my dwarf ranger will be able to do Drakeling armor quest. Well, I mean, you should be able to get the faction over there. You should be able to build faction, like kill the orcs. I don't know what the Drakeling armor quest is, but you should be able to kill orcs and raise your faction. Okay, so Duneleaf goes. So that goes up to 125. Wow. We might go back to town. Yeah, I think I can go back to town. We don't need these Gattlevine, whatever it's called, anymore. Like, I mean, I could probably still use it, but I need other stuff. Faction actually works in Monster Memories. Looking at you, VR. Oh, yeah, Faction works for sure. Yeah, Faction absolutely works in this game. There's not a whole lot that you do with Faction. There's a few things. But yeah, Faction does definitely work. How does soloing compare to EverQuest? It's about the same. Soloing in this game actually is faster than group XP. But as far as being able to solo, it's about the same. Some classes are good at soloing. Some classes are not good at soloing. So yeah, that's about the same. But the classes that are good at soloing, like your Necromancer, for example, is better XP solo than it is in a group. If you have a good solo class, I would say that Necromancer, Beastmaster, probably even the Elementalist, those are all better soloers than they get more XP per hour than they would in a group. Group XP is just not good. It feels bad. Actually, let me rephrase that. Group XP is where I would want it to be. I think that group XP should be the standard. And then they should lower solo XP and duo XP to be more in line with the group XP. That's what I think. Really hope they pivot away from the EQ design. I mean, I think some things they should definitely, differentiate themselves. And in some ways they should leave it kind of close to EQ. The reason I say that is because I think the familiarity, I think is the word. Anyway, the familiarity to EQ is what draws a lot of people to this game. And I like that. But they also need to differentiate themselves enough to where people aren't saying this is an EQ clone. So, yeah, I mean, I agree with you that they need to separate themselves. I feel like that's partly why they made that class discussion post 2 days ago, because the classes right now in Monsters and Memories are so close to EverQuest that they just you don't feel like they're different at all. And they should feel a little bit different, you know? One of my fondest, albeit mind-numbing, boring memories from EQ Scars of Elias was grinding faction as warrior to get... Yeah, you got to grind that faction back and forth. If you were like in a raid guild or something, constantly having to grind your faction to different things, to do different things. It was kind of mind-numbing at times. I don't know how faction works, though, in this game. As far as, like... Let's say you kill one enemy solo versus one enemy in a group. Do you gain the same or lose the same amount of faction? Or is it based on, how many people are in your group, like XP is? Because if you gain and lose the same amount of faction, then it'd be way better to grind faction in a bigger group. And make like faction grind groups. Or even faction grind raids, They're trying to update classes then, not straight carbon copy of EQ. Yeah. They're not a carbon copy already. A lot of people feel like they're a carbon copy, but they're not. They're definitely, they have their differences. But they are looking at changing some of the classes. And getting that foundation. They kind of strayed from that for a little while, which was really frustrating to some people, and me included. They strayed from their foundation, and now we are trying to figure out the foundation and get back to that. For example, the fighter is supposed to be a premier tank. Right? That's literally what their website says. And people are then like, oh, but the fighter can what do they call it? Flex. It can flex into DPS. And it's like, no, the fighter is never meant to be a DPS class. So... But people think that it is. Some of that comes from World of Warcraft. Some of that comes from some of the abilities that fighters were given. Like crit damage and triple attack and all of that junk. Oh, there you are. Okay. Okay. Yeah, it's all good. I'm just down here swimming in Fallen Pass. I can come up. Oops. Party invite. We're going to put that... Oh, shoot. That party invite went away. I was moving it around on my screen. Yeah, that'd be good. Like I said, I'll be out of town next week. I'm going to be able to be on a little bit, but... Yeah, if you want to. Yeah, I'll be around, you know, some. Okay. Yeah, we're leaving on Monday morning, like early Monday morning. But I'll take my laptop with me. I'm going to get everything set up on that, make sure it works. I'm swimming back now, by the way, so I got to come up the ramp. All right, sorry about that. We're going to meet up with Gith here. Go grind out some XP. Probably do Drakes again. I know it's boring. For a lot of you guys are going to be like, oh my god, Drakes again. Don't worry, I'm feeling the same thing. I hate doing Drakes. It's awful. It is awful. Is that a spaceship? What the heck is that? That looks like a spaceship. Are we getting cat people and going to the moon? Yeah, right? X-Files Online. What the heck's going on there? What is that? Is that the sun? Oh, that's the waterfall. Wow, dude. This mountain right here has a waterfall that comes out of it, and that's 100% what that is. That's the waterfall. Crazy. You see that far away. That's bananas. B-A-N-A-N-A-S. I wouldn't make an XP as a priority in Monster Memories because anyway, at the end, it would be max level. I'd focus on what you bring to the table at in-game for a guild. I mean, yeah, kinda. Everybody has something that they bring to the table. And if they don't right now, the idea is that they will in the future. Who's this swimming out here? Ravenhood. This guy was swimming out here the other day. Where the heck is he going? Does he know of like where there's more I'm curious. I wonder if he knows where there's like a super secret stash of stuff. Like, where the heck is this guy going? He's just swimming out in the middle of the ocean. Fishing? Maybe. But I'm curious. Wait, where's he going now? Oh, he's just okay, he's just probably looking for whatchamacallit. He's doing the same thing that I am. That's all it is. He's doing the same thing I am. He just swam like a really weird way out. I don't know why he would go that far. Like, what level is he? Level 44 Archer. Okay. I don't know. I don't know why he would go that far out, but he did. Seems strange. Don't lose him now. I'm all good. Did you read over the Warrior announcement for VR compared to the Paladin that dropped yesterday? They definitely feel more unique now. That's good. Yeah. I think uniqueness in classes is a good thing. It's a good direction for any of these companies to go. Oh shoot, we passed where I wanted to go. Okay, let's get the heck out of here. Get the heck out of here, man. Good morning, Hyper Taco. How you doing, bud? Glad to have you here. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, Demeter is now light blue. Oops, so is the spirit. These mobs are light blue. What the heck, man? Da, 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 da. When we go up here, let me see if we can also get more of these pages for this quest. Oh wow, we got a lot of the God of Goldovine, whatever it's called. Goldovine. Level cap is 60, yep. It is indeed. And we actually have level 60 on the server now. I believe Cheeseburgers got to level 60. And Coffee, I think, is 59. He's almost level 60. And there's a few others that are like high 50s, 57, 58. You know, people are getting there. They're getting there for sure. Is tracking considered a trade? Like, is there a specific tracking trainer? No, it's not a trade. It's only certain classes can do it. You didn't see it on your class trainer? What class are you, Hyper Taco? Only Rangers, Druid, and Bard can get tracking. You're a Ranger? So, yeah, you should be able to go to your Ranger trainer and get a point in tracking. It should be on there. Your dwarf looks tough. Do you use a shield? I do not use a shield, no. No shield. I use dual wield. I've got a claw and a cleaver. Guess you'll look harder? Yeah, look harder. You didn't look hard enough. You're like me when I go in the pantry looking for food. Where are the chips? Honey, did you get more chips? Do we have a bag of chips? They're right in front of your face. No, they're not. They always are. Everything in that pantry is always right in front of my face. Never fails. Literally never fails. Are you back yet or no? Alright, he's still getting coffee. We're going to go down. Oh, wait, he is here. Can you give me Sal real quick? I want to see if I can grab something real fast, and then I'm ready to go. I'm right beside you. There's 4 pages that you have to get to do a quest to get a sword. And I don't know if they updated the sword, made it better or worse. I don't know what's going on with it. But it's a quest item. Is he killing Captain Belvedere? Yes. Well, it still might spawn there. I don't know. I think this ranger or this druid is kiting Captain Belvedere over here and like killing him. They gotta. I feel like they need to fix that or change that. Like, I don't like that you can kill raid boss or guards like that, like named like quest bosses and stuff. It's just silly to me. I don't know. People, they run around killing all sorts of stuff in this game for no reason. But there are some things that do that. So, okay. So there's supposed to be a... What the heck? Got a question about 2 quest items. I can't find info online. Think you know. Give me your alpha. I mean, I might know. I may not know. I don't know. It depends. Narek is a great place to kill NPCs, whether they give quests or not. Well, I don't mind killing, like, NPCs and stuff. What I don't like is, like, killing quest or player. Like this Captain Belvior. He's a quest guy. Like, you can actually do a quest with him. Why do people go and kill those mobs? They don't. If they don't drop anything, like, why kill him? I don't know what this guy's doing. I assume he's kiting him. He's kiting him and letting the bear do all the damage, basically. I don't understand that. I don't know where this oh wait, is it over here? I think it's over here. Hang on, let's see. Dent Silver Carapace. I don't know what that goes to. I'm not sure. Somewhere down here, there's supposed to be a sound cue. You might have to have all 3 of the other pieces first. Or, like, all... I don't know. Alright, we can go. I don't know where to... I gotta get the other piece, I think, before I can get that 4th piece. There's a gold variant also. Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of those carapaces, though, that do... You do turn them in for different quests. So, but I don't know what that one's for. Necrosoul ability went down. First was pet DPS, then with the changes to charm, charisma was also a factor for fear. Now it breaks often. Yeah, I don't agree that charisma should be needed for fear or lull. I mean, I don't even think it should be used for charisma or for charm. I mean, there's really no use for charisma in the game. So, like, it would be nice if it was used, but, like, wouldn't it be kind of neat if they did charisma like they do in D&D for paladins? I think it'd be kind of cool. Like, it adds to their AC or adds to their healing or something. I don't know. How do you get it? How do you do /look? You just type in /look, or you use the command window. Very bottom right corner down there. Is the command window. You can /look, or you can hit the look on the command. Is the Ranger like the OG EQ paper tank? More of a hybrid, more of a late stage EQ that has headshots. It does not have headshots. It's more like OG EverQuest, but it's not a paper tank. It's not meant to be a tank at all. It has a lot more utility. Well, not more utility. It has a lot of utility. It's more of a DPS class. Oh, my invis dropped. It's a DPS class with a lot of utility, is what it is. It has the ability to off tank, but it's not going to off tank well. That's kind of where I want them to get more identity for some of these classes. Like, it would be nice if they had more identity. Does charisma affect commerce to sell prices? It does, but if you have max faction, I don't think it affects anything if you have max faction. So, like, maxing your faction would just give you the best sell and buy prices anyway. At least that's my understanding of how it works. If anybody knows differently, you know, let me know, but I'm pretty sure that's how it works. Is this what you were using? Didn't see you click anything, and it appeared. You were typing when I did so. Yeah, I use the look button down at the bottom right. I go down there and click it for look. But you can type in /look. You can make your own macros for it or whatever. Why shouldn't a fighter do DPS? Because it's a tank. I mean, if they wanted to make a fighter a DPS class, sure, they could do that. Oop, it's breaking again. This ambush is coming down. They can be good enough at other roles. Should not be locked to a certain role, same as a cleric. Well, they are though in this game. Like this game is about locking in classes at certain roles. That's what they do. A class is this role. You know, and if you don't like it that way, that's understandable. You know, I'm not faulting you for that, but that's how this game functions. You know, a fighter is a tank, first and foremost. It's just that's just how this game functions. If you disagree with that, then that's fine. You can go on the forums and be like, "Hey, I don't think that classes should be locked into their roles," and you know, discuss it with other people on the forums. You know, go for it. But that is how this game functions. You know, there's 3 healers, and they are healers. There's 4 tanks, and they are tanks. There's, you know, different roles for different classes, etc. So. They can be good enough. Let's see. What about commerce skill? The commerce skill is supposed to also increase, but it does. I still think faction is still better. That commerce skill doesn't really work that well, and it only goes up to 25 anyway. Right now, right here. So it goes. I've got 9 out of 25. So I don't really know. I think commerce and your charisma and stuff is kind of like if you don't have max faction, you can still get good prices with people. Is kind of how it seems to work. But yeah. Have a ranger taunt, so I would at least hang on. Think they're intended to clutch tank or off tank. Yeah, they can off tank. So the ranger, the monk, and the spellblade can all off tank. So they can be temporary tanks. But that's about it. They are not meant to tank for a group or tank for a party or anything like that. They are literally temporary tanks. I played a little ranger in beta. I was like, why do I have taunt? Yeah, it's for off tanking. I mean, they're not going to be good tanks. They're going to be wearing chain armor. And they don't have a lot of other abilities to tank with. You can just press L to look. Yeah, you can also push L, Vor. That is correct. Strongly disagree with that. That would kill a lot of classes' identity and social interdependence. Oh, you're talking... Yeah, okay, yeah. I know what you're talking about. What I'm asking is there an item in the game you can't click on, but have to use commands to find them, such as look, find? Yes, there are items in the game. You like these invoices right here, like this. I've got 2 of these. To get those items, you have to /look to be able to see that they're even there. And then to get them in your inventory, you have to /take whatever the item is. Take parchment, take book, take whatever it is, and you actually take it. So yes, the mud commands do actually function in this game. I think EQ is a game that locks classes. I don't think the MM needs to do it. They don't need to do it. They want to do it. Like, they don't need to necessarily do anything. Those are probably too close together. I'm going to wait a second, see what happens here. Hey, thank you so much for the bits. I appreciate it. Old school gameplay does not need to be... I mean, it doesn't need to be. None of this needs to be this way, right? It's not about a need. It's about what they want, how the devs are wanting to build their game. They are choosing to do it that way. A lot of their choices, I don't necessarily agree with them either, but they're intentional. Like not having a map. It doesn't need to be that way. They want it to be that way. Having the game be super dark. Doesn't need to be. They want it to be. So they're just all choices, and that's just the way they want to build their game. Their intent is for it to be socially... Yeah, they have an intent. They have a direction they want to go. You know. They're going to add a map later, static, but something. They're talking about it, yeah, like through cartography. So we'll have to see what they do with that. I think it's a good idea because, like, we'll use this invoice for an example. This is what maps are going to basically be. So down here, I've got this invoice, right, which is this right here. If I right-click it, it opens up this. That's what maps are going to be in the future, supposedly, when they use cartography. You're going to be able to open up a map that's on a piece of paper like that. So we'll see what they do with it and how they work it, but I kind of like the idea. I think it's neat. Can you explain how mounts work in this game? Yeah, so you can just buy a mount, and then once you buy a mount, you have to put a saddle on it, or you can't ride it. It just kind of follows you around. So you put a saddle on it with some saddlebags. Mounts are meant to be more like storage space. They're like, think of them more as a mule, because you can actually get a donkey or you can get a horse. But think of them more as a mule. They're like a pack mule. And they're not meant to be fast. They're not meant to ride around on and be, you know, super fast or anything like that. They're meant to carry more stuff. So if you ride a mount, you're still going to be moving at the same speed you would if you're just walking. They are not faster than normal characters. You can cast Sow on them to move faster, but they're made to be just more storage space. Do you find Disarm worth it? I played Fighter in the open beta this weekend, and the cooldown seems very long, and the benefits seem short. Yeah, it's worth it. I don't use it a whole lot, but, like, you know, I just use it right there. It's meant to be, like, just a little bit of when you first pull something until it gets debuffed, right? So, like, say I'm pulling something to a camp. As soon as it gets there, I put on Disarm. It lasts for 8 seconds, which gives people in my party 8 seconds to cast the first round of debuffs. So I'm taking 10% less damage, you know, for the first round. So is it worth it? Yeah, I mean, yes and no. It used to be way better, but it was kind of broken good at one point. But yeah, I don't use it a lot. I like the game. I just remember when people Fetish Classic WoW is solved in static as a hard. Now people clear raids with priest melee DPS. Yeah, I mean, difficulty is one of those things that people say that this game is hard. It's not a hard game. Like, this is actually a very, very easy game. But it's brutal, right? It's easy, but harsh. And that's something that people just don't understand. World of Warcraft is kind of the, World of Warcraft Classic was kind of the same. Worth to buy when going farm like ores and lumbering? I would say yes if you're going to farm a lot of stuff. Yeah, a horse is definitely worth it. I think it's 5 gold to buy a horse, if I'm not mistaken, or buy a mount. And it's worth having. The extra storage space is definitely worth it if you're running around doing that, for sure. Like I could, for example, I could put all of my logs here onto my mount, and then I could just park my mount over here in the corner so it's out of the way, or right outside of a dungeon, and then I just have all my wood ready to go whenever I need it. I just haven't done that yet. I'm a pretty organized person, as you can see. I've got all my food over here. I've got my wood together. I try to keep things fairly organized. I know where they are. I've got all my tools up here, that kind of stuff. So, if you're careful with your inventory, it's not a big deal. But a mount allows you to just carry around a lot more stuff, which is nice. Good that they want to add static map. People will just pull a map up on a second monitor. Exactly, Ending Aura. I've been saying that for a long time. I said the same thing about Pantheon. Like, the idea to have absolutely no maps in a game is silly. Because we have cell phones, we have other monitors, all that kind of stuff, where we can just we can easily pull up another map on a different device. So it's very silly to just be like, nope, no map whatsoever. All that does is just require people to use a different device. I would much rather have it where you can open up a map in game that's just not a GPS map. So I think it's a good direction that we're going. Like, I don't want to have a map. I don't like having maps in the game because something that somebody brought up previously in one of my streams is when you have a GPS map, you often have it open all the time, and it takes up like half your screen, and it's kind of, I don't know. It just takes away from the game, and I don't like that. Like when I play World of Warcraft, I'm literally just running around with the map open. I almost never look at my surroundings. So that's one thing I like about it. In this game, let's say the map is... let me do it this way. Let's say the map is literally this size, and I can move this. I don't think you can actually move these. But let's say I can move this map and put it over here in the corner. Even if I can leave it right here, I can still look around in my surroundings, and I can see what's happening around me, but there's a map in front of my face. So, like, that's what I'm going to like about it. You still, it doesn't take up, like, all of your screen. You're still trying to look at the map and look at your surroundings, look at the map, try to figure out where you are on the map. Like, it's like using a real map. Whereas a GPS map is like literally putting something in on Google Maps on your phone and telling it to take you to a direction. And you just literally follow its cues. I don't like that. Maybe they can make mounts a money sink too, more so than just feeding them. I mean, yeah, mounts could be a money sink for sure. Have different type of mounts, different size of mounts that can carry more things. They could absolutely make more of that a money sink. Feeding them is part of the money sink for sure, because I think you do have to feed them some sort of food. So it's a little bit of a money sink, but not a whole lot. I think they need to add more money sinks to the game for sure. The economy in this game is going to be absolutely out of control. I don't know why. I don't know what the devs feel about it or like where the devs are with it, but the economy in this game is going to be absolutely bonkers. So we'll have to see what they do about changing that or adjusting that. What is the role of a Necro? The role of a Necro? It's technically the Necro is a support class in a group. It is supposed to support the group. It does some damage. It's got its pet, which does some more damage. It's got its dots, but it also has its snares. It has the ability to spot heal as needed. Has the ability to pump mana when people need mana in the group. You know, technically it's a support role. It's just less of a support role than like an enchanter or a bard. Those are like primarily support roles, whereas a necromancer is like a lower end support role with some DPS. Is supposed to be what the role is. It's not high APM, but strategic, makes mistakes or punishing. Yeah, exactly. It's not a hard game in the sense that you need to be a skilled player to do things. But it could be a hard game in the sense that knowledge is what makes it challenging. You know, like you have to know, what is this enemy going to do? What is my group capable of? Am I prepared for this fight? All of that kind of stuff. Knowledge is the power in this game more than anything else. Knowledge and friends. They could have made that the name of the game. Knowledge and friends. Are the large bodies of water in this game dangerous yet? Not really. There are sharks in them, but they're not really dangerous, I wouldn't say. But you do need to watch out for sharks. I was expecting sharks, fatigue, imminent death in the middle of the ocean a couple of tests ago, but it was all fine. Yeah. You're not going to have any type of fatigue or anything like that. As long as you can get to the surface, you're probably going to be fine. But like I said, there are sharks. There's like hammerhead sharks out in the middle of the ocean. There's another shark that's down like in Night Harbor near the docks. That's a crocodile. That thing can absolutely wreck you if you're down there like in your 20s or early 30s. I don't know exactly what level it is, but it'll kill you. I agree. They gotta like tax us or something. Yeah. Then we revolt. It'll be fine. Well, what's funny about it is there's no voting in this game. The mayor of Night Harbor. There's actually a tooltip. You guys may have read it. You may not. I don't know. But there's a tooltip in the game that says the mayor of Night Harbor was voted in permanently. That would be kind of cool if we actually had to pay taxes and vote in different people for different positions. I would love that kind of stuff, but I don't know if they're going to do that or not. I don't see them doing that anytime soon. But I think that like if you own in housing in Night Harbor, you know, have that be part of it. You get voting rights. But I liked a lot of the stuff that New World did when it comes to housing. Housing and trade skills in New World were like some of the best parts of that game. Unfortunately, their combat and in-game was kind of garbage. But these are all things that, you know, do they really need it right now? No. They need the economy before early access starts. They've got to get the economy under control. It is bonkers. Because like now, I have nothing to spend money on. Literally everything that I kill just gains me money. I had like over 1 platinum the other day, and I just spent 20 gold just to level up trade skills. Instead of going out and harvesting the stuff, I just spent 20 gold and was just like, yeah, whatever. I'm just going to spend the gold, level up a trade skill. Because I have nothing else to spend money on. I could go buy a horse, sure. I could go buy a house and rent it out, cool. But You know, I just have really nothing to spend money on. Even if I bought a horse and a house, I still would have plenty of money. Now, would everybody? I don't know. You know, like, I couldn't say that literally everyone would still have money. You know, a lot of people aren't going to be able to afford a house right now. Like, who's got 5 gold just sitting around that they don't have something to spend it on? Spellcasters probably don't. So, it depends. It depends on your class. But I would love to see more money sinks, you know. I don't like the repair, but, you know, maybe that could be a money sink, is repairing your gear. Keeping it repaired and up to snuff, I guess. One-time purchases don't always make the best money sinks anyway. Well, those aren't one-time purchases. I mean, buying a horse is a one-time purchase. Buying a house, though, you only are renting the house per month. So you have to pay monthly for your house. So it is an ongoing expense. So you do have upkeep there. I think for trade skills, I think the best money sink in the game would be putting it into trade skills. For right now, anyway. Like, there could be some other things later on. But for right now, one of the best money sinks is putting in the trade skills. Require people that do trade skills to join a guild. Blacksmiths have to join the blacksmith guild. And then they have to pay, like, monthly dues. Or they have to pay uses, you know, fees to use the forge, you know, those kind of things. That's what I think they should do to have more of a money sink. But it's not just about money sink. Economics isn't about gold coming in and out of the game. It's also about itemization coming in and out of the game. So you have to factor that in. You have to factor in, like, how much cloth is coming in, how much leather is coming in, how much of that is going back out. You know, is all of that being used? Because if you have too much cloth coming in, then the value of cloth plummets because the supply of cloth is way too high. So it's all part of the economy. New World had monthly housing costs? Yeah, New World did have monthly housing. Do we have to consider playtime also for money making? You have to consider playtime for a lot of factors, yeah. I mean, you absolutely have to consider playtime. That's what somebody got mad. Well, somebody argued the other day in Sean's stream about looking at the leveling process from 1 to 60. You know, is leveling from 1 to 60 too fast or is it too slow? And some people would say it's too fast. Some people say it's too slow. You know, people have their differences of opinion on that, and that's fine. Okay, we're going to pull... I don't know if I want to pull that. I don't want to pull that. Somebody separate. All right, I guess we're pulling this one. But yeah, somebody was kind of like debating that. Yeah, those aren't bad. Those are better than what I have. That's so I don't like that. Like, why are we adding loot to quest NPCs? Yep. Purchase house, pay rent, log off in house, wake up with XP bump for an hour if you log off your house, money sink worth. Yeah, I would love to see them do stuff like that. I think that housing, or you could also rent a place in the inn for a cheaper amount, you know, for like 1 night stay. Make it like 1 silver, but you could own your own house and get the same buff. And I think that would be a good catch-up mechanic as well. The rested XP buff, log out in an inn, log out in your house, gain rested bonus. Different than the rested bonus that we currently have where you're by a campfire, like a larger bonus. And that would also help with the XP rate, you know? People that are logged in all the time grinding out XP would still level faster because they're grinding out XP. But it would allow those people that don't have as much playtime to get a little bit of XP bonus when they're while they're logged out. They could also rent player housing items for each of the trade skills, having forged. Well, I think that would be a one-time purchase, Lucky. So what I would do with that is if you're using the guild, let's say, you know, for the blacksmith guild, we're going to use that as an example, to use their forge, you have to pay a little fee to join the guild and maintain your, you know, usage or whatever of their equipment. Or you could have a one-time fee if you owned a house. You could have a one-time big fee to buy your own forge inside of your house that you could place. Ultimately, it would be better in the long term if you can afford a house and buy a forge. But, you know, it'd be two different money sinks, basically. But, I mean, they could do it a lot of different ways. You know, I don't know how they're going to do it or what their plan is or anything like that, but there's a lot of ways that they could potentially set up different money sinks. Another really good one will probably be expeditions. Because you have to think. Expeditions are going to be made for people that have a lot of playtime. Like, I'm just being honest with it. People are going to be like, no, expeditions are made for everyone. I'm sorry, but that's not going to be the case. It's not going to be the case. Hate to bust your bubble, but you're gonna hate that. But expeditions are going to be like, people come together, they spend a lot of money, they build a boat, whatever. They could have a huge money sink for expeditions to take not only money out of the game, but materials out of the game. It could require like a ton of cloth. Yeah, I think it'd be a really good idea. So like, you could have like, you have to get 1,000 lumber, and you have to get 500 cloth, and you have to get, you know, so much harvesting through, like, to make hemp, for example. Like, add hemp to herbalism. Every time you harvest something with herbalism, you have a chance of getting some hemp. And have that for the ropes, you know. And you have to provide all of that to build a boat to go on the expeditions. As well as a captain of your ship, you got to pay them, let's say, 10 gold, right? And then you have the boat and you have the captain to go on this expedition. That could be a huge benefit to the economy of this game, to take things out of the economy. Uh-oh, this might be 2. Nope, we're good. Anyway, I think it'd be great. I think it would be very beneficial. And then it would be the guilds, the big guilds in the game would come together to make their own guild expedition. And it would take money out of the economy that way. Or a bunch of people can get together to start an expedition. And it would take money out of the economy that way. You know, there's a lot of different ways they can do it. Let's see. I don't think they want to add additional mechanics to increase XP gains right now. No. They don't want to. What I'm saying is they could add that once they get XP where they want it to be, and then factor in, do we need to help out players that are, like, slow down the XP even more but then boost the casual player XP by giving them rested XP. So that would slow down the XP for those hardcore sweaty players, but it wouldn't really affect the casual players as much because they could just rest in and they would get that like 50% bonus or whatever XP rate when they log in. But I don't know if they want to do that. I mean, who knows if they're planning on doing that or anything like that. I don't think so, but who knows. I want more bank space. That's a no-brainer. So yeah, bank space would be another decent one. They could right now you have what, 8 bank slots? They could make it to where you only have 2 bank slots in the beginning. And then you have to buy bank slots. That could be a big money sink, but those are like one-time purchases. So you would buy like a bank slot for, like World of Warcraft does it, you know. The first one's 1 gold, then 10 gold, then 100 gold or whatever it is. And make it really expensive to buy all the bank slots. But yeah. Cooking items for supplies for the boat. Yeah, cooking items for supplies on the boat. All of that. Storefront could require a bunch of cloth. It could require, you know, a bunch of wood to make the, you know, all of these things. Like, I feel like wood and then the higher tiered wood is going to be very needed for people that want to furnish their housing. Right now, you don't really need it outside of arrows. Like, that's pretty much the only reason you use wood. Well, arrows and then fires for campfires. But yeah, like, once they have housing in the game, you know people are going to spend stupid amounts of money on making their house look cool. So but yeah, these are all good money sinks. Would be a good support for trade skillers. Yeah, sales, faster boat. Yeah, ideas for spending in game cash. Yeah, exactly. No reason to buy a house. There's a reason to buy a house still. Like, I mean, they're going to have reasons, but it's mostly going to be cosmetic. There's not going to be anything in the game that requires you to buy a house. Like, they've made that pretty clear. Not by June 1st? No, not by June 1st. That's where the issue is going to be, right? Like right now with early access, I feel like the economy is a bit out of control. Especially for players that play a lot. They get high level fairly quickly. The economy is just going to keep getting worse and worse and worse. We're only what? Not even 4 weeks into the beta test, right? And people already have more money than they can spend. There's already people at the top end that have more money than they can spend. What that's going to do is it's going to get exponentially bigger. So if we have, let's say there's people have right now probably two or three platinum. I would imagine somebody on the server probably has several platinum. Wait, what's going to happen in another month? Then you're going to have even more people that have several platinum. And then another month, even more people. And it's just going to keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And that's going to be a problem. The economy is going to get out of control. And it's going to keep going in that direction. You don't want it to keep inflating like that. Right? Even if it's a slow inflation, you don't want it to do that. You want to stop inflation or slow it down as much as possible. And right now, the inflation is way, way too big. Those are too close together. Oh my gosh. Why do these things have to fly so close to each other? Is this one okay? I hope this one's okay. I don't think there's another one around that corner. I hope there's not. Would be cool to put workbenches and bank access and whatnot in your house. Maybe. I think workbenches, yes. You know, like the ability to craft inside your house, absolutely. I think will be a thing. The bank system, I don't think that they're going to add that to your house. The reason they're not going to probably add that to your house, the main reason, is they want banks to be separate. So right now, your Night Harbor banks and your Phalandraw banks are two different banks. You can't go to Phalandraw, open up a bank, and get stuff out that you put in Night Harbor. They even want to make your North Bank and your West Bank two different banks. So they want to separate all the banks in the game and make them all their own thing. So they won't really put a banking system in. The housing is a status symbol. My guild owns such and such tower. Yeah, that is exactly what it is. Depending on what? Yeah, a lot of people are saying that it's too fast. I mean, 60% might be too fast. Well, they just need to increase the run speed on the name. Give them all PSOW. Kind of solves that problem. A lot of it is, yeah. The Goblin area, when do we think that's going to come in? I don't know. They haven't really announced it yet. We do know that the Goblin town is going to be called, I think, the Heap. I think is what the name of it is going to be. Module 2, Module 3, maybe. But it's going to be a while. How about housing? Give you a buff, 3-hour SOW, or agility increase. I mean, they could do something like that. Yeah, like if you log out in your house for an hour, you end up getting, you know, a free SOW buff or something. You know, I don't know. They could do all sorts of stuff with housing. The game lost me at level 52, I think solely because there weren't enough other people at my range to group with anymore. I mean, that'll happen, yeah. Grouping becomes more mandatory. It's not mandatory, but it becomes definitely better. Yeah, we'll figure it out. I mean, that might be okay. I don't know. I know, but I just don't like doing that. Yeah. Here, sorry, I'm trying to read stuff. 5 plat universal bank. What, costs 5 plat to get a universal bank? You're sitting there for days soloing my druid elemental combo, killing the same mobs. Well, yeah, you're soloing though. I mean, it gets boring. It's still the best way to XP, but it gets boring. Add a courier system that allows you to pay a fee to have items one-time transfer between banks. Well, what I think that they're going to do, Lucky, I think that's like a caravan system. They're talking about adding that into the game. Your escort the caravan system, maybe have like trade skillers with the commerce skill do that, where they can have like a caravan and they can load up all your goods and then transfer it. They could, you know, it'd be kind of neat. What if you had like, you have 50 people in town all want to transfer one item from Night Harbor to Phalandraw. Well, you could pay somebody, give them your items, you know, and then they transfer it for you. They put all their stuff inside their mount, and they take their mount over to Phalandraw, and then they dump it off, you know, in a safe deposit box over there or whatever. That is the idea. Now, how that's going to function in game, is it going to work, all that kind of stuff, who knows? When was my last corpse run? I don't know. I mean, we die sometimes. Corpse runs are easy in this game, though, when you get higher level. They become a joke. I'm excited to return once there's full release. The game needs 50-plus population hanging out high level in zone. Well, that's not going to have anything to do with the full release, though. Like, you leveled up fast, right? You said you got to level 52. Did you do that before everybody else? And then we're like, there's nobody up here. That's because you leveled up too quickly. You know? That's why my group, the way we do things, is we try to stay the same level. Could Gith and I just duo all the way to 60? Yeah, we could have been 60 already, probably a week ago. But if we did that, our friends would then be lower level. You know, we want to have people to do stuff with. So we choose to make sure that we group with them in the evenings. You know, we all group together and we try to level together so that when we get to the higher level, we can actually do the content. So that, like, I don't know, this is probably going to be a bad way of saying it, but that's 100% on you. If you power leveled yourself at solo to level 52 and then got bored, that's 100% on you. That has nothing to do with the game. Like, that's where you got to make friends. You got to help other people out. You got to, you know, make groups. I don't know. There's plenty of stuff to do at the higher level. Yep. They soloed almost all the way up. Why can't we have Sal's statue in town? Well, I'll answer the question for you if you really want to know. It's because they want you to communicate with other players. This game is supposed to be a social game. If they add a Sal statue in town, they add a Bind statue in town, a Resurrection statue in town, they add all these features that people are asking for, you stop talking to other players. That is the reason. You can agree with it or you can disagree with it, but that is literally the reason. So they can't really add all that kind of stuff. There's no meaningful interaction begging Sal, a stranger in town. It's not really a pain for everyone involved. Like, people like to sit at the bank and give Sal out. That's part of what they like to do. They enjoy it. They think that they're being helpful to other players. They're building up a rapport. Like, you don't see a direct. It's like having a friend, you know, that you've had the friend since you were teenagers, right? You don't know what their direct interaction with that person is. You just like, oh, I've had you as a friend for teenagers. And then all of a sudden you're now 30 years old and you realize, hey, they went into this business. I went into this business. We now know each other because we were friends when we were teenagers. Now, oh, cool, I have this friend that also does this thing. You built a rapport with that person over time. Back when you were teenagers, it was just, hey, you want to play basketball? Hey, you want to go, you know, play some video games together? Hey, we go to school together. You know, there's no benefit there as kids. You grow up, though, and you're like, oh, cool, you know. Hey, now I see that you're a healer. You're also my level. We could go group up and do stuff. Remember when you gave me Sal back when we were, you know, level 5? I appreciated that. Yeah, that was cool. That's what you're building. You're over time building a rapport with other players. So it doesn't seem like you're getting like this big benefit up front. It's a gradual gain that you're getting. And it's hard to see. I do agree with that. It's very hard to see. Porting classes kind of make that pointless. Porting classes make what pointless? The Sal statue? Is there a speed difference from Sal and turning into a wolf, or the same speed? It's the same speed, but it's based on the level of the player, I believe. So, like, it goes up to 60% at level 60. But, yeah, so it's based on the level of the caster. I believe I'm correct on that. I was grouping with Ares and a bunch of others. Okay. Problem is there wasn't enough people online at enough times at 50 plus. Well, yeah, because you leveled very quickly, right? Somebody out-leveled somebody. You guys leveled up very quickly. You got to the top end level, and now those are the only people that you can group with. I like that. That's not a problem with the game. That's a problem with your group, right? You chose to level with people that are leveling quickly, and then your times got out of whack, whatever. They log in at this time, you log in at this time, another person logs in at whatever time. You log in at different times, and now you're kind of, okay, well, my static group fell apart. That happens. It happens all the time. And that's because you leveled up faster than the majority of the server. Right? That's why I have a static group. We all try to stay close together. Like I said, Gith and I could level up faster than the rest of the rest of my group, but we try to make sure we stay in the same range, and we group together every chance that we get. So, I mean, I get it. It's tough, but that's what's going on. Don't take away my ability to buff people. I enjoy just randomly buffing people. Yeah, I mean, people like to do that. Have you seen the Enchanting Crafting and Tint Change posted? I have not. Is that a new one, Westmort? I will check that, and we'll do another video on that one probably later today or something. I don't know. We'll figure it out. It's fun. The game is social. That's how I feel about it. You know, the game is very social. If you are choosing to not socialize, you're ultimately hurting yourself as you level up. Especially if you are leveling faster than everyone else. I'm leveling super fast. I'm not socializing with anyone. Well, what am I going to do when I can no longer level by myself? I don't know what to say. Giving out KEI, yeah. Alternatively, don't be weaklings who can't live without Sal if you don't want to talk to anyone. I mean, Sal's strong, man. Sal's very good. I wouldn't be upset if they lowered the benefit of Sal. Like 60% might be too high. Lowering it down to like 40%. Still beneficial, but not as good. I was referring to Caravan, since players can port between starting areas. You can just have someone port over. You can, yeah. You can, Lucky. Like, I don't know how the Caravan system's going to work. I'm just telling you their idea behind it. Their ideas sometimes are not well thought out, right? From A to B. They kind of, hey, this is a really cool thought, but how is it going to function in game? We'll have to see. So it may be good, maybe bad. That's which one's a guild choice problem? What is the level range for grouping at my level? So it's your level times 1.5 is the highest level you can group with. So a level 20 can group with a level 30 because 20 times 1.5 is 30. So a level 20 can group with a level 30. So that starts at level 15, by the way. From level 1 to 15, it is 5 levels. As long as everybody's within 5 levels of each other, then you can group with them. But at 15, it is 1.5 times your level. Or 66% of the highest level. So if you take 30, multiply it by 0.66, you get 20. Same thing. It's in Jahar's history. It was a couple days ago. I didn't see that one. Yeah, I have to check it. The social aspect makes the game great. That's what the full release will be so good. Yeah, but okay, you're not grasping what I'm saying here. If you, with the full release of the game, log in every day and level super fast, you're gonna have the same issue. It has nothing to do with the game being in beta or alpha or any of that kind of stuff. You're still out leveling the rest of the players. You're still gonna have that issue where you hit level 50 plus before everybody else, and then if you can't find people to group with, you're gonna have a problem. Like, that's not gonna change just because the game is in 1.0. Literally won't change. It will eventually get established. It will also get established on this beta server. It absolutely will get established eventually as people level up. So if you're having a problem with it now in beta, you're also going to have a problem with that when the game full releases in early access in June or 1.0 whenever that happens. You're going to have a problem with it in all three cases if you're trying to level quickly. Basically, enchanters, crafters will have the ability to enchant gear to fill gear gap stats. Say you have int plate, you could put strength on it. Okay, that's kind of cool. I mean, you could do that now, though. You can already add, like, using enchanting. I'll show you what I'm talking about. So, like, I can go enchanting right here, and I could say enchant cloak minor agility. I can make this right here, and it adds agility to my cloak. I can also enchant cloak. Well, cloak is a bad example because it only has a few things. We'll do gloves. I can enchant my gloves with agility from this right here. I can enchant my gloves with dexterity right here. So I can choose which way I want to go with it. That's already in the game. So I'm not sure if they're going to be expanding on that or what, but yeah, that's already a thing. They have a lot of really ambitious ideas, but a lot of them feels like a wing. Yeah, they are. Like, they have some really good ideas. How they'll play out when they actually implement them, we'll have to see. You think the dude is trolling? I don't think he's trolling. I don't think he's trolling at all. You're wrong. Well, I'm not wrong in what I'm saying. I'm not wrong at all. Like, literally nothing I'm saying is wrong. It's just you're not seeing the bigger picture, apparently. Like, I'm sorry that you got to level 52 and you ran out of things. Like, people stopped playing. You leveled up quickly without a static group. I don't know what to tell you. That sucks for you. You didn't know who's playing at the same time and amount of hours. Exactly what John is saying. Like, if you want to have a static group, you need to prepare for that static group. Like, you can't just get a pug together that, oh, we took a week off of work for the start of early access. We're going to all play together. We're going to power level to max level. Oh, now everybody's going back to work the next week. Now everybody's on different schedules. Well, you didn't plan that out very well. That sucks for you. You know, it's awful. The wipes make it so. This was a wipe server. Like, you're really confused. Or I'm confused at what you're talking about. One of those two's happening. Logging in a learn city and trade skills. I'm wrong about the 50 plus community ever getting established on beta. Based on what? Because we've been in the game? We've been in the game for 3 weeks? So, oh, there's going to be no level 50 community because we've been in the game for 3 weeks? Like, that makes zero sense. You got to give it time, man. You got to give it time. People aren't power leveling and pushing the max level at the same rate. Good morning. How you doing, Vicious? Personally, I think they should implement something similar to alternate advance points as soon as possible. They're not going to do that. They have an idea for what they want to do for like an AA type of thing, but they're not going to do something where you hit level 60 and then you start grinding out AAs. They don't want to do it that way. They want to do something different. But, I mean, we'll see. They might. You know, Channing, did you come across a good way to farm the lowest level enchanting? Weird. The lowest level enchanting, Dust, since they removed magic from a lot of repeatable quest gear. Low level, no, but once you hit level 40, it's super easy to do enchanting. Like, it's a joke to do. You just have to go to the Ashira Island. They need to fix that. I think it's completely broken, and it's going to really screw up the economy on enchanting and disenchanting. But, you know, whatever. If you're in the top 10% of levels, you're part of a small group, make friends. Exactly. Like, I don't know what to tell people on that. If you think that if you are going to push and level up quickly, you need to have either a static group that will all get on at the same time, and you know what time they're going to be on, or you're going to have a struggle. You need to play a solo class, or you're just going to struggle. Like, that's it. You can use AAs to be a money sink? Possibly, yeah. It's like playing D&D with adults and schedules. Exactly. Exactly, Westmore. You're 100% right. I can't get together in a D&D group once a week. Like, that's hard to do because people have different schedules. The only way I've been able to get it reliably from mining herbalism. Yeah, it is. That's the best way to do it at low level, Lucky. What I'm going to do on early access is I'm going to level up to 40. We're going to go to Ashira Island, and I'm just going to use all of that enchanting that we get at Ashira Island to level up my my enchanting. If they don't fix it, they have to fix it. Like, it's a big problem for enchanting. We've been in closed beta since winter. No, we have not been in closed beta since winter. This is where you're confused. This beta, right now, has only been active for 3 weeks. Like, I can't explain this. I'm not wrong, dude. When do you think this beta started? They did a full wipe on this server 3 weeks ago. Like 3.5 weeks ago. Wow. You want to say that I'm wrong, but you are really sounding pretty dumb right now. We know there's going to be a character... Yeah, there's going to be a character wipe in June. Still no beta? Yeah. I'm never wrong. I mean, I'll admit when I'm wrong. I'm happy to admit when I'm wrong, but this server's only been active for 3 weeks, guys. That's why you only have a very few amount of people that are 50 plus. It's been 3 weeks. After poop socking all week. On the alpha server, there was a lot of people that were level 60. We had raids of like 30 people that were level 60. So the alpha server was a completely different animal. There was a lot of people that were high level on that. And they didn't necessarily all log in. But we could get a group together of 60s. After poop socking all weekend, my brother is no longer interested. He said the main core gameplay, camping and killing, is too repetitive. I get that, Nova. I think a lot of people aren't going to like the game because of that reason. And I totally understand it. You know, I totally understand it. That's something that I can't really even... Like, I can't argue it. You know, they're not wrong with that. Somebody says that I don't like to sit in a camp and grind out the same mobs for hours and hours and hours. Okay, then this game is probably not going to be fun to you. You know? I don't like to play certain games either. There's just certain types of games that I don't enjoy. I mean, it's very few games for me, but you may not like a platformer. You may not like a 2D side scroller, which is kind of also a platformer. You may not like puzzle games. That's just what those games are. Like Blue Prince. Did anybody play Blue Prince? Amazing game. I love the puzzles in it. But people may not like puzzle games. So it's not going to be a fun game for them. So, you know, that's just what it is. I think the devs helped the economy a lot by reducing the sale price of Rigid Stone. Sucked for us miners at first, but it seems like prices have calmed down a bit. What's wrong with Rigid Stone? Was it really super high priced? I bought it out to level up my blacksmithing to 230. March 1st was 4 weeks ago, right? I don't know, whatever date it started. 4 weeks. So it's been 4 weeks. Think your sound card needs improving? It probably does. I probably need to get my sound card improved. That's why I'm leveling so fast though, is because I don't have a good sound card. It's 100% the reason, guys. Better sound card makes you level slower. Anyway. 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, whatever it was. It's some amount of time. It has not been very long. I was hoping he would play with me. Our static is now down to 4. Oh no, Nova. Well, hopefully you get somebody. You say 4 weeks though. Didn't it start on a Friday or a Sunday? So I'm confused. How can it be 4 weeks when it started on a Sunday? It would have to be either 3.5 weeks or 4.5 weeks. Started Sunday, so 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. It's been 4.5 weeks then, right? Is that what we're doing? 4.5 weeks? Anyway. That's where I was getting it from. Like, I was confused. I'll admit when I was wrong. You guys are correct. It's been 4 weeks and like 3 days or something. Corrected. The answer to that is nuh-uh. Uh-huh. Nuh-uh. God, I hate that so much. This highlight crashed your PC. Let's see if it does it again. Hey, don't you crash my PC. Blueprint's final puzzle is an internet crazy group effort. There's ridiculousness in puzzles sometimes. Oh, dude, I think that Blueprints was an amazing game. I loved it. Had so much fun with that game. First rule of interneting: never do math on a live stream. I do math all the time. I'm just wrong with it all the time. I try to do it in my head. Sometimes I'm right though, and it impresses people. They're like, "Wow, you did that math quick." Or, you did that math quickly. I got to room 46 to stop. I never fully finished the game. You're correct. I never fully finished Blueprints. Rigid Stone used to sell for a lot. The sell prices got cut by about 75%. Wow. I'm just related to Matt's issue you talked about in the Ashira spot. I'm trying to figure out how that relates to the dust. The Rigid Stone versus the Ashira dust. I don't think those are really relative to each other. I see what you're talking about, though, with the Rigid Stone price coming down. I didn't realize they changed the price on that. Go look up Blueprint's final puzzle. You see what I mean? Oh, no, I've looked it up. I've seen a lot of that stuff. Yeah. Blueprints is it's nuts. Yeah, the whole game is just nuts. Rudistone was selling for so much money. Like, you could sell it to the vendors for a lot of money? Is that what you're saying? It was making everything else more expensive? So you could get Rigid Stone, sell it to a vendor, and make money is what you're saying? And it was increasing. That would definitely increase the economy. Like, it would inflate the economy tremendously, yes. That would be a very bad thing for the economy. What are some good spots to farm named for gear level 1 to 10? The best spots are to get to level 10 and then kill higher level mobs for gear. You shouldn't need to farm named mobs from level 1 to 10. I wouldn't do it. Get some crafted gear, pick up whatever drops, get to higher level and start farming stuff then. It's not worth you going to farm gear at that level. Now, if you really want to kill some named at that level, Wormsbane is where you can go. Or you can go do, like, the goblin outside of Telekir. There's a couple named in there. But it's not worth farming gear at that level. You're going to out-level it probably before you see the rare items off that gear. Or off those drops or whatever. Cool, just humanoids? Yeah, I would just kill humanoids. You're going to get coin off of them. You're going to get, like, the crappy gear drops off of them that'll just get you, like, in base gear. Like your leather armor and your all that kind of stuff. You know, just wear whatever you can find. That just gives you a little bit more AC. You shouldn't really need much gear at that level. People that go back and are farming Wormsbane and stuff, like actually trying to get the rare drops from Wormsbane, are honestly wasting their time. They're ruining the game experience for lower level players, and they're wasting their time. Is XP scaling nerfed right now for testing? No. Right now, the XP is just what it is. It's not nerfed, nor is it buffed for testing purposes. They are using this right now to test to see what it's going to be like in early access, so they can make adjustments whether they need to speed it up or slow it down. So this is exactly what it will be in early access if they don't adjust it. But they're probably going to adjust it. Phalandraw has decent starting quests for starting weapons and gear. Phalandraw has a few, yeah. Got a few. What I would recommend doing, if you wanted some starting gear, you can get, like, the Ashira... what is it? The Ashira wrist pieces, I think. You know what I'm talking about? The Ashira bracers or whatever. Take those Ashira bracers to the quartermaster in Night Harbor. He's over there where the fighting guild is, Fighters Guild or whatever, through the Iron Gate. So go over there and turn him into the quartermaster, and he'll give you some leather gear. He'll give you a random piece of leather gear for every Ashira bracer you turn in. So you can, for leather and up, you can get leather chain and plate wearers. They can get some basic gear at level 5 to 10 by killing the Ashira. It's good starter gear. It'll be just fine for getting to level 10, and then from there you start to get more gear, whatever. So yeah, I would do that. Sounds like they need to slow it down. They're talking about that switcheroo. Like, I think they need to slow it down. I would agree with that. I think it is a bit too fast. Other people would say it's a bit too slow, but they are looking at the numbers. Sean talked about that on his stream recently. They are literally looking at the numbers and going to decide if they want to speed it up or slow it down, or how they're going to adjust it. Going to Telekir at 8, and you can work your way up to names. Yeah, you can start Telekir. The entrance way of Telekir around level 8. I would recommend going in there around 10 to 12, though, and then you can start actually doing named. See them pulling the armor quest from Wormsbane due to the shenanigans? Maybe. I don't know why they made it so difficult from on level 10 or less gear. All of that stuff in Wormsbane is way too rare for how quickly you level from 1 to 10. You out-level Wormsbane before you get the set. Like, it's just silly. Every time you kill a named in there, it should just drop a piece. Or random enemies in that dungeon should drop the Wormsbane armor pieces. Like, any skeleton should have a chance of dropping a Wormsbane armor piece. Right? Like, why not? Just let people get some basic gear. Like, I don't understand why it's so difficult. Because most people will never see that gear. It's just kind of silly. And moving to higher level area. Yeah, level up. The tails, I think you can take tails and turn them in for something as well. But I'm talking about the Ashira bracers specifically. Tails are for something different. I think the tails are for like your warrior or your fighter quest and maybe shaman quest. Use the tails. I don't remember. I have a full set of Wormsbane. I'm now pushing my 40s and still have not seen many things that are better than the Wormsbane gear. That's an itemization issue. And you're not fighting the right things issue. But if you have a full set of that Wormsbane armor, you wasted a lot of time getting that Wormsbane armor. You probably could have leveled up. You probably would be in your 50s now rather than in your 40s. Like, I feel like you wasted a lot of time to get all that. I agree, Jeremy. The fighter having 0 new abilities from 15 to 55 is very, very unfun. Ashira tails can be turned into gear too. You can turn into Ashira tails as well. Okay, so there you go. You can get both of those. Ashira tails and their bracers can both be turned in for gear. Do you know when or if they release stats, demographics, or info for the beta weekend? Sean might do that today. It's possible that Sean will stream later today and talk about a lot of that info. He said on his stream on Monday he might do a stream on Wednesday or Friday. So we'll see. He might do both days. Wormsbane needs to be emptied of gear and it should be redistributed to other places. I think what they should do with the Wormsbane stuff, all of the named in Wormsbane should be more common, and they should drop from 3 pieces of gear down to 2 pieces of gear. And it should be like a common and an uncommon piece, like a 60% of one item and then a 40% of the other item. Just make both of the items more common. Take away the rare pieces that they have. It's silly. Most people are never going to see the rare pieces. You know, if you have a 20% chance the mob drops or spawns, and then a 10% chance that it drops the rare item from that, it's a very small chance you're going to see that item while you're XPing inside of Wormsbane. You know, you have to specifically go to that camp and get it. I understand the reasoning they're doing it. Like, the reason for it is because, oh, cool, I got the rare item. I just happened to be here when it dropped. I got very lucky. But what it does is it incentivizes higher level players to go back to lower level content to get that gear because it's better than the stuff that they can get at higher levels. And then you see what happens with that is you have higher level players camping low level stuff that is meant for low level players. That is why I don't like the level locked raid content as well. The whole thing just feels really bad. It's not good. Or the other option is to have better gear as you get higher level. Wormsbane, by level 10 or 12, somewhere in that range, you're pretty much out-leveled Wormsbane. You go into Ancient Crypt around level 12. Make sure that Ancient Crypt has better gear than Wormsbane, and you solve the problem. Then make sure that whenever you leave Ancient Crypt at, let's say, level 16, you can go into Telekir and fight stuff at level 16, 17, 18, that range. That is better gear than stuff that was in Wormsbane. So you can continue, you keep wanting to move up rather than go backwards to farm low-level mobs for better gear. That's a whole itemization issue. They need to fix that. It's definitely a problem. Wasting time is subjective, though. Maybe they're completionists. Well, yeah, there's a reason that way. But most people are not doing it for the completionist aspect. They're doing it for the gear. You know, people, oh, I want to get the full set. Cool. Go for it. Have fun. Do whatever you want to do. But that's not what the majority of players are doing. So it's a waste of time for most players. So raw tails get... Oh, I do remember that. Yeah, tails get rawhide at the top floor of the tannery. It's the same thing as the bracers from the quartermaster. Same exact gear. Is fishing and cooking the fish worth it? Right now, I would say no. But in the future, probably yes. The food in the future the cooked food in the future is supposed to last longer and also give stats. So in the future probably will be worth cooking. But it's not fully implemented yet. 2 days is all. I'm never going to hit 60 in the beta. I've also stopped and stayed at 20 for the bone construct and got gear off the bone construct and again for the mana font raid. So yeah, you wanted to do the bone construct. Yeah, I mean, there's reasons to do that, sure. But that's the problem with that content is, you know, the FOMO from that is one thing. But, like, you're stopping at bone construct to try to get gear from that, which you can do in the beginning, but you won't be able to do once people start to hit 60. They're going to make alts, level them to 20, and they're going to start taking that gear. So the only time you're going to be able to do that is in the beginning. To whom do you turn in the tails? So the tails are in the tannery. So West Bank. Behind the West Bank, on the left-hand side, is the tannery. Go into the tannery, all the way back in the back. Go to the second floor of that building in the back, and there's a guy up there that you can turn them into. So you looked at known gear? That's the problem, is you looked at known gear. There's gear that's way better than the Wormsbane gear, I promise. I'm of the opinion that they need to incentivize people to do other cities, open up other cities. Well, yeah, that is... I would like to have more starting cities for sure. I don't like that everybody starts in the same city, and then you have a few people that start in a second city. That's going to feel very bad in early access. But I don't know what they can really do about that. Wormsbane name should drop gear frequently, and the gem should drop from all mobs. I agree. I think that gear should be a lot easier to get. It's fun obtaining gear, you know? It's not fun for a lot of people when you're level 20 is going in there and just slaughtering all of Wormsbane to finish off their set. That's not fun. Surely they're just not done itemization. It seems silly if that would go live like this. They're not done with itemization, no. They're working on itemization. That is part of the problem right now, is that itemization is like half finished. And that's why people are going back and doing Wormsbane stuff to get that gear. And it's because there's not enough stuff at the higher levels. And it's not as easy to obtain. They can be level 20 and just slaughter all of Wormsbane. It takes forever to get the gear. Have at it if you want to do it. But there is absolutely better gear out there. It's just kind of a pain in the butt to get. I love running through Crushbone and killing every orc and boss just out of revenge. I mean, people like to do that. First boss in AC is level 16. Mangles is level 19. Well, yeah, but what I'm saying is level-wise. Right? The first boss, I don't think is level 16, though. You talking about the cook? Anyway, I'm talking level-wise. You go into Ancient Crypt, and you level up in that zone, at least right now, until like level 16 or 17. You pretty much want to leave by 16 or 17. The XP starts to slow down, and there's other places you can go to. So, I'm talking literally level-wise. think you and I are close to the same age, so you'll understand my comparison in the 90s. Some games would release free version of the game. It would be like one level or something. You get the taste of the game. Wormsbane feels like that to me. Experience on levels, great alpha. Yeah, it is. Wormsbane is a good introduction in this game to like what dungeons could be in the future. Oh yeah, it's worth learning how to cook and craft for sure. It's just not, a lot of that stuff's not fully implemented. Everyone is gatekeeping gear info on beta. Need our secrets for EA. Well, yeah, there is a lot of gatekeeping happening. Trust me, I promise you there's some pretty good gear out there. You just don't know about it. I ran out of money. I did buy a skinning knife. That was a waste. Yeah, skinning knives don't do anything right now. Trying to ring drop from a bandit camp at the end of the beach in Shaded Dunes. That's a terrible, terrible, terrible ring. You want to get jewelry right now from jewel crafters. None of the jewelry in the game is worth camping. Like absolutely none of it. I can't think of a single piece of jewelry that is better than jewel crafted gear. And easier to get. Like there might be a piece of jewelry that's really, really rare and hard to find. But jewel crafted gear is just better and it's easier to get. Like I don't, they really, really need to look at jewel crafting. Or not jewel crafting, they need to look at the jewelry in the game and up it at all tiers. Because you can buy like silver jewelry that gives you +3 to 2 stats. And people are making that all over the place. It's not hard to do. Sangro cramps were okay. The Sangro stuff, yeah. The Sangro stuff was okay. I would agree with that. I think gear should be much, much harder to obtain personally. Spent 18 hours at Poachers. Seen 2 deck carvers drop. That's an insane item to see so often. I don't know when you went to do that, Dolce, but they nerfed that. I don't know when you went to do that. So, depending on if that was before or after the changes. But yes, that all of that quest gear from the Poachers was way too easy to obtain at one point. And they've definitely nerfed it. But I guess my take right now is gear in the game is too rare. You have to camp it pretty hard for the most part. They just need more common gear. The common gear is not worth wearing, is what the problem is right now. A lot of the common gear is just absolutely not worth using. So people only want the uncommon gear, or the rare gear, which is very hard to get. So that's where the problem is right now. The common gear should be good enough to get you through your leveling process, but the rare gear should be a nice boost, to get you a little bit farther along. But I just think that things at low level should just be more common. I really do. Like, it's not, it feels bad a lot of times. You hit level 20 and you're still wearing like rawhide, with just AC on it, no stats. Like that it just feels terrible. And then you get to level 50 and you kill a named level 50 mob and it drops a ring that's got +2 wisdom on it. Like that feels super duper bad. Need enchanted bars for that too. For jewel crafting, yeah, you need enchanted bars for it, which is not hard to get, guys. Like, it's not hard to get some of the base stuff. Also need better distribution. Lots of plate, cloth, leather. Yeah, there's plate gear. So that's part of the issue is, which I'm gonna kind of talk about that in a kind of weird way, but follow my logic here. Plate gear is usually a common drop. Should plate gear be a common drop? Yes. The reason for that is because tanks require their plate gear to be able to even do their job, whereas the other classes don't require gear as much. So there are common plate items, which makes it seem like plate is more common because it is the common drop on a lot of these things. But then you have the rare item that is better, but it's for like the other classes. So you got to also think about it that way. Like plate, the basic, you know, the most common items that drop being plate is probably a good thing for the tanks to have some basic gear that they can use to tank in. Now, the common drop plate gear, stat-wise, sucks. It is terrible, guys. It is awful. So, like, it just gets them the AC that they need to be able to tank mobs. But stat-wise, it's awful. They definitely want to have rare plate gear. And there is rare plate gear that's out there that's really good. But like going back to like the Wormsbane armor, you know, you can go and camp it and it's pretty good gear. But if you would have spent that time at level 30 camping gear, you would probably just have better gear. There's a level 40 breastplate that is insanely good. Like insanely good. And it's off a level 40 named. How about not being able to disenchant gear in the field? That would end a high-level farming spot. Maybe. I don't know. I think you should be able to disenchant gear out in the field. Because if you're at a camp and you're going to be getting all these common loot items over and over and over and over and over, trying to get that rare item, what are you going to do with all that common junk? It's just going to sit there and rot? I mean, it could, I guess. I'm used to Shadowbane, where I could camp something for weeks and get a drop. You were hunting. Well, I mean, yeah, you do that in this game too. This game has some very rare stuff, guys. Very rare stuff. At least it used to. Everyone should be fully geared in magic items just by grinding XP without intent. That would also feel bad as a whole. Make magic items not special. Well, no, I agree with that. Yeah. Yeah, like they shouldn't be like super common. Oh, shoot. They definitely shouldn't be super common items. That's not what I'm saying. But when you go through level 1 to 10, getting a base set of items, you know, they don't have to all be magic drops. Like, I never said anything about them being magic with amazing stats, but you should be able to get, like, something, you know? Like, as a tank, it starts to feel really bad as a tank when you don't have plate gear and you're hitting level 20. Because plate gear doesn't drop, you know, very commonly. Like, there are places, but you got there's got to be a give and take there. You know, you shouldn't have an abundance. This isn't Diablo, where just item drops all over the place. But it's also shouldn't be D&D, where you don't get a magic item until you're level 15. You know, like there's a middle ground there. Are they planning epic weapon quests for the classes? Yes, they are planning some sort of epics in the game. Is it? Yeah, exactly. I think Vicious, you know, you have it right. Like, we want to search for magic items. We want to get those magic items, but you also want your character to be helpful, right? If you go through the game normally, right, just you're just XPing, you're just getting gear as you go to these XP spots. You're not stopping at an area. You're not like going back and farming stuff, low-level mobs to get gear to move up. You should be able to progress normally through the game by getting gear. You shouldn't have to go, oh, I leveled 1 to 10 in Wormsbane. I didn't get the gear that I need. I'm going to go outside of Wormsbane. I'm going to get to level 15 or 20. I'm going to go back into Wormsbane to get the gear. And I'm not getting any, like, you shouldn't have to go backwards to gear up, is what I'm trying to get at. Like, that feels really bad. You should at least get the basics as you're leveling, so that you can move on to the next tier. Now, if you want to go backwards for completionist's sake, that's a whole other situation. That's a completely different conversation. But you should get what you need for basic gear as you play through. Games like Pantheon, Plate wasn't available, low level. It wasn't, no. It was very hard to get. I think what they need to do is base gear, who drop. You know, yeah, well, some gear does drop from trash. Like your level 1 to 10 stuff, you get like the tattered leather, tattered cloth, all that kind of stuff. That's what you put on at those low levels. That's the base gear, the very basic gear. Put that on, wear it, and then hopefully you find a rare magic item here and there. But the problem is the game is too easy right now. So they need to increase the difficulty of the game and then base off like, okay, now that it's more difficult, well, how much gear do you need? So the idea is that you're supposed to grind out and get some gear as you progress. But right now, you just don't really need to do that. They could add a require reagent to break down items for enchanting. Smelting requires a proper mold. Yeah, to make ingots. They could do something like that. But breaking down items is different, right? Like, you have to break down an item, like, I use this right here to break down my cloth and leather. To do a mold, the reason is because you're creating something. You're not breaking down something, you're creating something. So it's a different animal. But they could absolutely require you to have an item to break down, and they do require you to have an item to break down things. It's just a one-time purchase of a disenchanting cube. To help to gear up with bare minimum quality from just grind zone. Yeah, I that's what I think. How's Charm still a problem? Yes, Charm is still very much, in my opinion, Charm is still very much an issue, yes. Wormsbane is 1 to 15, and then is 15 to 20. Why are we talking semantics here? Can you get to 15 in Wormsbane? Yes. Can you get to 20 in Ancient Crypt? Yes. You can. Should you? That depends on you and your group. You can start Ancient Crypt at level 12. 12 or 13 with a group. And it's good XP. And then leave by like 15, 16 and go somewhere else. Can you stay to 20? Absolutely. You can, if you want to. The XP would be better somewhere else. But you can stay there if you want to. Stay there as long as you want until you're not getting XP anymore. I mean, technically green mobs in this game give you XP. You could keep XPing there probably to 25. It's just going to be slower. So the game doesn't have a gap mechanic to help catch up. I mean, it kind of does, Trash, but it kind of doesn't, right? It has, like, there's common drops, and there's common, uncommon, and rare drops. So if you happen to get the rare item, that should be good to carry you several levels. The common items should be what you get as you level. You know, if you don't have something better than the common item, absolutely equip it, and that'll help you get through that level a little bit, you know? That's kind of the idea there. So it does have a little bit of that catch-up mechanic built in. So like if I go to a dungeon that's supposed to be for level 10 players, you're in there, you're killing stuff, you get all the gear drops, the common drops from there. You might get one rare drops while you're in there. Then you go into the next tier. Let's say you go to something that's supposed to get you up to level 15. In there, the common drops should be better than the common drops of the previous dungeon, but worse than the rare drops of the previous dungeon. So somewhere in the middle there. So if you don't get the rare drop of the previous dungeon, it would still be an upgrade to you. That's the gear progression I think that they're going for. Right now, it doesn't really feel that way a lot of times. The rare drops are really good and will carry you for like 10 or 15 or 20 levels. The common drops are oftentimes just not as good as crafted gear that you can get much easier. Like right now, a lot of people are just making low-level characters, throwing on some steel crafted gear on them, and that's going to carry them all the way to level 40. They don't need any of the gear from any drops up to level 40 because they have steel gear, and that's good enough. So that's the itemization I think they need to work on. Gear doesn't need to be common either. People should just buy stuff from other people for slots they need to upgrade. I mean, they could do that, yeah. So, like, that's where the crafted gear comes in versus the dropped gear. It's all a factor. It's all a factor. Hey, what's going on, Cuggy? How are you? Make mobs crit again? I mean, I think everybody should get crit in this game. I don't know why. I think that was a very poor decision of the devs to give crit to 2 classes. Well, now a 3rd class with undead specifically. But I think that was a very poor decision. I think everyone should have a base, starting at like, some level, a base like 5% chance to crit. And I think mobs should have like a crit chance starting at maybe level 20. And the ability to negate a crit chance should be based on like your armor class or something. So like if you have a certain threshold of armor class, you have less of a chance to be crit. I think it would be a really good way to go. And then give tanks gear that is, especially at the higher level, give tanks gear that has crit resist on it or something. But, those are all my takes. They're just kind of meh. Cool ideas on crit would make yellow red mobs much more scary. Yeah, absolutely. Like a yellow and a red mob should have an increased chance to crit on you. Just have it be like, oh, it's red. It's 80% crit chance. It's just every single swing is going to crit on you. That would stop people from fighting red con mobs. Well, you wouldn't be able to tank them at that point. Unless you had really good armor class, and that armor class reduced the chance of being crit. I have amazing ideas sometimes, I think. I think all my ideas are perfect and flawless in every way. No, I know that some of my ideas are not going to be... Oh, shoot. Stop moving. My goodness. Some of my ideas are definitely not... they're not for everyone. I feel like a lot of my ideas, though, people would appreciate them once they're in the game and they understand them. I think they would appreciate them more. But when you play a game and you get used to it working a certain way and then they change something, you know, that can feel bad. Am I out of arrows? Oh, that's the problem. I'm out of arrows. Hang on a second. EQ had something like that with crushing blow mechanics. Yeah. I mean, a lot of games do it. It's not an uncommon thing. Oops, that's the wrong kit. We need this one. All right, we've got arrows. Let's go down here and get this guy. I see your agility is lower than your dex. Is agility not used? No, agility's good. Agility's good. The problem is there's not a lot of gear for agility. Like, there's just, like, plate gear with agility on it. Not very common. It's mating season for the drakes, so that it all clump up. That makes sense. The problem with mobs that can crit is it will add a huge RNG factor to fights unless they balance it very well. Yeah, but that's why you have, like, the ability to reduce the crits, right? There's always going to be that RNG factor, sure. But let's say a mob can crit 100% of the time if it's red. If it's a red con mob to you and your armor class, let's say it's a level 30 mob, your armor class is only 100, it's got a 100% crit chance. But if my armor class was, say, 300, reduce that crit chance by a lot. There's already RNG in the game. Like, adding in a crit chance is not going to affect the RNG that much. Like, look at the damage that I'm taking over here on the right-hand side of the screen in the bottom. That's based on, it's 100% RNG, right? It's 100% RNG. Yeah. So sometimes I'll take 81, sometimes I'll take 54, 86, you know, another 54, 83. That's a pretty big difference in damage. So I took an 86, then a 77. You know, it varies. And that's because of the way that armor class works in this game. You can still take full damage hits, but if your armor class is high enough, you can also take a minimum damage hit and anywhere in between. So this game is a very, very RNG game. So I don't think adding in crit RNG would really affect it that much. I'm debugging, so they do... Oh, you're debuffing? Yeah, yeah. And that's how the game is supposed to be, right? You debuff a mob, it reduces the amount of damage it does. But, yeah. What do these con do at 54? These are dark blue. These are level 50, or 48, 49, and 50. Very good mobs to solo, duo. You know, if you don't have a group, it's a very good solo or duo camp. Or you're just small group camp. I wouldn't bring a full group here unless you just want to be really lazy. Like really, really lazy. These are some of the easiest mobs to fight because they're just melee mobs. They're easy to separate. You don't have to split pull them very often. Like they're not, because they move around so much. So you don't have to worry about split pulling. Just kind of a tank and spank kind of mob. That's why Gith and I do this. I absolutely loathe this camp. I don't want to be doing this, but it's easy XP. Hey, what's going on, Iruhini? How you doing, bud? If you had to predict what the least taken but still incredibly useful skill in the game was going to be, you trade skill, or what do you mean? What skill are you talking about? Like we could talk about trade skill. We could talk about like combat skill. We could talk about spells, all that kind of stuff. So, any skill, trade skill, like literally any skill, the least taken, but still useful. I don't know. I feel like if it's not a useful skill, people won't take it. So I can't think of anything that would be like, if it's useful, people are going to take it. If it's not useful, people won't take it. So I can't really think of a skill that people don't take. Maybe snare would be one of those kind of abilities. People don't use snare enough, but it's a very useful skill, but they don't factor it in enough. Like when you're building your group, most groups aren't like, oh, do we have a person to snare mobs? They don't do that very often. They don't think about it. They just kind of build a group. Have you seen much of the corruption mechanics? I see it's listed as one of the resist types, but I've never actually run into it. Well, corruption is just a resistant type for like certain spells and abilities. People say that fear is based on corruption resist. Higher corruption is supposed to resist fear. I think that's based on the mob and who's casting it. Like, corruption, I believe, is used for the fear spell for necromancers, but I don't think it's used for the fear spell for other classes. Like, the ability called fear, I don't know, but I think there's different levels of fear. From the the necromancer has multiple levels of fear. So yeah, I'm not 100% sure on that one. But like, you do have dots. You have dots or direct damage spells and stuff that are corruption based, and then you have some that are poison based, which get confused often. But then you have a magic-based fear, and you have a corruption-based fear. I think there's even a fire-based fear, but I'm not 100% sure on that. Which classes do you think will have high initial interest but have dwindling population? Tanks. I wouldn't say because of difficulty and complexity, but tanks are going to be very abundant in your low levels, and like when the game goes live in early access, you're going to have tons of tanks everywhere. By the time you get to high level, you're not going to see a tank anywhere. That's why I play a tank. I get tired of trying to find a tank and rely on a tank. I hate it. It's awful. I don't want to have to deal with it. But yeah, tanks and healers are almost always hard to find. Also, in the beginning, anybody can tank. At level 1, everybody's basically the same, right? At level 2, you start to separate a little bit more. By level 10, you really have your role kind of solidified. You're hoping to be a high-level tank? You love tanking? Yeah, if you can do it. Tanking is the most demanding, I think, of any group. Like, of any player in a group, tanking is the most demanding, I would say. Yeah, I don't recommend anyone play a tank. Like, it's probably, yeah, it's a class that, or a role, I guess, that, yeah, it takes a special person to really play a tank and play it well. I've seen some bad tanks. There's already a couple tanks that have a reputation on this server. Just from my Pally experience alone, I was planting, pulling, placating, pulling, crowd control. Yeah, you do a lot. I would say at higher levels, you don't really want to be the puller, even on a Paladin. But you could. Like, placating is a tough thing in this game because placate is based on charisma now. If you get a resist, if placate resist on the first mob, you're in for a world of hurt. You're going to be in a bad situation. Is agility not worth taking the tank? No, it is, yeah. Yeah, I answered it previously. But agility is good. It increases your chance to dodge, block, and parry. And it's very good for tanking. The reason I don't have a lot of it is because it's just not on a lot of gear. Specifically a lot of plate gear. So it's kind of hard to come by agility. Like, what I'll probably do, though, is, like, I have these rings. These have agility on them, but my earrings have strength and dexterity. I'll probably, when I make new rings or earrings, I'll probably get rid of the dexterity on the earrings and go with agility, especially now that I'm higher level. But, you know, you kind of get what you can get. Or you take what you can get kind of thing. Grats. There's been some near wipe placate resist. Yeah, a one resist on a placate is bad, bad, bad. Very, very bad. But yeah, as a main tank for like a guild, right? Let's say that I'm tanking the biggest, baddest monster in the game. Right now, I would focus on AC. Make sure that I have as high of AC as possible. It actually does make a difference. I would also focus on my stamina, and then I would focus on my agility. All three of those things, and I would get them as high as possible. I wouldn't worry about strength. I wouldn't worry about dex. Pretty much at all. Those are just going to come with gear that you're getting. You're just going to have what you have. But min-max wise, I would focus on those other things. Find yourself missing agility? I mean, agility's nice, yeah. It would allow me to dodge more. So, like here, what it'll do, agility will, if I change this to combat, melee misses me. I believe that'll add in dodges as well. I think. And parries. Because I think those are considered misses. So let's find out. So you see how often I'm getting missed here, right? That's comparing their offense versus my defense. But I think parry, I can't remember, parry and dodge. There it goes, right there. It tries to hit you, but you dodge. So the higher agility would get more dodges and more parries. So what you do is you add in a lot more agility and then see how many more dodges you get. So far, I've gotten 1 dodge, 0 parries from this fight. And I'm pretty sure how the math works is it's going to check their offense versus my defense. Does it hit? Does it miss? If it hits, then it says, do you dodge? Yes or no? Do you parry? Yes or no? Do you block? Yes or no? If it's no to all of those things, then it hits. But you see, so far, I've only had 1 dodge this entire fight. That's because I have only 53 agility. Oh, there's a parry. So now I've got 1 parry. So out of this entire fight, I negated 2 hits from my dodge and parry skill. So if I had more agility, I'd probably just see more of those, right? It would turn more of these hits into dodges and parries. But, I mean, I missed quite a bit, as you can see. Yeah, I think you might see 1 or 2 that are light blue if they're 48. But that would be the only ones, I would think. So yeah, I would say at high level, though, you definitely want to have agility. It'll make a difference. But like, if I took off my armor, you would see a much bigger difference. Like, that damage numbers would spike up a lot. Well, what it would actually do, though, is like these 96, 99, those numbers would still be about the same, the high numbers, but you would see fewer of the low numbers. Like this 48, 48, 56, those would all be higher. I actually need to get more armor class. It'd be really nice if I had more armor class right now. I mean, I don't have bad armor class, but it's definitely lower than it should be. I'm getting kind of hungry. Might make a sandwich here in a little bit. Are there soft caps on AC? I was thinking about crafting up some copper armor at level 10. I would definitely wear, like, if you're a plate wearer, I would definitely put on some copper plate at level 10. Absolutely. That'll last you to, like, level 20, 25, until you can actually start getting some better gear. Like, I need a lot better gear. Like, my gear is actually not great. I've got decent gloves and decent belt and one decent weapon. Everything else is actually kind of it's like the common gear. It's just basic for my level. But we're starting to camp named mobs in the evenings. So hopefully we start getting some better gear. It's just, you got to go camp the right mobs. How does the 923 life tap scythe from Gainseller hold up compared to drops in the 50s? It's good, yeah. That weapon is very good. It'll carry you all the way into the 50s. Because that weapon is better than my main hand weapon right now. It's one of the best weapons in the game. So you get it at level 30, and it's not, I wouldn't say one of the best weapons, but it'll carry you all the way to level 60. On the alpha server, I used that particular weapon probably till I got to about level 55, or maybe, I don't know, I may have even used it at level 60. I was really surprised when it dropped in the 30s. It was silly compared to everything else we saw. Yeah, it's very, very good. We didn't do the grain cellar this time around, so we kind of skipped it. It's a pain in the butt zone to do. Like, if you can do it, if you can get a group together to do it, it's absolutely worth it. And it's a very good weapon. There are 1, 2, 3, 4. I'd say 4 weapons that I can think of off the top of my head that are better than that one that you can get in the 50s. Well, one of them, this weapon right here, you can get at level like high 40s, mid to high 40s. You could get this weapon. And I think the damage delay ratio is better on this one. I don't remember though. I'd have to do the math, and I can't do the math right now. I mean, I'll do the math real quickly. Give me a second. Yeah, Dark Harvest is the one they're talking about. So let's see. Calculator. 9 divided by 23 equals 0.39. 14 divided by 35 equals 0.4. So yeah, that weapon, this weapon right here, is a slightly better damage delay ratio, and then it has better stats. But the Dark Harvest weapon has the life tap proc, which is only like 10 damage, but still it's 10 damage, right? So that kind of gives you an idea. This is a rare, this is a rare drop. I think a level 47 named. It may, well, I don't know if it's the rare drop, but it's not the common drop, I don't think. So that kind of gives you an idea. That the Dark Harvest will carry you into the 50s for sure. There is a better level 50 weapon in Upper Salmon. There's another level 50 weapon in Glass Flats, and another one in Grimtide Sanctum that are all a bit better. A 0.5 ratio is probably the best you're going to see until you get into raids. And even in raids, I still think a 0.5 ratio is about right. Like, I think my weapons on Alpha, and I had the best weapons in the game, were like a 0.5 ratio. But they had procs on them. So it was like the ratio was the same, but it had a pretty big proc. Is there a wipe before summer? The wipe is going to be on June 1st. So when the start of early access, the game will wipe again. So yeah, anyway, short version of that is if you get the Dark Harvest, absolutely, it's the best weapon you're going to have for a long time. Worth the wait? I would say wait unless you just want to learn about the game. There's no reason to learn about the game right now. If you don't plan to like level super fast and you want to be world first to level 60, or if you're not racing for any of that stuff, there's no reason to play right now. Yeah, casual player, I'd wait. Absolutely, I'd wait. But I think it'll be a fun game. If you like what you see, then it'll be a fun game for you. But this is pretty much the game. This is what you're going to be doing, like, a good 80% of your time is you're going to be sitting in camps doing this. What about Isar? How's his gear looking? He's got a few good pieces and a few not so great pieces. His weapon is probably the best weapon he can get. It's really good. I think he's wearing a robe right now that is pretty good. Here, we can inspect him. We're not going to be able to see the stats on the gear, but I'll be able to tell you if it's good or not. So Isar's gear is, let's see. He's wearing jewelry, just your normal, gold jewelry, which is not hard to get. Whoops. So let's see. This right here, Handmaiden's robe, is pretty good for him. He just got that last night. This weapon, the Heartwood Rot, is really good. Got that recently. Let's see. What else is a good piece? The Verdant Mantle is a pretty good piece. I think the Verdant Mantle was a rare drop. It's pretty good. Here you go. He linked it to me. So this is the weapon that he has, which is probably the best weapon a healer can get around this level. Trying to think if there's a better one, but it's pretty good. His buckler is this right here, which he could definitely get a better buckler or a better shield. We just haven't gotten it yet, but there is a shield that's got wisdom on it. That would probably be better overall for him. Handmaiden's robe is this right here, which is probably one of the best chest pieces he can get because it's got the 5 wisdom and 5 mana on it, so it's pretty good. Verdant Mantle, this is the best, probably the best shoulders at this level for a healer. Sand Giant's Napkin, this is another pretty good item for the level. You can get this one pretty early though, but it carries through. It's pretty good. We need to get him a pair of boots, but I don't think we can get that until we're like 55, between 55 and 60. Yeah, his belt and face is what he's saying are the worst pieces. So, it's not great gear, but not terrible. But we also leveled quickly, right? So we kind of skipped a lot of gearing, and we just kind of out-leveled things instead of going to specific gear camps. On early access, I'm going to encourage us to camp gear more. Because we definitely could have gotten some better gear for everybody in our group around level 30 to 40 and been camping some better stuff. And even if it's only like 1 or 2 pieces here and there, it matters as you get into the higher levels. If you hit level 50 and let's say you have, just the very basic gear, which is kind of what we have, you see my stats the way they are now. But let's say that we got a couple of rare pieces and we actually camped we target camp specific things, like the Dark Harvest. If I would have preferred to go into Grain Cellar and camp that for a day to hopefully get a Dark Harvest, because the Dark Harvest would have been better than my Eclipse Cleaver here, and I could have gotten it like 10 levels earlier. So it would have helped us in that leveling process because we're killing mobs faster. Not much faster, but if everybody is 5% better and you have a group of 6 people, that's 30% more efficient. You know, basically 30% more efficiency. Or your whole group is 5% more efficient. But, you know, it speeds things up. It just makes things a lot easier, too.
Yeah.
So it's nice to get that stuff for sure. But I wouldn't go out of my way. Like, I wouldn't go back, like I was saying earlier, I wouldn't go back once you hit level 20, go back into Wormsbane and farm that gear even for like a couple days. Because at level 20, let's say I hit level 20, I could spend 2 days of grinding XP and get to level 24, right? 2 levels a day at level 20 is probably doable. And then I'm possibly, you know, I'm 4 levels higher than what I would have been if I just went back and farmed some better gear. And those levels mean way more than anything else. What is the point you think we should slow down and farm gear instead of continuing to push levels? My beast is level 20 with empty slots. Trying to get... I would start doing it now, Hyper Taco. If you can start target farming things, like if you can build a group, for example, on your Beastmaster, go and try to get a group to do the Goblin General in Telekir. That's a level 20 camp. The Goblin General himself is level 20. The mobs around him are level like 17, 18, 19, something around there. So it's still good XP. And you can get a cloak that gives you 14% haste. Well, I think it's 14% haste right now. That would be a very big boon if you got that. If you don't get it, not a big deal. I didn't actually get a haste item until I was level 50, 40, 48, 49. That's when I got my first haste. Well, no, I changed that. I take that back. I did get the Debt Carver at level 30, which had haste. So, I got 2 Isar. If you don't have a haste item, I would definitely go and get that. I think it's level 10, by the way. Or, sorry, 10% haste. I think is what it is. But I would definitely start. Around level 20, start farming named. Up to level 20, it's not really necessary, and it's a waste of time. By the time you hit level 40, if you don't have gear, you're going to be hurting, and the game is going to be more difficult. Which is something that my group kind of did, and it slowed us down a little bit, because we just didn't have the gear to push into the 40s. So we kind of had to take a step back and be like, okay, let's go and farm some gear and get XP at the same time. What zone are you in? What level are these drakes? These drakes are level 48, 49, 50. We are in Fallen Pass. How in the world do you get the code? I have been waiting since I allowed opt-in. I haven't gotten anything. It's random. They're pulling like 200 out of 17,000 people per week that are getting access. So it's not much. A shaman in a robe. Are we allowed to make fun of him in a dress? Sure, go for it. We already made fun of him yesterday when he got it. We're like, you're going to be wearing a dress now. Haha. But absolutely, make fun of Isar all you want. We all do. We pick on him about everything. We're allowed to pick on him, though, because he's a doctor and he makes more money than the rest of us. So we pick on him for other things because in real life, he's like multi-tiers ahead of the rest of us. He picks on us. He looks at us like, you lowly people. You like your dress? Well, I'm glad you like your dress. At this point, I don't think get it until the game releases. I mean, I wouldn't worry about it too much. Anybody got a friend code? I wish we had friend codes to give out. Now, we all, my whole group, we kind of all pick on each other a little bit. I picked on Kaz a lot yesterday. They pick on me a lot about things. You know, we all pick on each other. We've known each other long enough where we know we're not serious about it. The game looks so nice. I love it. I think it's a fantastic game. Absolutely loving it. Oh, shoot. I got 2 again. Dang it. This one spawned behind me when I was pulling. The third one's going to spawn here in a second, so we might get the third during this. I might be one person who gave a friend code to a random in the Discord begging for him. Yeah, I don't know, man. You the man? Yeah. I don't even want to go into that forum. I feel bad for the people that are in there. You love monsters, but do you love memories? That's the question. That is the question. I went and watched for a bit and found someone who wasn't acting like it was the end of the world and was kind of holding others up. They were very appreciative. Awesome. Yeah, that's good. I mean, it's not the end of the world, honestly. Like, you know, I get it, and I understand people want to play. I mean, I also want to play. And if I didn't have access, I would definitely feel left out, and I would have that FOMO, and I'd be like, man, I really, 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 really want to play. I totally understand it. But at the same time, it's not a big deal until early access because all this is getting wiped in 2 months anyway. 60 days, this is all gone. So, you know, it just depends on how much you want to spend those 60 days. People think that I'm going to burn out. That's another thing. Like, you might burn yourself out playing this over the next 60 days, and then early access comes out, and you're like, I don't want to play anymore. There will be people that do that. People think that it's going to happen to me. Hate to tell you, that's not how things work with me. I don't know what to eat for lunch. I could make a turkey sandwich, but I could also get a piece of chicken. I'm thinking turkey sandwich. The knowledge is most important from the beta? It is, yeah. The knowledge of what to do, where to go, all that kind of stuff is the most important thing. But you can get a lot of that knowledge by watching streams, asking questions. You know, I learned most of what I know about the game by talking to people, not actually doing it. Where does the Therm Cleaver drop? Because that's what I want to go get. Okay, that's level what, 55-ish? Okay. Because I want to get that, and I want to get the poker from Grimtide. Those are the basically best 2 weapons I could have at this level. Yeah, we'll get there eventually. I mean, just camp one thing until we get done with it, and then go camp something else until we get done with it, and just keep moving through. Yeah, well, yeah. Blame Kaz. My main thing for wanting to get is class choice. Yeah, I get it. You want to be able to try out the different classes. I mean, they do have the open betas, so the open test phases. I would recommend just trying out a different one in each of the opens and see which one you like. I mean, if that's the only thing that you care about is just trying to make sure you get the right class. The thing is, though, some of these classes are going to change a lot. Well, yeah, that's true. We just got to learn how to do line of sight polling and stuff. Is there going to be a no-box server? Yes. I think there's going to be multiple no-box servers, and they're going to be the most popular servers. That's just my take on it. All Gith seems to do is sit down. Mana Regen makes this a sitting simulator. He sits, but yeah, he'll... So on pull, this is basically what Gith does. On pull, Gith is going to debuff the mob. He's going to be casting a strength, dexterity, whatever debuff. And then also a slow, so like an attack speed debuff on the mob. He's then going to cast a heal on me, which is a heal over time. And then he's going to cast cannibalize on himself, or consume on himself, every 12 seconds or something. I don't remember what the cooldown is on it. But every so often he casts consume, which gives him mana back and takes away some of his health. And then he heals himself back up. So those are all the things that Gith is doing. It's actually... Shaman is more active than the other two healers, I would say. It's the most active healer class. But any spellcaster in this game... Whoops. Thought that was dead. Any spellcaster in this game is going to be sitting down a lot. So there's 7 classes that are going to be sitting more than they're going to be doing anything else. Because that's just the way the game is built. I played in 2 so far. Definitely has helped. Awesome. I hope you enjoyed it for those 2. There we go. Let's see if we can get this guy. Here we go. We got him by himself. Amazing. He's so talented. For playing the open test, I discovered I need to make a druid for gathering materials. Druid is very good for running around gathering for sure. Did people already figure out how stats scale? Like how much HP from stamina, the DPS? Well, HP from stamina is easy to check. But the DPS increase from strength is a little bit more difficult. But HP from stamina, so this item has 1 stamina on it and 0 HP. So if I look at my HP, I have 2188, and that drops it around to 2180. So I'm gaining 8 health per stamina. Super easy to check. And that changes based on your level, though. At level 1, it's not 8. It goes up as you level higher. But strength goes up with your physical damage. Based on your strength, gives you higher physical damage, etc. But no, we don't really know how those stats scale. We don't know the formulas. Going rogue or wizard, I'm prepared for the suffering. I figured they eventually get them right. Yeah. Hopefully they have wizard and rogue right at the start of early access. At least in a good place. I think wizards are going to be at, like... Playing a wizard is going to be something where... Very few people, I think, are going to end up playing it and getting to the high level. And raids are going to want to have wizards because of their ability to burn. Like, they burn mobs very quickly. Like, if you get in a raid, I can think of one raid in particular where you want to burn down 2 adds very quickly. And that's where wizards are going to come into play. So you're going to basically say, hey, wizards in the group, burn down these first 2 mobs very quickly so we don't have to deal with them anymore. Because those 2 mobs hit very hard, and then you have the tanks having to tank that. So basically what it is there's 3 mobs in the fight. You have the main enemy, and then you have 2 adds. Those 2 adds are the most devastating part of the fight. And you have to factor that into the healing. So you have to keep those 3 tanks alive until you burn down the 2 adds. If you have enough wizards, you burn down one of the adds very quickly. And that makes the fight substantially easier. So, you know, wizards are going to be very, very beneficial in-game. How does the fighter kit feel as a high level? Does it seem pretty fleshed out? How's the rotation? Fighter from level 15 to 60 is the exact same class. It doesn't change. So if you get a fighter level 15, you know exactly how it feels. And it's literally just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's it. It's not like it's not a fun class to play by any means. Pretty sure int and wisdom scale spell damage heals. It's about that, yeah. It's about 1% per 20, give or take. I think they need to up that a little bit more. Absolutely need to up that a little bit more. Like, what they should do, in my opinion, and people are going to hate me for saying this, but what they should do is lower the amount of base heals. Like the amount of healing that you get, lower that amount across the board for all heals, and increase the amount of bonus you get from wisdom. Do the same thing for damage. Lower heal or lower damage across the board, and then increase the amount you get. The reason that they should do that is because it would make those classes more gear dependent, especially as you get to higher levels. Right now, those classes are not very gear dependent. Waiting on more race options, but once the interesting ones come out, I'm going to roll a druid and level up just to run a taxi service. Yeah, I think you got to go level 24 or something to be able to teleport back and forth. Just waiting on devs to show some of the art. Wolf form might change in the various races like Deep Gnome. Oh, that's going to be really cool, yeah. That's what it seemed like. Pretty basic so far. Yeah. It's very basic. The fighter is probably the most basic of classes. Literally stand in front of mob, turn on auto attack, and spam 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Basically all they do. Now there are things like kick at the right time, stun at the right time, use your defensive cooldowns at the right time. There are those things. Like, I think my acrobatics is maxed. Yeah, my acrobatics is maxed now, so I could probably take kick off my rotation and just use it as needed. I need to do that. I need to set up one of my mouse buttons to be kick. Are we going back to the same place from last night? Did we need more stuff from there, right? The belt. Okay. That's okay. Yeah, Grimtide would be good. I mean, I know there's stuff there. I know there's a weapon I want out of Grimtide, but I mean, it's the rare drop, so... outside of that, though, I don't know what other gear there is for everybody else. Well, we'll see where everybody wants to go tonight. I'm good with whatever. I just want to make sure that we're getting some gear upgrades for people, so we can continue to do better stuff. Yeah, well, I'll get 55 and I'll triple attack here shortly, which will help a little bit. I mean, you know, I'll finally be 25% more DPS than everybody else. Are you focusing on agility stat, or does it really scale like pure defense from gear? Agility is good, yeah, when you're tanking. It's very good. But for a DPS, like for tanking for an XP group, I wouldn't really worry about it too much, unless you're taking too much damage and the healers can't keep up. But there's not a lot of agility gear in the game, especially like plate gear that has agility on it. It's not super common. Like, I thought about doing that for, at character creation, maxing out agility. And I'm still debating if I'm going to do that or not. Because if I max out agility, it'll just make me that much better. And it's going to be harder. It's going to be harder to cap agility than it will be to cap, you know, strength, stamina, or maybe even dex. And dex isn't really even that needed. I don't recommend anybody putting points into dex. Well, not anybody. Like, I don't recommend tanks putting points into dex. You like 30? Yeah. Well, it's like 20, 28, I think, is the max you can get. But yeah. So that could be one way to go, and then you could get agility through jewelry. So like if I put 10 points into dex in the beginning, so I would be at, like, let's say I'd be at 60 from that, and then I could get another 10 points from jewelry right now. Maybe 15. What does this have on it? This has 3 agility. So I could get another 12 points from that. I could be sitting around like 70 agility, 70, maybe 75 agility if I focused on it. If I actually had the correct jewelry, I would actually have another, let's see, 2. I could probably get 80 agility right now if I would have put the 10 points in at the beginning and then focused on it. Plus the 5%. Yeah, you could take Agile as your trait, which is a good choice for a trait. People don't realize it's a good choice, but min-maxers would understand it. Because let's say I have 150, or let's say I have 100 agility, and I use the Agile ability, then that's going to give me 150 agility, right? That's going to just increase my dodge, block, and parry quite a bit. The problem with that is, currently anyway, is that that skill, that trait, it shares the same cooldown as your racial ability trait. And I play a dwarf that has a good tanking racial ability. So I can't do both of those things. So I would only get the 5%. I wouldn't be able to use the long cooldown on it. So it's just a matter of, are they going to change that? Should they change that? That kind of stuff. So I'm probably going to go dwarf right now. A dwarf fighter, and then I might go magic resist. I might go fortitude. But we'll see. Would pumping dex over strength on an archer be the way to go? Better hit yellow and red con mobs. I mean, you would be able to hit yellow and red con better, yes. But strength increases the archer's damage. So I would rather increase their damage. You really shouldn't be. They really need to make it to where you're not fighting yellow and red con mobs in this game. Currently, you can do that because the game is too easy. That's the reason. You really should be fighting mobs that are blue con. Like, I think that they need to adjust the game so that you're fighting those. Like, if you go and fight a yellow con mob, it should be hard. But it's just currently not the case. I mean, it is harder, but it's not. You're probably not going to die if you're in a group fighting a yellow con. What does Dex do? Dex increases your hit rate and your proc chance. So, here, I'll show you. If we go down to my hits, this is me hitting. This is every time I hit. But if we go to combat, melee hit, melee miss, mine. So, you see me, this is how often I hit, right? I'm not getting very many misses. There's a miss right there. A miss right there. Like, so dexterity, increasing my dexterity would reduce these misses. So I've had, what, 4 or 5 misses so far out of this fight? 6? We'll say it's 6. We'll say it's 7. 8. 9. 10. So I had 11 misses in that fight. So if I were to increase my dexterity, how much do I need to increase it to eliminate those misses? Right? That's what you really need to look at. And then how much is that going to increase my overall DPS? So is it worth pumping points into dexterity? Is it not worth pumping points into dexterity? That's something we really don't know yet. But 11 misses versus however many hits I had. Is it let's say I had 100 total hits there with 11 misses. So it's like a 10% miss rate. I could increase my DPS by 10% if I got all of those as hits. But if I just stacked a bunch of dexterity and increased my hit rate by those 10 hits, how much strength am I losing by doing that? And does it does me losing that strength factor in more or less of that 10%? It's kind of like that's the whole math you have to do on it. And how much dexterity do I really need to get 100% hit rate? Like, even if I had like 100 dexterity right now, I don't know that I'd be hitting 100% of the time. So I could go up by 40 dexterity. Let's say that I took away 40 strength and went up by 40 dexterity. And now I'm hitting 5% more of the time. So I'm gaining 5% hit rate. But that 40 strength lowered my average hit by 5%. It's kind of a wash. Any traits you suggest for making life easier at low levels, like survivalists and such? Not really. I mean, there's some that can make low levels easier, I guess, but the thing is, the low levels aren't really a big deal. Like, you're going to level through them so quickly, and it really won't matter. It might speed up your process from, like, level 1 to 10 by a very small amount. But overall, over the grand scheme of things, it's not going to make a big difference. Oh my gosh. This mobs need to separate. Fly opposite directions. Now, on a Spellblade, because of the proc chance of dexterity, you absolutely want to focus on dex. Now, you still want to have decent strength on a Spellblade, because a lot of their damage still comes from their melee damage, but they also get a lot from their procs. So you want to have very high dex on a Spellblade. Preferably without sacrificing much strength. So like a Spellblade would want Black Sapphire, or Black Sapphire. No, not Black Sapphire, sorry. They're going to want Fire Emerald. Fire Emerald is going to be strength and dex, which is really good. Spellblade is only a DPS. It can off-tank temporarily. It is not a tank class. Spellblade would feel really bad as a tank, though. Because a Spellblade would be like, they would have to sacrifice too much. Like, I don't mind as my tank to sacrifice some strength and sacrifice some dex to raise my stamina and my agility. I don't mind doing that at all because it just makes me tank better. But a Spellblade would not want to sacrifice, if they were a tank, they would not want to sacrifice their strength and agility to gain dex. Or, sorry, their stamina and agility to gain strength and dex. That would really hurt them a lot. 2 thumbs up for your roll videos. Very informative and new player friendly. Keep up the great work. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. We'll be doing new ones of those that are not outdated probably in May as we get more information in this game and the roles become more ironed out. Because right now there's just some kind of gray area based on some choices that were made. Back to finishing tank. Hope you're having a good day. Yeah, having a pretty good day. I can't complain. I'm getting kind of hungry, though, so I want to get to level 55. And then I want to go get something to eat. And then we'll see where we're at. Maybe we'll start seeing people get on. Kaz will probably be on soonish. $54 hell level. Every level from 51 to 59 are hell levels. Yes. They are all bad. That's pretty good. Yeah, those are very mana inefficient. But dotting should be good because the TTK is pretty slow for a duo. Oh, that's pretty good, yeah. No, I think it's a really good class. I think it's good where it's at right now. Yeah. Charm Ghost. Yeah, I think I'm gonna ask Sean today if he streams to check on level 49, if I remember. Because I don't know. 49 just seems wacky. It really seems like it's a hell level. Probably 2 more kills and I should level. And I'm gonna go grab something to eat real quick. Okay. What? All right. Hopefully this kill will get me to 55. Hopefully. Because I'm really hungry. I need to go get some food. I also need to check in with the lady, see how the internet is working. Seems to be working okay. So we might be switching our internet provider. Well, I did switch the internet provider today, for today. Yay, we did it. All right, I'm gonna go make some sandwich or something real quick. All right, guys, I'll be back in just a minute. I'm just gonna go make a sandwich, get something, stretch my legs, all that kind of stuff. I'll be back in a few minutes. All right, I'm back. Do you want me to run down and get triple attack, or are we just going to stay here until people get on and I can get it then? I mean, it's not a big deal really either way. I don't think it's going to increase my DPS that much. Because I'd have to run all the way to town and then back. Alright, yeah. We're just, whenever people get on, I can run to town real quick. I just have to remember. Hey, what's going on, Houdini? How are you? Let's pull these mobs over here. Alright, I'm gonna start pulling then. Welcome back. Thank you so much. We just took a quick lunch break. What happened to Pantheon? A lot. Yeah, you slowpoke. Why did you charm the roamer? That thing's gonna aggro you, by the way, if you stay right there. Okay. There it goes. Yeah. Is there AoE damage? There is, yeah, but it's not very common. Be curious how their next update is, though. Always room for more MMOs. On which one? On Pantheon, or are you talking about... Nothing, actually. They never did anything. Oh, yeah, you're talking about Pantheon? Yeah. Pantheon's just... Yeah, whatever. They have not done justice for that game. It's been bad. There any talks about upping the ticks per mana regen or mana tick buffs? There are items in the game that give you mana regen. So they have talked about that. And they will be probably adding more in with that. I just hit it. I'm literally 1 kill in, or 2 kills in. And this person's over here camping all this stuff now. Duo's way better XP than this full group. Stupid. Probably just while we were at lunch. I just noticed him for the first time. I mean, it's fine. Like, we won't pull that much stuff. Well, as a duo, we don't. With 3, we might need a little bit more. Charm Pet, like, triples our DPS. Is Monster Memories similar to Pantheon? How does it feel to play in comparison? Monsters and Memories is very, very similar to what Pantheon was supposed to be. Yes. It's like an EQ1 successor. Pantheon now is kind of going more WoW, like WoW Classic direction. Is feels like the direction they're trying to go with it. Now, where they'll end up, I have no clue. But that is currently what is happening. I prefer Monsters and Memories over Pantheon when it comes to like an EverQuest 1 successor, personally. I like Pantheon for what it was, but I didn't like the company design, what they kept doing, like how they keep reiterating things, changing things so much. I didn't like that. Which, to be honest, Monsters and Memories has done a little bit of too. But hopefully, you know, that they've got a direction that they're going. They have an idea of what they want. They started to deviate from that, and now they're course correcting back over to where they wanted it to be. Rather than what Pantheon did, which is here's where they want to go, and then they deviated from that, and then they just decided to go even farther in that direction. That's what ended up happening with them, and why I'm just kind of like, Pantheon's kind of out for me. Pantheon feels like they have no devs. I swear I haven't updated the game in a year. Yeah, it's they've done updates. You know, Pantheon has had some things, but their development speed is very slow. But you have to also think about, like, that's a company with, you know, spending money on things. They only had like 8 or something actual developers in that game. But yeah, it was a whole thing. Like, they're actually paying people. They have like an HR. They have, you know, managers, and they have all sorts of people within that company that don't develop the game at all. Whereas this game, this Monsters and Memories, has more people actually developing the game. Your pet's following you. Should be another one to the right. Just a little further down though, but it'll roam pretty far sometimes. Yeah, I usually only pull 2 from over there, but there's 4 total that are over there. You gonna play AOA? Maybe. They have money? Well, you know, people say they have money. Oh my god, dude. This guy coming over here, now we don't have enough mobs to kill. This is really annoying. I don't know, that guy right there. Well, he got lucky that he didn't aggro a second one there, but I'm pulling one. Monsters of Memory came out of nowhere. Was it Kickstarter? Anybody know? No, Monsters of Memories has only been in development for about 5 years. It wasn't popular until about 6 months ago. Like, that's when it kind of became mainstream. Hey, he's got to have a healer over there, then. But yeah, AOA is out. AOA's got testing right now for like the next 5 days or something. I don't plan on playing it now. AOA is kind of my fallback game. If Monsters of Memories doesn't work out, I'll play that. AOA is very good, much better than Monster Memories, in my opinion. Yeah, I mean, I think it's great. I think it's great in a lot of ways, for sure. Did they get a big donation recently or investment? Who, AOA or Monsters of Memories? AOA is Adrulan Online Adventures. Adrulan Online Adventures. No, Monsters of Memories has not made any money. They have made $0 so far. It's been self-funded 100%. That's why, like, I feel like Monsters of Memories, if they start making money with June's early access, you know, they could really make this game awesome. So we just have to see what happens. You know what they've done. They've spent $150,000 or whatever on this game. That's it. Whereas Pantheon has spent, we'll say, $30 million. Pretty big difference. I think Adrulan Online, though, is also mostly a volunteer team. And I think it's mostly volunteer and self-funded, I believe. So I'm definitely interested to see how they do. And I'm you know, supportive of what they are doing so far. Compared to Star Citizen in funding? Yes. Yeah, billion-dollar games, you know, they're... I stunned it. Yeah, where the heck's that going? Joke? Yeah, I know it's a joke. I got you. Nothing really compares to Star Citizen. Like, that game, that was just crazy. That whole situation is crazy. I would say maybe Ashes of Creation would be the next closest thing to Star Citizen. I think if Ashes of Creation continued, and it didn't hit whatever happened with it, it would have definitely been a very much a Star Citizen situation. But yeah, Ashes of Creation, them putting it out on Steam and dealing with all that kind of hurt it. Oh my god, dude, this is so annoying. Somebody coming up here and just like starts pulling. So frustrating. Now there's literally no mobs up. Yeah. Ink. Lost interest in Ashes? I mean, everybody did. I lost interest in that game as soon as I found out it was a PvP focused game. I was just like, nope, I'm out. That's not what I want. I knew instantly I didn't want it. I would disagree with that, Fantasy Freak. That's like the community feel. The community thinks, or people in general think, that Monsters and Memories is trying to be EverQuest. But Monsters and Memories is not trying to be EverQuest. But it's very closely based on that. But so is Adrulan Online in a sense, right? It's also very much based on that old school feel. But I feel like that Adrulan Online has done more to differentiate itself with its classes, which is really all that they have above Monsters and Memories right now. Is like their classes are more fleshed out, or they feel more fleshed out, and they feel more unique. Whereas Monsters and Memories definitely went the route of EverQuest with their class design for the most part. So, like, you know, the comparison is easy to make there. But, yeah, we'll have to see what they do. Like, I know Monsters and Memories is trying now to change their classes some, which is something that I kind of agree and disagree with, but that's a whole other story. Somehow Steven came back and said, I need more money to finish it. People would absolutely keep giving him money, yeah. Yeah, I understand what you're saying, Fantasy Freak. What I'm saying is the community as a whole is trying to equate this game to EverQuest very, very, very closely. They want to try to find every single similarity between this game and EverQuest. And that's what's talked about a lot. That's what people see when they play it. But it has its differences. But very seldomly people talk about it. They don't want to focus on those. They focus on the similarities of EverQuest. But I think there's a lot of similarities between EverQuest and Adrulan Online. I could make a lot of comparisons there as well. Like a ton of comparisons there. But I try not to do that. They're their own games. I feel like Adrulan Online is its own game, and EverQuest is its own game, and Monsters and Memories is its own game. They all bring something good to the table. Like, you know, I'm not going to be blinded by my opinion of one or other of the games, you know. It plays like EQ, Corpse Recovery XP loss. Yeah, but so does Adrenaline Online. Like, they kind of all do, right? All three of the games play very similarly. How many are in the beta, do you think? There are about 2,500 people total-ish that have access to the beta. Something around there. There are, let's see. Oop. There are 360 currently online. EQ, Eminem are mud-like. They are, yeah. They are. I think the biggest difference, like, people want to equate Monsters and Memories to EverQuest because it looks similar with the old school style graphics, whereas more people would see Adrenaline Online Adventures and think, oh, it's just a Minecraft mod, right? So in the same way that people associate Monsters and Memories to EverQuest, people are saying Adrenaline Online is just Minecraft. But they're different. But they look the same. So it's very easy to kind of make those comparisons, you know? I'm pulling one from the back. But I think they're all different, and I think there's a good and bad to all of them. You know. I think Adrenaline's doing a great job with what it's doing, though. I like it. I like the direction they're going. Quality of life, Adrenaline added, is great, and I don't think stands away from the game at all. Yeah, I think the quality of life from Adrenaline is probably in a better place. I feel like that's something that Monsters and Memories is doing that I just don't agree with in a lot of ways. Is their lack of quality of life just for the lack of quality of life. Like, it just feels bad. Like, why they're doing that, I have no idea. I mean, I get it. I understand their reasoning or whatever. But I just don't know why they think that's a good idea going forward with this game. So, you know, there's definitely things I don't like about Monsters and Memories. But ultimately, I still think it's the better game for me. What context of what? I don't know what you're talking about. Is there a particular quality of life you're speaking about? Well, there's a lot of things in this game. Like the absolutely zero map whatsoever. That's one of the things. The game is super dark at night, which is kind of weird. Like, it's really, really dark, even if you have infravision or whatever. They refuse to put melody into the game for bards, and bards are really tedious to play and kind of annoying. It's just a lot of those little things that keep adding up like that. You know, I could probably, if I sit down and think about it long enough, I could probably come up with some more. You know, it's just, I don't understand the direction, why they're choosing certain things. And like I don't mind the map situation. I don't mind that at all. Like, not having a map is a fun thing to do. And it changes the game in some ways, which are for the better, right? But it's not just one of those things. It's the culmination of all of those things together, and it's just like, why are we making it Why are we making all of these things, like so many of them, or taking them away or whatever? It just, some of it just feels kind of weird. Feel like you'll lose players for lack of quality of life? Probably, but you'll also gain players for lack of quality of life, because there's some people that don't want it. You know? You'll never gain players. You will gain players from lack of quality of life. Yeah. You can. But, you know, there's going to be far more players that would play the game for having more quality of life features than you're going to lose. Spellbooks, yeah. Spellbooks is another one that I would put in that list of why do we have spellbooks that drop when you die and you have to go and record and recover them, and like that also feels kind of weird and bad, but yeah. Do bards get melody in AoE? They do, yes. They do. The dull color palette in general? I mean, yeah, but that's an art style thing. I mean, to me, it's more about gameplay than it is about the art. Like, it's just stylized. It's just stylized. You know, I don't mind it at all. But other players might. I mean, yeah, like, I'm not a big fan of abstract art. You know, I think certain art styles look kind of silly. I'm not a big fan of... I don't like the blockiness of AoE, right? I just don't like it. But I wouldn't not play it just because of the blocky characters. But some people will, in the same way that they're going to look at this game and say, hey, this game has dull colors. I don't like it because it's dull colors. Well, that game's got block characters. You know, they're going to look at it the same way. I don't think either one of those are really, you know, like a fair argument point, to be honest. I didn't like World of Warcraft graphics. Still played that for a long time. So it really doesn't affect me. I'm sure it affects some people, though. You hate the WoW copy-paste racials? What do you mean the WoW copy-paste racials? I mean, are there even any races in Adrulan Online, or is everybody a human? I haven't really looked in it close enough, but every character I've seen looks the same in Adrulan Online, so I could make that same comparison. But again, don't care about that. I thought Ultima Online was an amazing game. Everybody's a human, you know? So it doesn't really affect me. Congrats to 55. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. The map makes sense if they're going to have a cartography system. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense with the cartography system coming in the game and all that. But like I said, it's not just about the maps. It's about all of these features, and they took out so many things quality of life-wise. And then eventually it all adds up, and you're like, wait a minute now. Like, why do we have all of these things taken out? The map being one of the many. So, yeah, I personally like the game not having maps, right? I really, I like it, but some people won't. And I think some people won't play the game because it doesn't have maps. I think it's a silly reason, but I understand the reasoning for that one. Bard melody situation, that one I can agree with. Yeah, but that's the thing. You're picking out one at a time, right? That's literally what I'm trying to say. You're saying the maps is one thing. You're saying that the night vision is one thing. You're saying that the melody is one thing. I'm saying all of these together create a specific quality of life situation, right? It's not just the one thing. It's all of them. I don't know if they died or evac or what. Hey, what's going on, Shira? How are you? Nah, I didn't go close enough. No map is one of the selling points for Eminem. Yeah, it is. Yeah, like not having a map is absolutely a selling point for some players. Eminem, Dwarf Iron Skin, Ogre Smash, Gnome Escape, all copy paste from WoW. I mean, are they really a copy and paste from WoW? Or did WoW copy them from something else? Or are those just kind of, you know, things that those races have been known to do in fantasy for decades? People want to compare things to WoW, but WoW wasn't the first. It wasn't the first. What are we going to say? Oh, it's got troll regen because WoW had it. Like, come on, guys. It's more like D&D racials. Right? Which WoW also copied. And a lot of games do. So, like, I don't know. I don't agree with the WoW comparison there. How do you navigate Monsters Memories? Movement of the sun. Is there another indication? So yeah, the sun rises in the east, sets in the west. That's one way. You also have spells in, like the spellcasters have like a true north spell that when you cast it, it points you north, no matter where you are, whether you're in a dungeon or whatever. So that's another way you could do it. And then also just learning, just knowledge, you know, understanding where you are in the world and how to navigate that way, which is something that I prefer. Like when you're talking about the game not having a map, I love it because you learn the area, you learn the world. You actually look around where you're at and say, I recognize this location. I know how to get to this other location from this location. I really like that. But I get some people are not going to like it. You know, on the flip side of that, it's nice to have a map that you can just open up and be like, this is where I'm at. You know, definitely the quality of life there is very nice. I like it. I barely use a map outside game. There's enough landmarks to not really need one. Yeah, and there's some big landmarks in this game too. There's like giant landmarks, you know, in certain areas, like the giant green castle. If you're looking at the giant green castle, you know that, like, that right there, that giant green castle. I know where I am in relation to, you know, certain things based on that castle. So I like that. I think the landmark kind of stuff is fun. But again, not everybody's going to like it. It's not for everyone. Part of the fun with old school is hard to use third-party tools like handmade maps. I think it would be cool to have something in the middle. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping they do with cartography, is they have like more player-created maps through the cartography skill, and then you buy those maps from the other players. You know, like I go into Fallen Pass, I turn on my cartography skill, and I start running around the zone, and it maps out the zone. That would be a really cool feature. And then I can take that map and sell it to another player and say, here you go, there's your map of this zone based on my skill as a cartographer. I don't know if they're going to do that or not, but I think it's a really good idea. D&D doesn't have those racials? So you're telling me that D&D doesn't have the, like, dwarves are better... They're more hardy. They have more health and stuff. Like, that's where they all came from. They're not done the exact same way. Drulin Online is going to do the exact same thing, right? Are there even, like, we didn't answer the question. Does a Drulin Online even have races, or is it everybody human? Because we didn't actually answer that, I don't think. Because if they only have humans, It kind of defeats the entire argument of the races. To be honest, it's not that difficult to get a hand drawn. I don't need to freak that fantasy. You're trying to argue with me on something that is pointless to argue, because you're trying to say how Monsters and Memories is a direct copy of a different game and how Adrenaline Online is a better game because it doesn't have those direct copies of other things, right? That's your argument. So based on that, tell me how Adrenaline Online is a better game because it has everybody's the same race, right? It has 12 races. Okay, what do those races do? What do they do? And I guarantee you can directly compare them to another game and say, oh, those are copy and paste. That's the point that I'm trying to make. I'm not saying that Adrenaline Online is a bad game, but that's what people are hearing for some reason because they're super fanboys of whatever game, right? Adrenaline Online's a great game. It's got a lot of things going for it. I think it's fantastic. I love it, and I wish them the best success in that. I'm not trying to hate on it. I'm not commenting on things I don't know about. I literally asked a question, and you're getting upset about it. You're getting mad because somebody is talking poorly about your beloved game. You gotta open your mind to things, man. Open your mind. Twink. You said everyone's the same race? No, I said, is everyone the same race? Because I have watched Adrenaline Online, I've looked at it, and I asked the question, is everyone the same race? To which you did not answer. Somebody else in chat answered. Mike did. So thank you, Mike. I appreciate you answering the question. You see, you're hearing what you want to hear because you're so defensive of that game. It's okay. Like, just open your mind to things. You want to hate on something else because you're so into another thing. I'm not hating on Adrenaline Online. I think it's a fantastic game. I think they're doing great things over there. I love their classes. I love, all the things that they're doing, except for the blocky art. Not a big fan of that. But, that's an art style, and I, appreciate and I applaud them for doing it. I'm talking positively about the game, where for some reason you're not able to see that. You're just blinded because somebody says one negative thing about it, and then you're like, oh my God, you hate the game. You're wrong about everything. That's the problem. That's the problem. Every multiplayer game ever is a direct copy of Pong. In some ways, yeah. I'm not defensive about Monsters and Memories. I say things about Monsters and Memories that I don't like all the time. And people tell me that I'm super negative about Monsters and Memories. That's the funny thing. You can't see that because you're so defensive about AOA. So you see me talking about Monsters and Memories in a positive light because I prefer Monsters and Memories. And you prefer AOA, but you don't want to see how one game is different than the other. I think they're different games, and I think they both have positive things in them. But you don't want to see me saying that. You don't want to hear that from my side because you don't like Monsters and Memories. That's the problem. That keeps happening a lot in these games. Same thing happens with Pantheon. Same thing happens with Ashes of Creation. All the time. It's constantly happening in these communities. You guys are the problem. You don't realize it, but y'all are the problem because you're constantly trying to compare this game to this game to this game to this game. And then when somebody says something bad about the game that you like compared to the other game, all you can do is say, that game is bad because of this. My game's perfect. That game is bad. Rather than say, oh, I can totally see objectively how the game that I like also has its flaws. Right? That's the problem with it. And too many people are doing it in all of these communities. I point out things that I like about all of these games and things that I don't like about all of these games. That's being objective, and I'm looking at them from all different angles. And you may agree or disagree with the things that I like or don't like, because that's an opinion. But I'm not saying, oh, well, Monsters and Memories, has everything great about it, and Drooling Online sucks. I'm not doing that. But I'm also going to say when people are wrong, oh, it's a copy. You said it was a copy and paste of World of Warcraft. Every racial's a copy and paste from World of Warcraft. Well, that's just wrong. That's incorrect information. Sure, there are things that are copy and paste from World of Warcraft. Where do you think melodies from AOA came from? Oh, that's a copy and paste of EverQuest. Ha ha! They did it wrong because they're copy and pasted. You see what I'm saying? It's a stupid argument. It's a really, really dumb argument. Like, everything comes from somewhere. There's a reason for it. And copying and pasting things, to some extent is okay. There's nothing wrong with that. Correct. You jumped into the middle of a conversation and then started to in the middle of a conversation, tell people how they're wrong about something when we already talked about it. They did copy and paste melody in AOA. You're pretending like it's not happening in Monsters. I didn't pretend it didn't happen in Monsters and Memories. Where did I say it didn't happen? Again, you're hearing what you want to hear because you're super defensive. Yes, Monsters and Memories copies things from EverQuest, World of Warcraft, Dungeons and Dragons, a lot of other games. They absolutely did. Where have I said otherwise? I haven't. Your defense of AOA is that Monsters and Memories did something that you didn't like. That's where we're at, where the problem is. Right? Like, you can't defend something by attacking something else. That's not a defense. I don't like AOA is the better game in my opinion, so Monsters and Memories sucks. Well, no, they can both be good games for different reasons. And I think they both are good games for different reasons. I prefer Monsters and Memories for various reasons. No, I did not admit they copy and pasted racials from WoW. I did not say that. You're continuing to hear things that I did not say. I said Monsters and Memories has copied things from EverQuest, from WoW, from D&D, from a lot of other games. They have. And they will. So did AOA. So your defense of AOA is an attack on Monsters and Memories for doing something that AOA also does. It's a very poor argument. Extremely poor argument. That's what I'm trying to get at. Anyway, let's go way back. Most fantasy copies Norse and Celtic. Yeah, they do. You're right, Rogue. There's people, they've been copying and pasting stuff for years. Where do you think gods come from? Does a video game have gods in it? Oh my God, they copied it from WoW. No. WoW got that from something else, which probably got it from something else, which probably got it from something else. Probably back for the last 10,000 years. You can find a place where it's all copied from. All these copied from authors of like Tolkien. Yeah, a lot, exactly. Tolkien kind of set up a lot of that stuff, You're a copy of your parents? Yeah, which were a copy of your grandparents, which were a copy of their parents, and so on and so forth. Like, I'm not defending Monsters and Memories, guys. It's funny to me when people are like, oh my God, you're just a fanboy of Monsters and Memories. And I'm like, what's funny to me about that is that I say a lot of negative stuff about this game, And I get a lot of people that hate on me for it and be like, "Oh, you clearly don't like the game. You should go and play something different." Well, no, I have opinions. There's a lot of things that I don't like about this game. You know, I'm not going to defend it blindly. You get annoyed when Critical goes on a negative rant? I'm sure a lot of people do. That's okay. We all know the World of Warcraft is the absolute standard for every single MMO. Absolutely, yep. World of Warcraft is it. That's where it all came from. Video game with gods in it, copied from ancient Mayans. It may be. How old are the Mayans? Who was older, the ancient Mayans or the Egyptians? I honestly don't know the answer to that. I'm pretty sure Mayans are older, aren't they? Egypt is older? So Egypt had gods, right? I think it's a poor argument to say everyone copies everyone, therefore we should just look past copy-paste design. Okay, but your argument was literally that Monsters and Memories copy and pasted racials. That was why you don't like Monsters and Memories. Correct or incorrect? That was one of the reasons. Correct or incorrect? And just that question. We're not going to talk about anything else. Literally not talk about anything else. Was that your argument? Frequency matters. Okay, then you can say that, right? That's the thing. Timer on what? 1 hour. You didn't say that, though. You said that the reason that you didn't like it was because they copied and pasted racials. And that was like a specific point that you really had to make. Not, I feel like Monsters and Memories copy and paste too many things from other games without creating more unique things, right? Without trying to find its own way, right? But you specifically chose the racials. So, I don't know. Maybe word your argument better. Maybe you mean iteration instead of copy and paste? Yeah, I don't know. If frequency matters, then your argument falls on itself because it's more EQ clone than WoW clone by far. I mean, yeah. It's a recent example. Yeah. I mean, I wasn't saying, like, you didn't hear me say that AOA is copying and pasted Minecraft graphics, and I don't like it because of that. No. I mean, that's the thing. It's just a bad argument. That, I guess, what do they call it? A bad faith argument or something? That's all it is. Everything is copy and pasted from somewhere. So if you nitpick because something is copy and pasted, if that is your argument, then that is your argument literally for every single game. It would never change. Like, I hate all games because they copied and pasted from something else. I could literally point out every single game that did that. Until you get back to Pong, like Burl said. In all seriousness, if every game ever, concept, put their own spin, iteration on it, nothing is 100% original anymore, let alone 50%. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. Yeah, you have to take stuff from other games. I mean, and then now we're getting to the point where games are starting to copyright specific parts of their game. Like, what about that Lord of the Rings game? What was that one called? That had the system, where you go after the orcs. It was the Nemesis system. Yeah, that they copyrighted that. I wish that they didn't copyright that. Because if they didn't copyright that, think of how many cool games we could have right now where that system being in the game would have made the game better. I think it's a great thing that it is a compliment when a game developer copies something from a different game because they're like, I like that feature. I love that. I think it's great and it fits our game. I'm going to copy that. I think it's awesome. Hey, it hasn't been used. Exactly. It should have been used a long time ago. We could have had some amazing games from that. So this spawn, this a named camp or just good XP? It's just easy XP, Troubadour. It's just easy XP for when we normally come here, like Gith and I will come here when it's just the two of us and we're duoing. Gith's working, I'm reading chat a bunch. It just makes it super easy for us to do the XP here. When we get more people on, we go and do something else. So that's the only reason. Why are the most unintelligent people so tribal? I mean, I don't know if that was a bash at me or not, but I'll take it. I'm very tribal, and I'm probably very unintelligent. I'm not the smartest cracker in the box. Shadows of Mordor? Yeah, Shadows of Mordor. I loved it. I loved it. That game is goated for it. I agree, right? It was amazing. I wish that we could copy more from that game. And then if people came in and said, why'd you copy and paste that? I'd be like, because it's good. Because it was awesome. It was a fantastic system that we need in more games. Please, copy and paste it more. Thank you. I appreciate that. Like 1,000%. WoW is different enough from EQ to stand on its own. Eminem has copied way too much. I would agree that Eminem has copied way too much. Yes, that is a valid, fair argument. You are absolutely correct, and that is one of my complaints about Monsters and Memories, is that it took too much from EverQuest to where people compare it to EverQuest directly, to the point where if you go on Discord, go on Reddit, somebody will say, you know, oh, this class needs this ability. And then somebody else will say, well, why do you think it needs that ability? Well, because EverQuest had it. I hate that argument. I am so against that argument. It's not even funny. Like, it is the worst, dumbest argument I have heard in a video game ever. Well, because EverQuest had it, we should put it in Monsters and Memories? No. Stupid. How about because it fits Monsters and Memories is why it should be in Monsters and Memories? Right? That is my argument. And I have made many, 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 many times. But the racials being a copy and paste, I'm okay with that. Sure. That's cool. It's fine. We have some new ones too. There's a hide ability with wood elves. I don't know. I'm sure these have been done with other classes or races before. You have tenacity on the humans. So humans have the ability to remove magical effects through tenacity. I'm sure that's been done in other games. You know, there's some new stuff. A drooling in 3 hours? Yeah, and I hope you guys have fun with it. I really do. Simpsons did it, right? Simpsons did it. Oh my god, dude, that's a fun one. Because I like to watch Family Guy. I'm a more Family Guy person than I am a Simpsons person. And it drives me nuts. What was that, though? That was South Park, right? Simpsons did it. That was like a whole episode of South Park. Yeah, that's another thing. Like, South Park and Family Guy and American Dad and Bob's Burgers and all of those cartoons, they probably copy Simpsons a lot. But hey, Simpsons did it first. But I mean, that's a compliment. In my opinion, it's a compliment. Bob's Burgers or nothing? You know, I like some Bob's Burgers episodes. Bob's Burgers is one that I can watch with the kids and not feel bad. Family Guy, I don't think I can watch that one with the kids. Sometimes, like certain episodes, I'm like, this is not kid friendly. But Bob's Burgers is usually, you know, I would say like 10, 11, 12-year-old or older. I think Bob's Burgers is okay. I like Bob's Burgers. Anyway, why do 1,000 titles still copy from JRPG? Oh yeah, dude. I want to get back to that JRPG format. I'm actually frustrated with Final Fantasy that after like Final Fantasy X, they started to go on this different direction from JRPGs and like create a whole new genre of JRPGs. I want to get back to that turn-based combat. And guess what happened? We had Game of the Year last year was a copy and paste turn-based strategy improved upon. Right? Like, come on. Expedition 33 was an amazing game. But ultimately, at its base level, it was just a copy and paste JRPG that they improved upon and they just made better. That's what I'm hoping for with Monsters and Memories and a Drooling Online, is take what we love about those old school games, bring them into a game today, and improve upon them. That's what I'm looking for, and I hope we can continue to do that. Free Jimmy Pesto. I love it. Yeah, you take what worked and make it better. Absolutely. And that's what they did with Expedition 33. They like the turn-based JRPGs is obviously a beloved thing, right? They added in some quick time events in there. They added in some customization of your abilities and your characters. They just did an amazing job with that game. Like, all around, amazing job with that game. I loved it. Every Final Fantasy after 7 was garbage. I thought Final Fantasy 10 was still pretty good. 10 was good. They went back to their roots a little bit with 10. I feel like 8 and 9 kind of strayed a little bit. 10 came back. 11 strayed a little bit. 12 was good for certain things. But yeah, I would agree, you know, for the most part, 7 is where it kind of ended. But 10 was good. You liked 8? Yeah. 9 was special to you? Yeah, and I think certain people are going to find certain ones that they liked a lot. I thought Final Fantasy 6 was the best one, personally. Like, I liked Final Fantasy 7, and I liked that, you know, they went 3D and all that, but there was something about that 2D top-down view that really was special to me. So, yeah. 10 strayed a lot. It was extremely linear. Plus, it forced you to use Waka. I mean, I don't know. I still enjoyed 10 a lot. I really enjoyed 10. 6 is still the best. Yeah, absolutely. 3 for the SNES. Yeah, that's Final Fantasy 3 on the SNES is the same as 6. So anybody that may or may not know that. I'm not trying to, like, knowledge drop on anybody, but like, yeah, I know what I'm talking about. I'm cool. I'm not trying to do that. But some people just don't realize that 3 and 6 are the same. But yeah, that was by far, in my opinion, the best one. It was amazing. I loved that game. I played through it several times. If they did a remake of any Final Fantasy, I wish that it would have been 6 and not 7. 6, 7. But yeah, Sabin is GOAT. Yeah, Sabin is awesome. I love all the characters, though. Locke was awesome in that. I like the... I don't know. I just like all of it. Like, Terra, her entire storyline and story arc was really good. Just the whole thing. I actually just bought 3 again for the SNES. Had to replace the battery inside the cartridge to get your file to say... Oh, my gosh. That's crazy. That's crazy. I don't think I've ever had a battery just not work. Man, I've got like the Legend of Zelda. Well, I had. My son now has it. The original Legend of Zelda. And it still has original saves on it. Legend of the Dragoon. Yeah, Legend of the Dragoon was good. Or Legend of Dragoon. Yeah, that was a good game too. Yeah, I love all those old school JRPGs, man. I wish we could get some copy and paste of those. Golly. Just copy and paste and improved upon. Be perfect. Monster Memory AOA, both copy sound cards. You know, they probably do have a copy of the sound card. They're all using those, oh my God, what was the name of the sound card way back when? God, I had one on my computer. When I played EverQuest 1, I had a sound card on there, and I forget what we called it. Anyway. Star Ocean was best. I liked Sound Blaster 16. Yeah, that's it. I had the Sound Blaster. Yes! I had a Sound Blaster. That thing was awesome. I loved that. I couldn't get into Star Ocean. Like, I played them, but I just really, I don't know. I couldn't get into it. I'm gonna give a bad take too. What was the Disney RPGs? I forget now. I always forget the names of them for some reason. I liked them. They were fun. But, yeah, Kingdom Hearts. Yeah. Kingdom Hearts. I liked them, but I didn't like that they went to action gameplay. I liked my turn-based gameplay, and I wish that they had not changed that. What's your hottest, most unpopular Monsters of Memory take? Mine? Charm is too strong. That's a very unpopular opinion, apparently. Charm is way too strong. Only the first Star Ocean is the only one that you like? Oh, the Voodoo GPUs. I do remember that. Yeah. I feel like Expedition 33 battle system took inspiration from Legend of Dragoon. Another go-to JRPG. Yeah, I mean, it had some stuff from there for sure. I think it took it from a lot of places. Your unpopular opinion is that Monsters of Memory shouldn't have raids at all. Is AOA going to have raids? Just out of a question. I haven't looked into it enough. Are they planning on having raids? I want raids to be in Monsters of Memories. That's partly why I like this game. I love EverQuest 1 raiding. Up to Velius era, maybe some of the Luclin era. Starting in Plains of Power, I started to lose interest in the raiding. Even though some of Plains of Power was fun and good, I don't know. Something about Plains of Power, I was like, I don't know about this. That's kind of where I stopped playing, though. Charm being too strong is definitely not a hot take. I mean, maybe not, but I get a lot of hate for it. I get a lot of hate. I think if they do something with Charm and they completely ruin it, people are going to come to my channel and be like, it's all because of you, Criddle. You're the whole reason. And I'm like, I am not the whole reason. I am just a vocal person about it. I assure you, a lot of people agree with me on the Charm situation. No idea, but I don't think they should either. Yeah, I don't know if their plan is to have raids or not. I mean, I would be okay with a game not having raids. Like, Ultima Online didn't have raids. Still a great MMORPG. Meridian 59 didn't have raids. Still a great MMORPG. I don't think that raids are required. But for a game like this, I think that raids definitely add things to it. But I think an MMORPG needs to have one of two things. This is just my opinion. Either at end game it needs to have raids, or it needs to have very well thought out PvP. Otherwise, what are you going to do once you hit max level? Right? Like Dark Ages of Camelot, the PvP was the highlight of that game. EverQuest, raids were the highlight of that game. I think even World of Warcraft, raids are the highlight of that game. At least in my opinion, they are. Their PvP is okay, but I still think raids are the highlight of World of Warcraft. Shadowbane, raids were cool. Yeah, I think raids, it's got to be raids or PvP. One of the two. I'd be happy if you were the reason. I mean, I would love to be the reason. You know, I wish that I was that important to where my singular views the devs listened to and said, hey, because Criddle said we should take Charm out, we're going to take it out. I wish that I had that much sway on this game. I do not. Despite what people might think, I do not. I know this because there's a lot of things that I would like to be changed in this game that are not going to get changed. So, you know, I am not that important, guys. I'm really not. No matter how much I think I am. You do extremely difficult group content? Yeah, but that's like Mythic Plus, right? That's like World of Warcraft Mythic Plus. That only holds people's interest for so long. Because it's easy to get, or easier to get 5 people together and go do that Mythic Plus content than it is to get 40 people together to go do a big raid. IDOCs were UO rating? What? Wait. What is an IDOC? Maybe I missed something. You're too modest? I don't know. People would disagree. Ultima Online had T mapping, though. So much more cool. Yeah, well, they started doing that later on, right? With, like, the mapping stuff. Think EQ Legends will kill this game? No. Not even remotely close. I mean, this game is going to be able to kill itself pretty easily. It's not going to need EQ Legends, to be honest. This game, if it doesn't do things right, will absolutely just dig its own grave. But EQ Legends is not going to kill any game. EQ Legends is going to be something that people play for a little bit, they have fun with, and ultimately get bored of and move on. Kind of like, hang on, I need some water. All right, sorry. EQ Legends is kind of like Guild Wars 1, right? It's just people playing the game solo. They're playing an MMO solo. That's it. It's very, very little group content. There's gonna, yeah, like they're saying, like Grand said here, it's gonna have like 8-man raid content and stuff, but it's gonna, I don't think it's gonna do well at all. I mean, THJ I think did well because it was unique as a fresh spin on an emulated thing. You know, I hope that I wish them luck. I wish them luck. I don't think it's going to do well. But is it going to be one of those things where you pay your monthly sub to EverQuest and you also get access to EQ Legends? I don't know what they're billing, how they're going to do that. But if it's just part of having EverQuest access, sure, it might bring in a few extra people. I don't think it's going to do well at all. How about the famous Camelot Unchained? Oh, jeez. Camelot Unchained is a whole other mess. That's an Ashes of Creation mess to me. If you don't have the design raids, you can make a ton of group content instead. I mean, yeah, but do you not think that the good group content and I don't know. I think it's easier to design a raid than it is to design like a bunch of group content that people can go. I don't know. Maybe it isn't. Think EQ Legend. I mean, I don't know. The main focus of this game is going to be not raid content. So this game will have raids, but that will not be its main focus. So I don't know. I don't think that this game having raids is really going to take away too much. Whereas like in EverQuest, raids became the focus. Every single expansion was all about what's the next raid. So I don't know. We'll see. EQ Legends already slated as a casual game. Yep. The whole server comes out, tries to kill each other for free for all rare loot. That drops from cascading. Wait, what? That was the I thing? IDOCs? I've never even tried that. I don't know what that is. Playing with cheat codes is novel and fun for a short time. That's, yeah, I agree with that, Donkey. 100%. That's where I think EQ Legends is going to fail. Is it's like going into playing any game and typing in a cheat code. And being like, look at me. I have everything that I need kind of thing. Ah. Sorry, I'm trying to save Stein there, and I was doing a terrible job of it because I wasn't paying attention to what was going on. It's just going to be trivialize all content and kill the social aspect, not even going to check it out personally. Yeah, that's why I don't think that EQ Legends is going to kill this game, because EQ Legends is literally the opposite of this game. There we go. It's literally the opposite. It's taking an MMO and making it single player. This game is taking an MMO and trying to make it social again. Whereas like EverQuest originally was social. World of Warcraft Classic was a social game. This game is trying to do that again because all of the other MMOs that are coming out have become more and more and more antisocial and more about just being a solo player. So like I don't like that. I really don't like it. And I hope we see less of that. I have no idea what AOA's stance is on it. I want to say AOA is trying to be more social as well, from what I understand of that game and from what I've looked into. But I'm not going to pretend to know a lot about that game. I know enough to know that I would probably like it if Monsters and Memories was not a thing. I do know that. You also don't have to worry about raid balance or raid items ruining group balance. Well, yeah, but you still need to have better gear from that group stuff, right? You want to have very hard group content. That's going to ruin all of your other non-hard group content because that gear is going to be better. So I don't see that being the case. I just don't see it. I think that, Mythic Plus content is just honestly, it's just a smaller group raid content. Which, if you say, oh, I'm going to make extremely difficult group content, that's your Mythic Plus content. And I really feel like it's just like taking a raid and making it smaller group. Instead of having multiple groups, you just have one group. I really don't see the difference. I don't know. Maybe I'm missing something there. I'm going to do EQ just to make a monk in plate armor with critical hits and shaman slows. It'll be a great time for about a week. Yeah, and I hope people have fun with it. I hope people have fun with EQ Legends. I personally will not be playing it. Separate sub, but I think it will do okay initially. Solo experience. So after the content, it might not be last. Yeah. I agree. I agree with that. Now, are they going to be making EQ Legends like a lot of instance-based content? I'm guessing they are, right? So that would kind of, I don't know, it just takes it away from me. If I wanted to play something like that, I'd play Diablo. Make my crazy super overpowered character, blast through a bunch of mobs and go through the dungeons. I like to play Diablo in short bursts. But the reason that Diablo is not an MMO and is season-based is because people get tired of it after, a few weeks or a month or something. I mean, Diablo and, the heck was the other one? Path of Exile. People play those at the start of seasons, and then they kind of get tired of it and they move on. That, to me, is what EQ Legends is going to be kind of like. You're going to start it at the beginning of the season. You're going to play through it. You're going to get bored with it. You're going to leave the game. You might come back later, if they add another season or something. People on Monster Memory Discord crying about how bad Charm is. Usually trio with Charm. Yeah, Charm is very, very strong. Very strong. People that are crying about it and saying that Charm is bad clearly don't understand the game mechanics. And then there's other people that are also just trying to start fights and arguments on Discord because they think it's funny. They're just, I don't know. I don't like those kind of people. They bother me. And then there's also people that play Charm classes that don't want it to get nerfed because they like to be super overpowered. So you have 3 different groups of people that are advocating for Charm to stay the way it is, and then one group of people that are like, nope, Charm is too strong, it's not balanced, and it needs to be changed. So it looks very skewed. But anybody that can look with an open mind at it, look at it from a different perspective, look at it from a different class perspective, player perspective, whatever, they'll see that Charm is bad. I would say anyone with an ounce of intelligence, but that might insult some people that I don't intend to insult. But honestly, anyone with an ounce of intelligence can see that Charm, in its current state, is bad for the health of the game. Monster Memory Charm doesn't seem that good to me at lower levels, but I'm not that experienced with the game yet. At lower levels, it's probably not that great because it requires, well, now it's not that great because it requires charisma. But if you get enough charisma, you actually make Charm a lot stronger because it's easier to maintain with enough charisma. And Charm itself is a very, very, very strong ability. The enemies in the game are equally twice the damage of any other class in the game. So why would I not want to put a Charm character or charmed enemy in my group over any other DPS class? If my charmed mob is doing twice the amount of DPS, it's a clear advantage. It's so easy to see that I don't understand how people don't see it, which is why I think that some people are just trolling when they don't want charm nerf. Don't say the C word. Yes, the charm word is very triggering. I'm guessing you play on your own server like Minecraft, kinda. You host a session. For EQ Legends? No, I think EQ Legends is a full world, but you can go into your own instances of different things. I think is how they're going to do it. It's going to be very much like playing Guild Wars, in my opinion. Like the way that I see it, it's going to be a lot like playing Guild Wars. Team Nerf Charm, yes. Devs should have a clear directive if they value balance. They really should, yeah. I agree with that. But there are people out there, Burluck, that don't like the word balance when it comes to this game. They think that's a naughty word. Yeah. Like, I don't know. It's weird. I understand what they mean by it, but they're not thinking, again, they're not thinking through the entire thing. Critics they have always been bad. What? Why is it offensive? Because of a plumber or something? Like, what reason did he give it to be offensive? I'm just like, what? Yeah, we'll see what happens. I loved the first one. Anyway, sorry. My friend's talking about the new Mario movie. Apparently critics are giving it bad reviews. Anyway, let's get back to what we're arguing about over here. Yeah, I think people that want to abuse Charm are the majority defenders. Yeah, I think they absolutely are. 100%. I honestly, like, I really, really do. Or they're the majority defenders, and then you have the people that just want to watch the world burn are also in their team. That's happening as well. Oh, dude, they're the worst. They get paid to give good reviews. At low levels, you need to charm the right mobs, too. Charming in Dune's Madman is a huge difference than charming a crocodile. Oh, yeah, for sure. For sure. Well, like, that's another big benefit of Charm that a lot of people don't realize. When I say that Charm is overpowered, I'm not even talking about just in combat. The ability for an enchanter to go up to a Dune's Madman and get Speed of the Wild, that's crazy. Like, that is a huge benefit to the enchanter class, right? Is that not? Like, am I taking crazy pills here? That seems like really strong just for the enchanter to be able to get Sal. Anyway, I would argue the health of the game is secondary priority of the dev team. For this game, Stearns, I would agree, yes. For this game, for Monsters and Memories, yes. Other games, I don't know. I can't say. Why does caster gear feel so bad? Cool 10 mana compared to melee. Mostly because casters don't need gear in this game. They definitely need to work on that. That is definitely another issue that I have with this game, is that itemization is pretty bad. It's pretty bad. Again, not trying to offend you devs, but it's pretty bad. I'm not going to hold my tongue anymore. Well, I usually don't hold my tongue anyway. But I held my tongue for a while on certain things with this game, which is crazy because some people think that I'm like super hyper against certain things in this game. But itemization in this game is pretty terrible. It definitely needs to change. Charm monster DPS is way better than players. Yes. Yes. Like, yeah, like over twice as good. It really is. The higher level you get, the worse it is. Absolutely. It's really bad. Like, for example, I'm doing the damage that I'm doing right down here. You can see it down in the bottom right corner of the screen, right? You might have to squint a little bit depending on what you're watching on. My top hits are 70 damage-ish. Okay? 70 damage are my top melee hits. If we charmed a mob of my level and had it attack another mob of my level, it's going to be doing 150 damage. So twice, more than twice the amount of damage on top hits. It's crazy good. Now, I'm a fighter, but I'm talking about just my melee attacks. Right? Anyway, I think EQ Legends will be fun for what it is. You can still group up with other players for better XP and rewards. Will it be better XP and rewards, though? Because if the entire game is meant to be soloable, I don't know that it's going to be better XP and rewards. We'll have to see. I don't know what their rate is going to be and how they're going to deal with all that. Anyway, I think you guys are not arguing, but debating Monsters and Memories being, you know, is it going to be profitable and is it going to be popular and all that kind of stuff? I think that's what you guys are talking about. Haven't heard any dev stance on Charm, though. Not suggesting that they want it the way it is. Well, I have. At least I heard Nick's stance a lot on Charm. But I think that that's going to change. Clearly it's going to change because Nick's no longer developing Monsters and Memories. But I haven't heard from the other devs on Charm and what they want it to be. So hopefully we get a better consensus of that going forward from somebody like Sean or Zillith or somebody saying, hey, this is what we want Charm to be. Or even Runoff or Ali, because both of them, Runoff and Ali, are doing the balancing side of things, like the number crunching. So we'll have to see. Looking at multiple streamers the past couple of days for somebody looking for a class, sounds like I should pick a Charm class. Oh, yeah. Charm is by far the way to go. However, don't. Like, I would not recommend choosing a Charm class long term because it's going to change. I predict one of two things happening with this game. Either Charm changes or over 80% of the players are playing a class that can Charm. That's where this game is currently going. That's the only two paths that I see for it. I do think with a nerf, Enchanters should be better at Charm. Well, yeah, Enchanters should definitely be better at Charm than others. Sure, I would agree with that. Exactly. No Charm should be higher DPS and S tier DPS class. Absolutely, it should not be the case. But it currently is. It currently is. By a margin of at least twice as good. I feel itemization is very bland. It is, yeah. Tank items all have cookie cutter plus, you know. Well, yeah, that's the thing. That's what irritates me. This is one of my tank items. Plus 1 stamina, 4 intelligence and 5 mana? I mean, granted, I'm the only one that doesn't use mana out of the 4 or the 5 classes that can use this item. But only 2 of them use intelligence. Out of 5 classes, 2 of them use intelligence. Like, I don't know. I can't figure out their itemization. It just seems wonky to me. It's another thing copy and pasted from EverQuest. I think that was true of a previous dev, yes. Fighter is not DPS. No, Fighter is not a DPS class. But people would argue that Fighter is like the best DPS in the game or something. It's a funny thing that people argue in this. Like, absolutely not true, but people like to say that it's true. But it's not. I promise it's not. I've been playing Fighter a lot. Feels like a solid 20% of the stream is usually discussion about charm. It really is, Ashira, because they need to change it. Like, it's really that bad. It almost always comes up every stream at some point. Wait, Nick isn't doing Eminem now? No, Nick is no longer on the Eminem team. All I can hope that devs see and pursue being more than EverQuest. Yeah, I do too. I do too. That is one of my biggest takes. Like, I've been saying that for a while. I hope that we can get more away from, like, to Fantasy Freak's point earlier, I hope we can get away from EverQuest 1 more. This game is, in a lot of ways, too much a copy and paste of EverQuest. It really is. It has its differences, but... And I think that, you know, some copy and paste of EverQuest is a good thing. But too much of anything can be bad, right? Literally too much of anything can be bad. Just remove charm? I don't know. Charm might not be very good in-game. It is. It's good for in-game too. In fact, on the alpha server, we used to use charmed enemies in one of the raid fights that we did to do DPS. So it's very good in in-game. It's just a matter of, do you have a charmed mob? But again, like, well, let me finish my other previous statement first before we get to the next statement. But do you have a charmed mob near a raid boss that you can use? That's the question. One of the raid bosses had a mob that was charmable near it that we used, and it helped out. So yes, it is good at in-game. But the question is, should we balance everything around end-game? That's a whole other question. Right? Right now, it's should we balance things around XPing? Or should we balance it around in-game? Or should we balance it around maybe the entirety of the game? Which I think is probably the better way to go. Let's look at the XP process. Let's look at, you know, how people are getting from level 1 to 60. What is, you know, the best way to get there? Is it using charm? Is it not using charm, etc.? And then also look at, okay, at in-game, what is the best? What is the worst, etc.? And then now let's build a game based on that. You should not build, and this is something for a lot of aspects of this game, you should not build it on the 1%. You should build it based on the 100%, right? Something that somebody was talking about in Sean's stream and kind of arguing with Sean on his stream on Monday, they were saying that XP is too fast for some players, XP is too slow for other players. And they were like, oh, so you're going to factor in XP around the top 1% that are leveling super fast. And Sean's like, no, that is a factor. We're also factoring in the people at the bottom end of that, the very casual players. So we're looking at the data from both of those things. In this sense, we got to look at the data of charm in the in-game and the data of charm for the low-level game and everything in between. So you can't just look at one or the other. Oh, it's not good at in-game, therefore Charm is fine the way that it is. Well, that doesn't necessarily, that doesn't translate, right? It still could be a problem for the first 59 levels of the game. It just isn't a problem at level 60. Anyway, fighters might have the most DPS potential aside from Charm. Most DPS don't even get triple attack at all. They don't. They absolutely do not. Triple attack is not what people think it is. It's not like this be-all, end-all, oh my god, they're now doing 6 attacks per round. All of a sudden at level 55, they're doing astronomical damage. First and foremost, you don't get triple attack until level 55. So anybody under level 55 has no clue how it works. It's crazy to me that so many people have an opinion on triple attack for fighters, and they literally haven't leveled a fighter over level 20. Or any other class for that matter. You don't even get triple attack until 55. And at 55, do other classes also get really cool abilities? Yeah, they kind of do. They all get something special. Well, not all of them, but most of them do. So it's one of those things that people are blowing out of proportion because they don't understand it. But anyway, fighters are very good DPS for tanks. I will agree with that. Oh my gosh, what is happening here? Let's see. Does Feign Death ever fail? Yes, it does. Couldn't get it to fail at early levels? It does fail, yeah. It can. Absolutely. And it always fails at the worst possible times. Always. Like every time. If you don't want it to fail, that's when it's going to fail. It's when you do want it to fail that it'll never fail. If they're going to leave Charm like it is, it needs to be way more dangerous, so the risk-reward or balance. I mean, yeah, I agree with that. They want Charm to be close to how it was in EQ before Charm was nerfed. They will want to get Charm to the point if it breaks, the Enchanter will die very quickly. That's what they need to do. That's the risk versus reward that they're talking about. But, yeah. I agree, Burlock, that I think that they should make charmed mobs do less damage. I think, honestly, like, if it were me making it, and this is probably why they would never hire me to be like any sort of game developer or class designer for Monsters of Memories, I would be very, well, I don't know, some people would probably like it. I think that they should make charm easier to maintain, but only have a slight benefit as opposed to their pets. Like an enchanter pet does, let's say, 60 damage per swing, right? A charmed mob does 100 damage per swing, but the charm has a chance to break. So it's better to have a charmed mob. But in the case of this game, the charmed mob does like 150 damage per swing, so easily twice as much. And that's where the problem comes in. I would rather them lower the amount of damage that it does, but give them a reason to use Charm. Charm does multiple things. First and foremost, it adds a lot of damage to your party. Secondly, it takes a monster out of the fight. If you pull two, instead of mezzing one, you charm one and have it fight the other one, you're double dipping with one spell. So it's already super strong. Even if it does like half the amount of damage that it's currently doing, it's still a very strong spell. So, anyway, that's just my opinion on it. Some people will agree, some people won't. Charm on a long cooldown. I like that idea too. Charm on a long cooldown, like what they have with the Inquisitor in this game. It's like a 30-minute cooldown. It lasts for 1 minute. I love that idea. I think that that's what Enchanters should get. Maybe not a 30-minute long cooldown, but like a 10-minute long cooldown for a 1 minute guaranteed charm might be kind of nice. You know, it's kind of like a oh crap ability. It's kind of like my 5-minute defense ability right here. Every 5 minutes we accidentally pull, you know, an extra mob or two. I got 30 seconds of, you know, oh junk, things are falling apart. That's what charm should be. You got 60 seconds of, hey, I have this mob to fight for us for 60 seconds. Hopefully it helps, you know, alleviate the problem when we accidentally pulled one too many mob. You know, why? I don't understand why we can't go that direction. But anyway, I feel like the game could probably bake for another year before early access. It could, but think about it this way: like, if it bakes for another year, you might as well just release it in 1.0. And that's kind of what early access is for. In a sense. I don't know. Some people like early access, some don't. I don't like it for some reason. Don't archers get guaranteed double attacks on every bow shot at 50 plus? That's way better than a chance of getting a triple attack. Is it guaranteed for archers? It might be. I honestly have no idea if it's guaranteed or not. It might. But yes. That would be better. A guaranteed double attack would be better than a chance for a triple attack. If that is the case. But I don't know if that is or not. I'm pretty educated on this game, but that particular thing. What? Oh, okay. Are we gonna go? Okay. Let's just kill this last one, and then we'll kill Andy's pet. Yeah, she'll come. I assume she'll come. She's been talking to me in the chat. Ashira, did you want to come group up with us? We're looking at going to do something. How's Ranger? Ranger's good. It's a very, very high utility DPS class. So yeah, it's very good. Someone who hasn't played EQ in years, I was shocked that so much was copied. Originally bought the game. Thought the game was more original. You're talking about this game? Yeah, it's definitely got a lot of copy and paste. Depends what it is. I think we're going to go back to the same place. I don't know what we're doing. I think they want to go back to the spot what we were doing yesterday. The same spiders. What other tanks bring... if fighter brings DPS? The other tanks have a lot of other utility. The Shadow Knight has very similar DPS to a fighter. People that are saying that fighter is like so much better than all of the other tanks, they don't know. They're making assumptions, or they heard something somewhere else and they have zero proof of that. Literally none. Shadow Knights are very good DPS. Fighters are very good DPS. Fighters are going to be a slightly better tank than a Shadow Knight. Slightly better. Like ever so slightly. But the Shadow Knight has a lot more utility. It's got its feigned death. It's got snares. It's got life taps, etc. Paladin has heals. A lot of heals. It's got extra buffs. The Inquisitor has the ability to mesmerize. It can charm mobs temporarily, but it can charm mobs. And it has... more buffs like haste, slows, mana buffs, all that kind of stuff. Mana drains, a lot of stuns. So the other classes, whereas the fighter has really good DPS for a tank and the best overall physical damage mitigation. The other ones have a lot of additional utility. So that's the difference in them. Make Charn consistent and reliable, but less overly strong DPS. Yeah, that's what I would like to see. If the devs really, if my word meant anything to the devs, that's what they would do. I don't care what we do, guys. Like, I really don't. I'm along for the ride. If you guys want to go to Spiders, I'm fine with that. If you guys want to go to Upper Salmon, I'm fine with that. I really does not matter to me. The only thing that I would say that matters to me is I just want to make sure that we're getting something that somebody could use in the group. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. That's why it doesn't matter to me. Like, if we go to either place, it's going to be gear upgrades and it's going to be XP for everybody, so I think it's good. She said she will come depending on what we do, so... Where are we going then? The spiders? Okay. We're going to go to spiders and fallen in glass flats, Ashira. I need to run to town, get my triple attack, and then I will go to glass flats. Hang on one second, guys. I can't really read chat while I'm running through here. I will fall off the ledge. I don't want to fall off the ledge because it's kind of a long way down, as you can see. All right. I think we're safe now. Just what I want out of a group slot. Decent DPS. Yeah. Shadow Knight is great pulling. I mean, yeah, they're good pullers. Monk is the best puller in the game. But Shadow Knight is a pretty good puller as well. They have a lot of utility that they can do. That's why, like, when people say that the fighter is like somehow astronomically more DPS than the other tanks, okay, even if it was, it's not, but even if it was, that wouldn't be that big a deal. Because the amount of utility the other tanks have is insane compared to the fighter. The fighter has basically zero utility. This is the only utility that I use, Battle Cry, and it gives a strength buff to the party. And then I do have Clobber, which is a stun, but I have one stun on a 60-second cooldown on the fighter, whereas the Inquisitor and the Paladin can chain stun mobs basically indefinitely if they wanted to. So, like, you know, it's you have to look at the comparisons, like, all the way through, not one-to-one. You can't look at just, oh, the fighter has good DPS and the other ones don't. Okay, but, you know, the other ones have this and the fighter doesn't. So it's a give and take. It's a give and take. Hey, what's going on, Schnaps? How you doing? I can do spiders again. That was fine. Okay. Oh, they already invited you. Perfect. Fighter's also going to amp everyone else DPS as well via shouts. Well, we only have one shout, and it increases our strength. This is literally it. So you can get up to 15 more strength at level 60 for 2 minutes. So that's it. That's the only shout they have currently, right? I'm talking about currently in the game. Now, will the fighter get more shouts? Maybe. But this one shout right here is kind of equivalent to, say, the auras that the other three tanks have. So there's a balance there, right? That one ability balances out with the auras of the other three tanks. But there's no other shout. Like, there's a fear, an AoE fear shout. But come on. Who's using that? Who the heck is using AoE fear in this game? That might be the dumbest thing you could possibly use. Unless you're trying to run. You fear everything and you run. Okay, I can see that. That's about it. I hope they make offense stance 15% again. I don't think they need to. I don't want them to make it 15%. I'm actually one of the people that was fighting against it being 15%, and they lowered it down to 10%. I thought that was a good idea. If the only things in a menu are spiders and salmon, easy choice. Yeah, salmon is delicious. Spiders, not so much. Issue with SK pulling in an XP group is just that they can't really tank or med. That's true, yeah. I think that's the biggest drawback to playing any of the knight classes right now is they require mana to do a lot of their utility. So they don't really have a chance to meditate. They don't really need it necessarily. So a lot of people would factor that in, though. They're like, oh, well, the Shadow Knight is not doing as much damage as the fighter because we rely on mana. Well, that's actually an incorrect statement. It's actually a completely false statement. The only thing a fighter's doing over the Shadow Knight or any of the other 3 classes, or other 2 classes, whatever, any of the Knight classes, is that the fighter can dual wield. And then they get triple attack at level 55, right? The crit doesn't really factor in, I wouldn't say. It's a 5% chance to crit with a 50% increase in damage, which is a 2.5% increase in overall damage. 2.5%. That's it. So if you look at the abilities, though, of these classes, if I take my fighter and put a shield on it, all of the other classes are better than the fighter. All 3 of the other tanks are better in every possible way. Because you can directly compare this ability Rend to the Knight's Slam, the Frenzy to the Knight's class-specific abilities. Their Dispelling Strike, Shadow Strike, and Restorative Smite. That's the Frenzy. And that's it. Those 2 abilities are the entire DPS of a fighter, plus their ability to dual wield. So if you take away dual wield, what do they have? Nothing. Compared to the other ones, right? So DPS-wise, the other ones technically have more DPS potential. If you go up against an undead, a paladin can just sit there and nuke with their spells. That's going to have more DPS than a fighter against an undead. It costs mana, but they have more DPS potential. So the whole thing that fighters are supposed to be like this be-all, end-all, amazing class is just a false statement. And I don't know why people say it, but they do. Armor break and shouts go a long way for all DPS. Yeah, but fighters aren't the only ones that have an armor break. Druid also has the exact same armor break. So you could just put a druid in your party, boom, you have the same thing. And the one shout is this right here, is equivalent to, maybe equivalent to an aura. I would say the auras are better. Like the damage proc or the life tap proc that Shadow Knights have is probably better. The mana regen of the Inquisitor might be better. Did they remove Demoralizing Shout? They did not. Demoralizing Shout is still a thing, but that's damage mitigation. It basically reduces the damage output of the enemies in the area by 5%. So again, fighters are a slightly better tank, physical damage mitigation tank than the other tanks are. Yes, I would agree with that. But DPS wise, they are not somehow just astronomically better than everybody else. They're just not. I hope they make offensive stance 15, and we already looked at that. I thought they had an AoE shout type thing, not the fear. They have an AoE shout that's 5% damage mitigation. Yes. Unnerving shout, yeah. Someone not in group killed in Wormsbane trying out the fighter fear. I won't say who. As a fighter, you do not want to use the fear, the AoE fear, unless you are fearing and running. It is like, that's just something that fighters are going to have to learn. People that say that the AoE fear is worth using are absolutely incorrect. If they nerf my Bard Charm, I demand double attack back. I would be okay with that, Rogue. I think that they should remove Charm from Bards and give them double attack back and boost some of their songs. I think that their songs are too weak right now. I think that Bards shouldn't have dual wield, and they should have double attack instead. And make their instruments mean more for all their spells or all their songs. Absolutely think that should happen. I remember in DOC, some mobs would try to flee and get back up. I think it's fun. Oh, it is fun. Yeah, it is fun. They always come back with friends. You don't want to have that in this game. You don't want to have mobs come back with friends. Things in this game do run. Like when they get anything that's not an undead or I think elementals, they get to like 20% health or maybe a little bit lower, and they'll try to run away. And they could run away and get a lot more mobs. You do not want that. That's what snare is for. That's why you want a snare person in your group. All right, triple attack. Boom. There we go. It's 1 out of 1. That's it. Just 1 out of 1. Wait, are all these other ones maxed out? Let's see. Maxed. Perfect. Block is not, but that's fine. How do you know the Paladin nuke is better DPS than a fighter? I'm not saying that well, so what I'm saying is if you take a fighter and put him with a shield, right? Paladin with the shield. Up to level 55, they're the exact same DPS. There's literally no difference outside of this ability right here, right? The offensive stance. If you're an offensive stance, though, as a fighter, you lose out on defensive stance. Paladin does not lose out on that defensive stance. So, outside of that 10% bonus, they're the exact same damage. Approximately. There might be a slight difference in them, but it's very, very close. Because they are using Slam instead of Rend, which is very comparable, and they're using Restorative Smite instead of Frenzy, which is about the same amount of overall damage. Okay, so those are the abilities that they are using to do damage, as well as their auto attack, etc. So, a Paladin will be better damage than a fighter if it uses any undead nukes, because they're already equal damage with a fighter with a shield and a Paladin with a shield using just their normal martial abilities to do damage. So there's only a boost to Paladins. Fighters don't have anything additional that they can do, like nukes or other abilities that they can do to do more damage. So a Paladin versus an Undead has the potential to do more damage than a fighter if the fighter is with a shield. Take the shield away from the fighter and add in dual wield. Now, yes, the fighter will be more damage than a Paladin. But if the Paladin is going up against Undead, now the Paladin has more physical mitigation than the fighter does, and it has a shield, and it can nuke the Undead, basically making it equal the same damage as a fighter, or close to it, right? Within a reasonable amount. So technically, the Paladin becomes better mathematically than... Yeah, I'm running to Glass Flats. But yes, I did get it. Thank you. So anyway, that's basically how that works. Any thoughts on Adrenaline Online Adventures or hard pass? I think that the game looks great. I really like the idea of Adrenaline Online Adventures. I'm not a big fan of the Minecraft, the Minecraft visuals, but I'm willing to look past most art styles for a fun game. And Adrenaline Online Adventures looks like a very fun game. I think that their character design is very good. I think that a lot of their quality of life stuff is very good. I think that there's not enough content in that game right now. But of course, content will come over time. But so do quality of life features. So does character class design, whatever. So those kind of things just kind of come over time. But I think Adrenaline Online, yeah, it's a fantastic game. You know, if there's something about Monsters and Memories that you just don't like and you can't get past, maybe try to go play AOA and see if you like that. It might resonate with you better. Or if there's something in Adrenaline Online that you don't like, you might like Monsters and Memories better. I prefer Monsters and Memories. However, if Monsters and Memories for some reason fails, whatever reason that may be, I would absolutely be okay with playing Drillin' Online Adventures. I think it's going to be a great game. So there you go. That's my thoughts on it. Loved in Star Wars: The Old Republic, where it would hunt prey creatures. It led to a wonderful chaos. I don't remember that. Some other, yeah. Named monsters don't flee. Yeah, stuff like that. There's certain things that won't flee, but any chance you could put a two-handed on and tell me how hard you hit? I'm not talking about DPS, raw numbers. Curious how hard, 50 plus? Yeah, I've got a two-handed weapon I can use. The issue is my bludgeoning, though, right now, because it's a bludgeoning two-handed. My bludgeoning is only at 258 out of 275, so it's not maxed out at the moment. But I do have a two-handed weapon. It's this right here. Right here. So, decent weapon. Some people would say, actually, that with triple attack on a fighter, so level 55 triple attack fighter, does more damage with a two-handed weapon because you get those triple attack rounds more often. I would kind of agree with that in some ways. If you have a really good two-handed weapon, it can absolutely be better. Uh, 10% haste from Frenzy as well, which stacks with enchanters. Yeah, it does. The 10% haste does help. Yep. I would agree with that. I didn't factor that in a second ago. But that does help. Like, I'm not saying that the fighter does the exact same damage as the other tanks. The fighter does do more damage than the other tanks, except for maybe a Shadow Knight. But you also can't necessarily factor in that haste, because Paladins also have their own self-haste through Supplication. It's actually a 20% haste. Enchanters can have a self-cast haste, and Shadow Knights have a 10% aura haste that they can use as well. So, again, there's like a one-to-one comparison that you can use with those. I think people have misunderstood the Inquisitor CC. The Shadow Knight life tap and the Paladin heals make up the lack of damage mitigation. I agree with that, yeah. All of that stuff makes up for the lack of damage mitigation and a little bit of, the lack of the DPS. The fighter should be slightly better at tanking, physical mitigation at least, and slightly better at DPS than the other three tanks, because they lack the utility of the other three tanks. I talk about this quite a bit. There's 4 roles in Monsters and Memories. You have tank, DPS, healer, and utility. Let's say out of 100%, every class is 100% of those 4 things, right? If you add them all up. A fighter is going to be like 50% tanking, 40% DPS, and 10% utility, and 0% healing. Right? Adds up to 100% of what a fighter is. A paladin is going to be like, let's say, 40% tanking, so a little bit less than a fighter. Maybe like 30% DPS, so again, a little bit less than a fighter. But it's going to also have, what's that leave, 70%? 15% utility and 15% healing. So that adds up to be 100% of the class. That's what people aren't factoring in, is that the reason that fighters might be 10% better at DPS or 10% better at tanking is because they are 20% less in utility and heals than the other classes. So it all balances out in the end if you really look at the big picture, the whole thing. But people often don't want to look at the utility side of things. They don't look at Paladin's heals and say, oh, well, a Paladin has heals, but it should still be able to do the same DPS as a fighter or the same mitigation as a fighter. Well, why? Because it also has heals. What does a fighter get while you're getting heals? If they're absolutely equal on DPS and tanking, then why would anyone play a fighter? If they don't have the heals, they don't have the utility. So that's where the balance comes in. And that's where a lot of people get confused, I think. Or they just don't factor those things in. Anyway, I hope that makes sense. I know, it's tough, but the only thing that bugs me about Monster Hunter Berries is I don't have a beta key. Wish you did. You ever try getting the damage shield cloak from the Beetle Herald? I did not, no. I'm interested to see how it stacks. I asked people the same thing, Rogue. If it stacks, I don't know if it stacks. It would be good in my group because we don't have a damage shield person in my group right now. Like I don't have a druid and I don't have an elementalist. So I don't think it stacks though, to my knowledge. But if it does stack, then absolutely I should go get it. Yes. Can you confirm Paladin Undead Nukes are insane? Duoed with Druid at 15, Ancient Crypt during the test. Yeah, the Paladin Nukes are pretty good. How is Shadow Knight's Vamp at higher levels? I mean, it's good. It's not bad. What you want to do with a Shadow Knight is you want to try to, like, trigger your... Or you want to try to cast your spells between attacks to really maximize your Shadow Knight. I know Nick is no longer with us. You make it sound like Nick died. But yeah, Nick's no longer with us, but he said some classes were better than others and they were meta, and he failed to see the issue. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, and Sean says the same thing. There will be some classes that are better than other classes at certain things in this game. You're going to have a healer that's better at healing. You're going to have a tank that's better at tanking. You're going to have a DPS that's better at DPS. It is what it is. Like, you're not going to take a rogue that is mostly a DPS class and then take a ranger that has DPS, utility, heals, lots of other things, and be like, oh, they're equal DPS. No, the rogue is going to be better DPS than a ranger. Because the ranger has heals and utility. It's got Sow. It's got damage shield. It's got self buffs. It's got nukes. It's got dots. It's got snares. It's got ranged attacks. It's got melee attacks. It's got melee procs. It's got range procs. Need I go on about why the ranger will not be as good of DPS as a rogue? Like, you have to factor those things in. Jousting with snare and jump mechanics on the SK feels good. Jump mechanics? What jump mechanics does it have? Just kidding. He's dead. He's not dead. Yes, Nick is not dead, guys. He's very much alive. Last I heard, saw, whatever. He's just no longer working on Eminem. I'm stuck on a load screen going into Glass Flats. Hey, let me restart. Oh, you guys not stuck on, or you guys stuck on the load screen too? Yeah, I just restarted to see. Time to ask for a refund, right? Yeah, restart fixed it for me. Instantly loaded in. But yeah, we'll switch to I'll switch to my two-handed weapon and try it out with the triple attack. We'll see how it goes for a little bit. My giant hammer. It also, just thematically looks awesome because I'm using a big hammer with a dwarf. Yeah, we'll check it out for you. Give it a little bit, though, because, like I said, it's not maxed. So the damage might go up. I don't know if damage is based on your skill or not. I honestly have no idea. It might be, like... I don't know. But you also... The one thing you do have to factor in with dual wield versus two-handed weapons that a lot of people don't factor in is this right here. Using these sharpening stones, because a fighter can dual wield, they can use 2 sharpening stones versus 1 sharpening stone. You see where my strength is right now? My strength is only 86. But if I equip this weapon and this weapon, my strength goes up to 92. But now if I use sharpening stones, These are giving like 10 strength each or something at this level. That goes up by like another 20. It could really mean a lot. So you do have to factor that in. But this has... How much strength does this have? This only has 6 strength on it versus my other 2 weapons. This is what? 8 from that and 4 from that. So that has 12. So I'm getting 6 more strength from just from using dual wield. So those are all factors, you know. They're all factors. This game's forward momentum, jump mechanics compared to OGEQ. You can get out of melee range much. Oh, yeah. You're just talking about just jumping like that. And it kind of gives you a speed boost. Gotcha. The other day in open testing, I saw someone link a 31 damage two-handed axe. Was it the ogre troll only two-handed axe? There is one that's like the lumberjack axe or something, and it's a giant lumberjack axe, and only trolls and ogres can use it. It's got really, really high damage, great damage ratio. A big reason to play a troll or an ogre if you want to be like a troll ogre using a two-handed weapon. I honestly think that weapon alone is the reason you should play a troll, ogre, shadow knight, inquisitor, or paladin. I don't think you can be a paladin, or I don't think you can be a troll, ogre, or paladin though, or inquisitor. Maybe a troll inquisitor. I don't know. I don't know if it's going to be possible or not. So you probably have to be a shadow knight. You could be a fighter and use it as well. But I don't know if it'd be better than some like dual wield stuff or not. I'm almost there. It's pretty dark. Oh, this is with gamma turned way up. The game is supposed to look like this. Yeah, this is what your game's supposed to look like at night. We got a moon. The top of this tower, though, anybody been up there yet? Anybody try to sneak up there? I'd be careful. Open spaces with no mobs? I mean, yeah. I mean, there's mobs, of course, like these right here. But yeah, there's large gaps of areas. I actually like that. You know, some people don't like that. They're like, oh, there should be mobs everywhere. Like every 5 feet, there should be an enemy. I love this. Where you have mobs that are like there's no mobs over this whole area over here. You know, allows you to kind of navigate zones and be strategic with how you get through zones. Need a lantern? I have one. So this is what a lantern looks like. Well, let me do this. So with a lantern, there you go. Lantern at night with the correct lighting, it looks like this. However, I play without the lantern on most of the time. And I just turn up my gamma like so. All right, I'm here. The game looks a lot better with the correct lighting. Absolutely looks better. I just hate having to switch back and forth between lanterns, no lanterns, and all that kind of stuff. I wish that the game was a little bit brighter so I didn't have to squint at night. I hate having to squint at night. What? I mean, they're final in the models, but they're always going to be updating like the hairstyles and yes. Yes, I agree. I feel like the wood elves look very anorexic. Yeah, I don't like him at all. I will not play a Wood Elf because of that reason. That would be talk to Zukin and ZBrush. See if they if they agree or disagree with you. That would be the people to talk to about it. Both of them stream, so go to one of their streams and just say, "Hey, can you look into that?" Or just ask them. They may say, "Yeah, we're working on new models or whatever." I don't know. Heather Crit, how long is the beta test going? The beta test will be going until March 31st? Are there 31 or 30 days in March? It was 30. Or sorry, not March. May. 31st, yeah. May 31st. But, well, it may be a little shorter than that. They may take it down a couple days early or a week early or something to prepare for June 1st. We don't really know. Wood Elves they look worse out of all of them, yeah. They are definitely the ugliest. Oh yeah. I love my dwarf. He's looking good. I hate the goblins like constant grin. That drives me nuts. Ink. Yeah, Death Knight's coming. So I'm hitting for 120 max right now. With But this is the problem with two-handed weapons, right? See what I'm doing with my damage right here? Some hits are like 120 or whatever, but some of them are as low as, 37? So there's a huge range. Very big range. Whereas a one-handed weapon has a much smaller range, so it's just more consistent. $155 crit. So yeah, it looks like about 120. Yeah, exactly. Big number dopamine hit. You know that is a thing. People like that. Hey, what's going on, cows? How you doing? You wouldn't happen to be a Jedi, would you, Cal? I hope they make a movie with him. Like, actually have Cal in a Star Wars movie. I think it would be good. I like him as an actor. There you go, 195 crit. Ooh, that doesn't happen often. Yeah, there is. You have to put it in quotes. Yeah, like who all, open quote, saga, close quote. I did play Star Wars Galaxies back in the day. One of the things, yeah. Is that not working? Yeah, normal quotes. Like you're quoting. Not parentheses, but quotes. I caught one of your streams the other day, and you were talking about different ways to get in to play Monsters and Memories. Could you explain the other ways? I'm sorry. I'm on their website. I'm trying to figure it out. So there's 3 different ways you can get into Monsters and Memories. There's like 4 different ways, but I'll just explain them. You can go to their website and you can opt in. So when you log in, on the right-hand side at the top of the screen, there's like a little drop-down, like silhouette drop-down menu thing. If you click on that, it'll drop down and it'll say opt in to the beta. Click on that and you can opt in. There's an opt-in for the beta, and there's an opt-in for the closed. Well, there's an opt-in for the closed beta and their closed beta PvP specific. So there's 2 ways you can get in right there. And then there's also going to be the survey, the selection survey. So if you click on Community Hub at the top of the screen, and then that should show you another page, and then right there at the top, it's going to have survey selection. This isn't available right now, but eventually that will be changed, and that'll be another way you can get in, is by filling out that survey selection form. But that's not yet. But just keep an eye on that section and make sure you fill it out. Must find a new guild. Why do you need to find a new guild, Ashira? Now, Kaz was asking how to like do a who all for guilds. So I was giving him the example of Saga. So who all, quote unquote, Saga. Is how you actually do a who all for guilds. Wish I could just get a CV by paying for early access. Yeah, I mean, I get it. I get that. Didn't you change that recently? Oh, we got a lull resist. Saga kicked me. You can look at group chat for info. Really? Is that what maybe that's what he was talking about? Oh, I see what happened. Okay. That must be why. Okay. That's why we were, I guess, discussing it in voice chat. That makes more sense now. Like, I didn't know why Kaz brought it up. Makes a lot more sense. I got you. Your friend key is a good gesture, but still kind of a bunch of us hanging. Yeah. I get it, guys. I get it. Like, I know exactly how you feel. I have really, really bad FOMO. And if I wasn't in the closed beta, I would absolutely be in the same boat as you guys, feeling the same way. I'd be like, man, why can't I get in? This really sucks. Blah, blah, blah. All the same things, you know. I totally get it. Will there be a reset on all servers after EA? Yeah, start of EA is a full reset of everything. So nothing that we're currently doing in the closed beta is anything we're going to be able to keep, other than the knowledge of what we gain from playing in closed beta, which is very big, I know, to some people. But yeah, we're not keeping any of this stuff. So don't feel like you're going to be left behind. You still are going to have a chance. Like, I'm going to try to share as much information as I can. I like to share information with you all. I don't like to gatekeep. So yeah. No EA after EA. Or no reset after EA is scheduled. But there will be new servers. So, well, maybe. As long as the game continues to grow, they're going to add new servers. So for like 1.0, there will be new servers. Yeah, I'll be rolling a fighter for early access. Yes. I'll be the main tank for my group / guild. So I'll be a fighter all the way up. Probably 3 here. Yep, 3. Have they said about how many people they want per server? They're looking at like 5,000 unique accounts and about 1,000 concurrent players. So 5,000 total accounts on the server, but 1,000 people logged in at the same time is the number they're kind of shooting for. They might go up or down from there depending on how stable things are. Is the PvP a full loot thing? It is not currently a full loot thing, no. I'm lagging like crazy. Are you guys not lagging? I am lagging like crazy. I can't do anything. Well, this is very bad because I can't do anything. That does it. Oh, I broke the herald. I see what happened now. I was targeting the charmed mob. Well, yeah, I now see that because it's Isar pointing it out. No, it was totally on me, guys. It was totally on me. I had the charmed mob targeted for some reason. Yeah, so PvP is not a full loot thing. They can take your money, and that's it right now. They might change it to a full loot thing later. We're not sure. Are you East Coast? Do you plan to announce your server for EA? Would love to join a guild on Dwarf Ranger. I am East Coast, yes. We don't know if we're going to go East Coast or West Coast server. We have not decided on that yet. So I don't know on that. And I don't know if I'm going to announce what server I'm going to before the start of EA or not. Again, something that we haven't decided on as a group. We don't know if we want... There's a couple reasons for it. One, because I'm a content creator, streamer, whatever. You know, we don't want people to join the server or not join the server simply because that's the server that I chose. We want people to choose based on their friends and their family and whoever they're playing with. I don't want to try to, you know, get people on one side or the other. So your best bet, if you want to know what server I'm on, is going to be more like day of when I'm creating my character. That's probably when we're going to announce it. The Necro mention made high level before the changes to the class. Wait, what? I don't even know what Necro we're talking about. Are we talking about coffee? Anyway. They still need all the zones, Underdark type areas, races, yeah, factions, yeah. There's a lot of stuff they need to finish. A lot of unfinished stuff in this game. It's the one on the farthest left. if you con it. It should be the farthest left, whatever it is. Will there be just 2 starting cities? For early access, yes. Unfortunately. Like, I wish that there were more starting cities. It would be really nice. But, you know, whatever. My bludgeoning went up to 261. I guess we can keep using this for now. Are you streaming Dave from the very beginning, including character creation? I don't know. It depends on how we're going to be able to do that. We might be able to do character creation early, like we could for this. They actually allowed you to create your character for the beta, like the day before they actually launched the server. So I probably won't necessarily stream that. Because we're not going to be playing that day, most likely. 2 ink. But yeah, I'll be playing from day 1 for sure. But I don't know about character creation. What if mana regen started after you stopped casting a spell for a couple seconds, or whether you are standing or sitting? During that time, you could do minimal damage, auto attacks or something. What are we referring to there? Curious in your opinion, something to keep mana users engaged. So if mana regen started after you stopped casting a spell. Oh, you're talking about like this being able to stand up for mana regen, like meditate. There's ways that they could do it, sure. I don't know what their plan is for it. I don't know that we really need to have, like... Okay. Yeah, we're killing much faster. Okay. Oh, well, there's 4 across the bridge. I'm actually bringing 4 right now. Ink. I'm on the foul broodling. Weaver. Hang on 1 second, guys. So with crits, I'm getting 156. Might be my highest damage so far with this 2-handed weapon. Gotta be a bad time to cannibalize. Anyway, yeah, as far as the mana regen stuff, I mean, there's a lot of ways they could do it, and I think that we need to have classes that are high APM, and we need to have classes that are low APM for different types of gameplay. Of course, you know, it's going to change based on, like, are you a healer? Healers are generally speaking lower APM classes. DPS are generally speaking the higher APM classes. Oh, is this one not? Why did this one spawn? Where did this one come from? Well, no, we already pulled that room, though. Oh, is that room already respawning? Okay. I didn't think that was a fast spawn. I didn't realize that. Well, hey, I know what I'm doing. I'm splitting up the camps. That's what I did. I did that on purpose. That's something that I love from EQ. Each race had their own unique starting area. Yeah, they're going to eventually have that in this. Well, maybe not every race having its own starting area, but many different starting areas based on your race. Does grouping help from level 1, or is it better to solo? It depends on your class. I would say at level 1 to 5, grouping is best for everybody. Because you're really not, you don't have the abilities to do a lot of the solo stuff. After level 5, some classes can start to break off from grouping, and they're probably going to be better solo. But most would probably be better in a group up to about level 10. Around level 10 to 12, somewhere in there, a lot of classes will, there's several classes that are just better solo. Like your archer, your necromancer, your beastmaster. A lot of classes are, not a lot, several classes are just better solo for XP. Kind of caught Sean talking about servers system. Any insight on that? So yeah, Sean was talking about how they're going to be adding in the names of the servers soon, so that we can start to look at those and plan out what server we want to go to. We don't know when it's going to happen though. I'm going to try to split them a little bit. So we're going to pull a couple from the Herald and then a couple from the back. What? Nobody's here. I don't see any mobs up in there. Yeah, well, that's going to be a 3 pull at this point. So, you ready for 3? Ink. Now I'm a Spider-Man. It's a festival smasher. Yeah, I use it to level up my bludgeoning. But with triple attack, I was going to see if it's worth it or not. Slapping monsters as soon as you spawn is best. Until 3 or 4, yeah. If you can get a group for like those low level areas, like get a group at level 1 and just everybody free for all monsters, that's your best way to level at level 1 to like 5. Is Fighter the only tank that doesn't have to sit down to regen mana? It is, yeah. Well, I mean, they don't have to sit down to regen mana, but they can sit down to regen mana, yes. But Fighter is the only tank that doesn't use mana. That is correct. L'Chaim? I think it's by itself. I don't know. Yeah, it's just with his pet. Is 54 fighters even possible to solo? Always enjoy seeing warrior attempt this stuff back in EQ. No, fighters are not. They're probably the second worst soloer in the game. Rogues being the worst, then fighters. They are terrible. Which, again, is another big bonus to the other tanks. People are all like, oh, fighters are this and fighters are that and blah, 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 blah. Well, you know, they can't solo. So, big bonus to the other classes. To the other tank classes. Although, only the Shadow Knight's really good at soloing. Played fighter during the weekend test and had a blast. Have you had much engagement with trade skills? And if so, would you recommend aiming for on the get-go in June? I've done a lot of trade skills. I do trade skills pretty much for my whole group. But yeah, I mean, it depends. I would say the best trade skills right now are going to be alchemy and enchanting and jewel crafting. Those are all worth having. Named. Any intel on how to reserve character names? We can't do that yet. So they haven't announced how they're gonna do that yet. I imagine though it's gonna be like on that server survey poll thing. I imagine it's gonna be there. Why? Still, I'm not talked off before I go out. Yeah, I think this mob has like a death touch or something. It always does that. Every time I pull this mob, it does that. Rod of Consumption. Ooh, what is this? Shaman. Holy crap, dude. Yeah, get that, Isar.
Yeah.
Yep. Unlimited charge dot. Yeah. It's a disease dot. Do you know how far away you are from the server location? Any lag? This is an East Coast server. I've got a 50 millisecond ping usually. 55, 57. It's up in the top right corner right now. 60. But it does spike at times. It absolutely does spike, and it's really annoying when it does. But, you know, overall it doesn't... It's not that bad. I wouldn't say it's that bad. That thing looks pretty cool, though, Isar. It looks like almost like a wand. What's the best class for 2-boxing in the end game? Ugh. That's tough. That's tough. Oh, pet, Isar, pet. Shaman Shadow Knight's pretty good, yeah. But for end game, it depends on like what you're talking about, like for raids, or what kind of end game are you talking about? But a good duo is a Shaman Shadow Knight, yeah, absolutely, very good duo. For level 60 plus farming, yeah, Shaman Shadow Knight's good. Shaman Spellblade has always been really good. The heck? Come on. Thing did not want to move. Ink 3. How are Spellblade and Inquisitors coming along in game? Spellblade needs something. They're good at the end game. They're very strong, like DPS wise, but they're just kind of boring. Inquisitor's in a pretty good place, I feel like. ZBrush is streaming right now, Kaz, if you want to go ask him. But yeah, I like Inquisitors. I think they're in a really good spot. I think that they're misunderstood, but they're in a good spot. Spellblades are more of a gimmicky glass cannon as opposed to Warrior Mage hybrid. I mean, no, they're not really gimmicky. They work fine. They just don't have a lot. Like, they basically put up their buffs, their procs, and then they auto attack, and that's it. I'm on the Spiderling. What percentage reses do healers get? Clerics get up to a 95% res. Paladins get up to a 50% res. That's it. Nobody else gets any reses. Well, right now. Nobody else gets any reses. How is he dying so much? Conquest. Like, between him and Hoku, man, they die so much. Yeah, both of them, man. It's like they try weird stuff all the time. Never. We gotta figure out. We gotta figure out what server we're gonna go on soon. We're gonna actually release the servers. I don't know when, but maybe next week or two. Druid the best power leveler? Yeah, I'd say Druid or... I mean, there's ways to power level with other classes, but I would say Druid's probably the best for low-level power leveling. From like level 1 to probably 30 or 40, Druid does it the best. I want to go pull a mob down here before they respawn. Ink 3 maybe? I don't know, maybe 4. 1, 2, 3. I count 3 so far.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get on the spiderling first. I said 3, maybe 4. We got 3. I'm just trying to split that room up down there. Well, we tried to lull once, and it was a fail, so... What class are you going first in EA? Fighter. Yeah, I'll be going fighter for sure, and probably main tanking. Whatever guild that I am in, I'll probably end up being the tank for it. That's why I'm going fighter. I don't trust other tanks. That's the short version of it. You mean the second tank to the SK in the guild, right? Yeah, right. Launch is best time to do tank because everyone is in scrub armor. It's more forgivable. I mean, yeah, kinda. A bad situation you guys got going on here. We all need some unslowable bosses. Then the fighter will shine as main tank. Maybe. Mayhaps. Now, fighter's still a good tank. But we'll see what they do with the raid bosses at the end. Does fighter have any AoE taunts? It has one AoE taunt. It's on a 10-minute long cooldown. But no other, like, abilities to gain threat. If you do tank or heals, that's half your party right there. I mean, yeah. I'd agree with that. So that's clear. I'm trying to keep all these areas clear. There's the Apostle. That's going to be Apostle +1.
Yeah.
Oh, Apostle +2. I'm on the Spiderling first. How are bards shaping up? I mean, bards are good, but I think the biggest issue with bards is that they're a pain in the butt to play. Because you're just constantly, there's no melody in the game. They don't want to put melody in the game. So you're constantly, just every 3 seconds, casting a new ability. You just have to always be paying attention to it. And it's just, I don't know. To me, it's just not fun. I would love to play a bard, but it's just not fun. Manabot? Kinda, yeah. That's what ours is right now. He kind of just sits in the corner most of the time lately and just Manabot. Like that's him right here. He's not sitting in the corner at the moment. He's just Manabot. Gammy's been getting home from work lately, and when he gets home, he can log in, he can turn on his song, and then he checks in about every few minutes to see if we're dead. That's pretty much it for what Gammy does. On the Spiderling. Q plays a pretty good bard. Yeah, he does. He does a good job with it. When I played in 2000 or so, it was a Manabot bard. Yeah. Do you remember if the over haste or the haste percentage is affected by the instrument for bard? It's supposed to be yes. I don't know. Like, I think they're still in the process of getting that worked out, where like instruments are only doing some bonus of, or for some of the abilities. I don't know if it works for every ability yet, though. That would mean they should get a higher than enchanters for haste, and there would be a lot more APS. Yeah, I mean, they're the same. They're the same as enchanters, but not factoring in the instrument. So, if the instrument does in fact increase it, then yeah, they would be better than enchanters. Which I mean, in some ways, they probably should be. Because enchanters can cast it on anybody, whereas the bard is group only. So I'm fine with bards getting really, really good group only songs. You know, like I don't know why. I feel like a lot of people just want the bard to be able to charm, and I kind of wish they would take away charm and just make them better at songs. Really? Bard haste and enchanter haste stack? No. Bard has a secondary haste that stacks with the enchanter primary haste. But Bard also has a primary haste that does not stack with the primary haste of an enchanter. So there's two different hastes that Bards have. Is there DPS meter in the game, parsing tools? There's not. Well, there is, but it's dev use only. But there's not one that players can use now. But if you had a bard, you would want the bard as a puller, right? In which case, most of the time, the group would be buffless while pulling. I don't want a bard as a puller, no. People think that bards are good pullers. And they can be decent pullers. But a bard pulling at level like 50 can be very devastating, depending on what you're pulling, what you're fighting. I mean, they're no better really than a druid or an enchanter or a ranger. Like a bard, I don't know why, other than because EverQuest bards could pull in EverQuest. I don't know why everybody thinks that they're the best pullers in Monsters and Memories. It's just a carryover from EverQuest. They don't do anything special that makes them better than a lot of other classes. Would be cool if they had an illusion song for faction. They do actually have a song for faction, but it's like 9,999 mana. So it's just not in the game yet. You can't use it. That's good to hear. I love playing bards, but hate pulling with one. Yeah, people will expect you to pull because they remember bards and EverQuest could pull. But yeah, they don't have that. Until they get something like Fading Memories or whatever. Like that would definitely be a reason for bards to pull, but they don't have that in this game. So bards pulling in this game is no different than a druid or a paladin or a cleric or a ranger. Those are all going to pull, or an enchanter. They're all going to pull about the same. They're not. They can lull, but if the lull resists, you're pulling the whole room, and there's nothing you can do about it. Monks are always the best pullers, coming from a long-time bard. Yeah, monks are by far the best pullers in this game. By far. We will have a monk puller for our group for early access. Two, Spiderling first. Oop, 3. Still Spiderling. Oh, maybe 2 without the Spiderling. I don't know why the Spiderling didn't come. Oh, 3, because there's another one that just spawned in this room. And 4 with the Spiderling. I'm on the Spiderling. I'm on the Spiderling. Necros have more group utility in Monster Memories than EQ. I don't know if I would say they have more. I think they have about the same group utility. I can't really think of what Necros have that would be more than what they had in EverQuest. I mean, maybe, but I can't think of anything. SK's up there too. Basically all the tools Monk has, and they can split with Fear and Pets. You don't ever, ever, ever want to split with Fear. That seems like a really bad idea. But Shadow Knights are still good pullers, yeah. They're good. The only issue with the Shadow Knight is it requires mana, and there's a cast time with Feign Death. Monk doesn't have the cast time, so it's just a better puller. Simply because of the Feign Death. There's other reasons too. I don't know if they're gonna get fixed or not. But a monk can clear its a monk can Feign Death and then Feign Death a second time. Shadow Knight cannot do that. They cannot Feign Death, and then while they're Feign Death a second time. Just trust me, monks are better. I promise you, monks are better. I wouldn't steer you guys wrong. Creeper. The strength debuff and the small heal they have is better than EQ Necro heal. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. They can pull with Fear while tanking? Yes, exactly. A Shadow Knight can just fear a mob and pull every other mob in the area. 100%. That would be what they would do. How good is Rogue Stealth? It's very strong, yeah. The Bard in my group was good at pulling. He just mezzed the ads and it worked out. Yeah, I mean, Bards... when I say that Bards aren't the best pullers, it doesn't mean Bards are bad pullers. Bards can pull. They're just not the best. I mean, a Bard pulling is going to be better than a fighter pulling. Or better than, I don't know, a lot of classes pulling. Does Rogue have a vanish out of combat? It does, yeah. It's got a vanish. So a Rogue could actually be pretty good at pulling, but it's not as good as like a Monk because it's got a longer cooldown on it. But it can function, and they can sap. So a Rogue could pull like, you know, a couple mobs, sap one of them, vanish, the other two walk back, and then pull one. You know, a Rogue could do a pretty good job with it. Takes a little bit more finesse to do that, but it can work. Two. I think two. Yep, two with a Spiderling. I'm on the Spiderling. Isn't that the way of Bard? They can do a bit of everything, but not as good as a dedicated class. Well, yeah, but that's in a different... That's talking about something different. We're talking about a specific job, right? Very specific job. How good Rogue Stealthness is not pulling. Their stealth is good. Yeah, their stealth is very strong. In fact, I would say their stealth is too strong. A level 1 rogue using stealth can walk through a level 60 dungeon and never be seen. It's really dumb. I think there should be like a level range on it. If something is like 10 levels higher than you, it should see through your stealth. I don't know. Seems reasonable to me. Three. This doesn't have a skill level to level up. What doesn't have a skill level to level up? I don't know what we're talking about. What about a young Bilbo sneaking into Smaug's den? Yeah, a young Bilbo could absolutely sneak into Smaug's den if he's a rogue for sure. Smaug. The stealth is super elite for corpse recovery. Yeah, it's very strong for corpse recovery, for sure. For sure. Nope, we got named. Fearing. Who would you say is better at pulling than bards, and why? Knowing bards can mez? Monks. Monks are the best pullers in the game. Like, just by far, they're the best pullers in the game for many, many reasons. Well, mainly one reason. They're Feign Death. Their Feign Death is just better. And yes, I know other classes have Feign Death. But trust me, monks are the best pullers. Like, I don't know what to say to people. Believe me or don't believe me, I don't care. Doesn't matter. I'm just telling you that they're by far the best. Remember leveling up Pickpocket back in EQ? Is a pain in the butt? Yeah, probably is. Probably is in this game too. I don't know. Talking about skill leveling up with Feign Death? I mean, you could just spam Feign Death and level it up. Pick lock was easy if you knew what doors to spam. Yeah, I don't know if they're going to be putting like pick locks in this game or not. I hope they do. I would love to see pick locks and disarm in this game. What's the chance of getting myself access to this game in a current state? Getting access to it? The chance is about like 1 or 2%. And if you just all you got to do is just sign up for the beta lotto, and if you get in, you get in. That's it. Have a friend that has a key. That's another way to do it. There will be at least one more open test. There will be at least one more open test before June 1st that they have said will happen, but they have not given a date. The question is, how many belts? If that's the case, we'll be here for days. Why do you think 7 to 30% chance? I wouldn't say it's that high. They have 17,000. You got to think about it. They have 17,000 people in the opt-in. Or 17,000 whatever, right? For the opt-in. They're getting 200 a week. So... it's going to be 4. I'm on the Spiderling. You crunch the numbers? Oh my god. Yeah, we got a lot. Where did these spawn from? Jeez. I switched to a Weaver. I don't know. Those numbers don't sound correct. Because you're taking like every week you're taking 1.5% off, but you also have to think that people are going to be adding into the opt-in every week. So if they take 200 people out, of the opt-in, then they're going to, and they have 200 people that add back into the opt-in, you have the same chances every week. So it's not going to change. You're going to have about a 2 to 4% chance per week. Or like a 2% chance every week. That's about all you have. Spiderling. I'm looking at percentages of total interest to total acceptance. It's still not going to be a 30% chance. Like, it's not going to be a 30% chance. Not unless they just spike the numbers of that they accept in. But anyway, doesn't matter. I'd be surprised if it wasn't more in the opt-in. There's 32,000 on Discord. Yeah, every week more people are adding into that opt-in. They're taking out, 200 of those, but then they're adding in possibly 200 more. So every week is going to be the same chance. But they are adding in additional ways that you could get into the beta. So like there's going to be the server selection poll that will give you another chance to get into the beta. It was a bunch. PvP opt-in, 2 gives another chance. Yeah, there's 3 total ways you can get in. The regular, the PvP opt-in, and then the server poll opt-in. The chance per week does not increase for you, but the chance to get in period increases up to 30% right before EA. Based on the assumed small interest of 32,000. I'm trying to understand how you're doing the math. Like, you're saying that every week you have a 2% chance to get in, let's say, right? 2%. So then, but you have 3 chances, so you're just multiplying that out. So you have, because it's a 2% chance every week and you have 3 chances to get it, it's a 6% chance? Is that what you're saying? Because that's not probability. That's not how that works. But anyway, it doesn't matter. Like, it's not a 30% chance. That would mean like 1 in 3 people will get in. If you say it's a 30% chance. in total right before EA. 1 in 3 people would get in. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Anyway, it doesn't matter. EA is almost here. Yeah. That's 1 in 3 people would not get in though. That's the thing. Like, not even in total. A total of, from the very beginning, it was like they were saying like 4,000 people would get in. That's based on, I mean, that would be 1/4 approximately if nobody else added in from the very beginning. But yeah, from the very beginning, it was, they're going to invite 2,000 people. Everybody's going to get a friend thing. That's 4,000 total people. And then at the time when they first started it, they had about 10,000 people. So yes, that would have been 1/3 at that time. In total, 1/3 of the total number of people would have gotten in, approximately. But now the number of people that have opted in has gone up, and the number of people they're inviting to the beta has not gone up. It stayed the same. So your chances of getting in have dropped from 1/3 down to about 1/4 in total. Is basically what's happening. But that's if you know somebody, like the chances of you getting in are still lower because you're only inviting 2,000 people over the weeks. But they're going to increase, they are talking about increasing the number of people. So, yeah, I see where you're coming from with it. But it's just it's a weird way to look at it, but I get it. I get it. Do you have to pay for early access? It's free? Yeah, it's $15 a month, starting in June 1st. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Still not 30%, but yeah, I get what you're saying. From the time that they started it and all that kind of stuff. I missed the level up. Are we super OP? Yeah, I'm just like crazy amount of damage now, bro. Like, oh my gosh. Like, I can't even... Whew. It's nuts, dude. It's nuts. It's like night and day difference. I like tripled my damage from 54 to 55. That would lower the demand a little, I guess. What, $15 a month? Maybe. I mean, people... I think that's the whole, like, thing that's weird to me is people, like, argue $15 a month is too much money. And it's like... Are you serious? You know? Like, are you kidding right now? $15 is cheap. Does it feel like a 33% increase? Oh, no, I said 3 times more damage. I'm doing so much more damage. 15 is like 2 beers, right? I don't even drink anymore. I might have a glass of wine now and then. Speaking of which, I kind of want to have some sake tonight. I might have to talk to the lady about getting our little sake warmer out. I'm in a sake kind of mood, you know. I'm a pretty sake person. Real talk about how much percent increase? Oh, how much a percent increase did I actually gain? Like probably 5%. From going from double attack, or when I gained triple attack, I might have gained 5% DPS. I'd give it that. Sake owns. You know, I didn't really used to drink sake when I was younger. I tried it a couple times when I went to like hibachi places. And I just never really got into it. And then we went to get We went to get hibachi the other night. Well, not the other night. It was a couple months ago now. But we went to get hibachi, and my girlfriend's like, "Hey, well, let's order some sake." So we ordered a little thing of sake, and we split it, and it was really good. So we kind of just started drinking some sake here and there. I don't know. I enjoy it. To me, it's like wine. I mean, it is wine. It's rice wine. But I prefer wine or sake over like beer or something. I enjoy some wine and sake. Different weapon now? Yeah, I'm leveling up the two-hand or the bludgeoning weapon. Somebody also wanted to check the numbers to see how much damage I do with it. So we were checking that. Figured I would go ahead and level it up. It's at 268 out of 275, so it's kind of slowed down a lot. Seems crazy to me talking about tank DPS. I'd be more interested in damage reduction for tank classes. I am too, yeah. That's what it's funny to me when people are like, that's the joke though, right? That's the joke that Burl's making, is that a lot of people come in to the channel and they're like, fighter DPS is so much better than all of the other DPS. They're blah, blah, like all this crazy talk about it, which is not true. Inc 3. I'm on the Spiderling. Yeah, there's all sorts of crazy talk about how the fighter DPS is supposed to be like higher than all the DPS in the game, and it's silly. It's very silly. Rice is the best of the grain alcohols for sure. Like healthy wise, or do you mean like just taste wise, or what? I mean, I wouldn't disagree with you necessarily. I couldn't. I don't know. Rice wine is clean. It is, yeah. I like it. It's delicious to me. Give it a try. Price point a little bit higher, but definitely worth it. Okay, I'll look that up. Joyundai, is that how you Joyundai? I'll check it out. We get like a $6 bottle of sake. Shira's dying. Distill it free and pure, yeah. I like it. Red wine all the way. Yeah, I'm a red wine drinker when I drink wine. I mean, outside of sake, but that's different. But yeah, I'm a red wine drinker. I like Apothic. That's my favorite. It's inexpensive and good. Honestly, the craziest part of fighter DPS OP is the fact that there's like 6 fighters on alpha and like 5 on the current beta that are at level 55. So it's literally made up from a standpoint of sample size. It is, yeah. Forgot the actual numbers being wrong. Well, there's literally 2 fighters, I think, on the entire server, on the beta server, that are level 55 or higher. I am one of them. Like, the whole thing is just kind of crazy. But people are very adamant. They're very adamant about it. Let me see. Yeah, I am the only fighter online right now that is not anonymous. There might be a fighter that's online. It's not anonymous. I know there's Ares, who's level 58. And then me. On the alpha, there were like maybe 5 total. Broodling. Japanese sake brands, direct translate to English is 14th generation, so it must be good. Yeah, sounds good to me. I'll have to check it out. Yeah, I might try to get some tonight. Little sip on some sake. You love sake? Me too. Yeah, I like it hot. Do you guys like hot sake or do you like cold sake? I really like it hot. So the fighter OP people are just reading words without testing and not even looking at the actual numbers of fighters. They're asked. Yes, that's 100% what's going on, bro. That's why, like, I'm so adamant about trying to explain to them that they're wrong, and they're just trying to be like, no, I'm right. And I'm like, no, no, no. You're definitely wrong. Like, they assume... 3 ink. Oh, crap. And Apostle. 4. I'm on the Apostle. There is a Spiderling, though. But I'm on the Apostle. I'll get the Spiderling next. Fighter can't solo effective at higher levels harder. Yeah, fighters can't solo at anything over about level 5. They just become terrible soloers. Actually, I would say by level 3, they're just like the worst soloer in the game. They're awful. Do the fighters have to use raw damage as how they keep aggro, or do they have other hate builders? They have raw damage and taunt. That's it. For right now. Fighter what? Yeah, I can't. I don't even know how to explain it to people anymore. Like, fighters are good DPS for a tank, but they are not good DPS. Period. And you know, people can hear me or they don't hear me about it. Same thing when I say monks are the best pullers in the game. Same thing when I say charm is overpowered. You know, people agree or they don't agree based on their preconceived notions. I guess. I don't know. I can explain all of them, but it's just a matter of do you want to hear it or not. You can see it right here. I'm not going to touch anything, right? I'm just going to let my character auto attack. You can see how many times I'm triple attacking. Literally when I just turn on auto attack. So like, people think that the triple attack is like this be all end all amazing thing. Ink boss. So give me a second though. And Brood Mistress. I'm on Herald. All right. Discord said, yeah. But yeah, you can see, like, you see me swing, right? With my weapon. That's one swing. One swing. One. Like, you can see when he double attacks or triple attacks. It's very clear. So I don't know why people think I'm triple attacking like every round or something. Crazy. And you can see it here too. This is, see me triple attacking? Add. Like it just. You just stop showing fighter DPS being bad. It's ruining my narrative. You know, kinda. Is line of sight a thing? Yes, it is. That's cool that the animated double and triple attack. I figured it would just show in the combat log. No, it's definitely animated. Like every attack that goes off, you'll see it. Like just watch. Just watch that right there. I hit one time. Well, that was two attacks. That was one attack. That was two attacks. I don't think I've triple attacked once this whole time, guys. I don't know why people think triple attack is so good. It's crazy to me. Absolutely crazy to me. That's a one attack. That was a double attack. That might have been a triple attack right there. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how to explain it to people. You can easily see it now with the crits. That was a double attack. Double attack. Double attack. This is crazy to me, dude. Double attack. I don't know. Oh, man. All right. You're mezzing or charming that one, right? Yeah, I'm not moving. I'm just fine. I just want to make sure we're charming the Dread Knight. Everybody got kicked. If you look at the name triple attack in a vacuum, it sounds OP. Sure, yeah, it sounds OP in a vacuum. Assuming, like you assume, oh, when you get double attack, you just double attack every round, right? Or when you get triple attack, you triple attack every round. But that's not how it works. But that's, I think, what people are thinking. When you get double attack, you actually get a skill called double attack, which is right here. And that skill gets higher and higher. The higher that skill gets, the more often it triggers. Same thing with dual wield. When you get dual wield, doesn't mean every round you attack here and with your offhand. That's not what it means. It gives you a chance to attack with your offhand when it comes up. But for some reason, people just read it as, nope, you attack twice every round, you triple attack is attack 3 times every round. And they're just wrong. But they don't want to admit that they're wrong. They just want to argue, I guess. All right, ink. It's skill driven and you don't get the same skill height as a true DPS. Yeah, exactly. Post your entire 4-hour stream at level 55 with the damage and rely. Yes, exactly. Just like put my damage numbers up here and just be like, okay, guys, tell me how many times I triple attacked. Tell me exactly how much more damage I did because of the third attack in a round. Somebody can sit there and watch that all day, and they can figure out from these numbers right here how much more damage I did. If they want to. I'm not going to do it, but I do know that it's not 25% increased damage. Or whatever people think it is. I'm not disagreeing or agreeing that monks are the best pullers. I'm not seeing the advantage a monk has over the bard that can mez. FP doesn't seem to be better. Say you got a group of mobs and you need to pull one or two. The bard can effectively do that with mez. Can the monk do that? Yes. So, how does a monk pull better than the other classes? Monk, say there's 4 mobs in a room. Monk throws a dagger at one of those mobs. All 4 mobs run out of the room at the monk. The monk feign deaths onto the ground, waits for those mobs, 3 of those mobs to walk back, and then pulls 1 of the mobs. The other 3 stay in the room. Okay, that's literally how it functions. So now a monk is only pulling 1 mob to your party and not pulling 4 mobs to your party. Even though the bard can mez those 3, while the bard is mezzing those 3 mobs, it cannot cast 3 of its abilities, 3 spells. So the bard becomes less useful during that, right? So now the bard is only rotating 1 or 2 spells, not 4 or 5 spells, because they're having to mez 3 additional mobs. So that's one way. They also could get resisted with their mez. So that's another way. So there's multiple ways there. The monk can also feign death. While it is feign death, it can feign death again. Every time the monk clicks feign death, it has a chance to wipe the memory of any mobs that's aggro on it. So it can effectively pull a mob, feign death 3 or 4 times, whatever. It gets 1 mob at a time to the group, and then everybody can focus on that 1 mob rather than having to split the mezzing and all of that kind of stuff happening. That's why a monk is better. Hopefully that makes sense. Like, I mean, I get that it's a little complicated without being able to show you, but that's the reason a monk is better than a bard. Bard becomes way less effective when it has to mez multiple mobs. If you were solo pulling over the course of 8 hours, you probably killed 2 extra mobs over that 8 hours with triple attack, or is that even too generous? That's way too generous. Over 8 hours? Yeah, maybe over 8 hours. Sure, you could probably kill 2 extra mobs. Maybe. Like, if it gave me 1% damage increase, that would be 1 additional mob per 100. Right? But that's only for me. That's if I'm soloing.
Yeah.
So, yeah. What is triple attack cap at? 1. Literally, it's just an on-off skill. It's either on or off. That's it. It doesn't have a skill. Like, it's you have it or you don't. It just has a chance to do it. It's silly. I'm pretty sure it's like a 5% chance. So when I attack, I have a 5% chance, approximately, like it's just a guess, 5% chance to attack a 3rd time. Sometimes I attack once, sometimes I attack twice, and 5% of that time I might attack a 3rd time. That's it. That's literally all it does. It's crazy. But people think that it's just like this astronomical amount. Anyway, bards can just lull 3 mobs and pull the 4th. Enchanter can too. Okay, so yes, they can do that. But what happens if a bard or enchanter or a druid or a ranger or a paladin or a cleric, which all can lull, by the way. So that makes all of them on equal ground when it comes to pulling. So this is, again, why Bard is not the best puller. What happens if they resist on their very first lull? They get all of the mobs. What then? What do? They pull them all to the group, potentially wiping the entire group. That seems bad. That seems bad. That's why the monk is the best. Monk pulls 5. Monk feign deaths. Monk splits them up. Monk brings 1. The only person in danger of dying is the monk. That's it. And the monk's probably not going to die because it can feign death. I'm telling you guys, like, I can't explain it in any other way. Just get a monk in your group that knows what the heck they're doing and have them pull and then test it out. That's all I can say. Ink 2, Herald being 1. Maybe Ink 3, I don't know. I'll be on the Herald. Got 3 more. I'll get Spiderwing next. If you're attempting to split a pull of 4 and you're worried about pulling 4 as an enchanter, I'd pull with AoE Mez instead. Yeah, and that's fine too. Like, there's ways that you can do it, guys. Like, I'm not saying that the enchanter or the bard or anything are bad at pulling. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying the monk is better at it. That's it. That's literally all I'm saying. I feel like people are upset that I'm saying that bards are bad pullers or they can't pull at all. I'm not saying that. I'm really not. Do you feel like generally stats have real weight, AC, strength? They do have some weight, yeah. They definitely do. It takes a lot, though, to really see a difference. Like, 5 points of something isn't going to be you're not going to see a big difference in 5 points, but when you get like 50 points, you'll see a significant change. So, over the course of time, it all adds up, I got you. Thanks for the explanation. Yeah, no worries, Nova. Like, I don't mind explaining it, right? I don't mind explaining it. But I just don't like when people think, because I say something is better than something else, it doesn't mean the other thing is not good. A bard puller is fine. An enchanter puller is fine. In fact, I would say a druid puller is better than a lot of classes because it has unification. Unification is an unresistible lull. So they can guarantee lull whatever it is they're targeting and then pull the other mob. It's a very powerful ability. Time for me to sleep. It's midnight. Take care. Have a good one, bud. Appreciate you coming by. Our monk is not dead. He's just lying there under 14 mobs, and he's waiting it out. Yeah. But that's another thing. There are certain places in this game where when you pull, you don't pull 1 or 2 or 3 or 4. You might pull 10 mobs, and you have to split those up. There is no possible way, that anyone but a monk can really split that pull. Because there are places in the game that are like that. And it's pretty rough. Now, you could get really lucky and lull everything. Sure. That can happen. But, yeah, if you're trying to, mez, 5 or 6 mobs, a bard can't mez anything over 5. That's impossible. An enchanter could, but it can be very difficult for some enchanters. And it's taxing on the entire group. So you're just better off getting one at a time and dealing with one at a time. Leroy Jenkins was a monk. The raid would have survived. It absolutely would have, yeah. It would have. Abilities locked behind items, or are all abilities available through scrolls? I mean, there's items that have clicky effects on them, but those clicky effects are, generally speaking, the same as a spell or an ability that the class has already. So they're not, like, locked behind it. 3. I'm on the Spiderling.
Yeah.
Challenge accepted. 10 pull. Pull 10. I mean, you could do it. Yeah, enchanters are probably the only class that could potentially save a 10 pull. They can do it. It's not easy, but they could definitely do it. You need a video. I mean, we had like a 6 or 7 pull just a minute ago. Ashira did great. She rocked it. Done it before, but it's pure nightmare, and I hate to do it regularly. Yeah, it's awful. It's awful. I mean, it's possible, but it's awful to do. I used to do it in EverQuest. I had a guy that a warrior friend of mine that used to pull like crazy whenever I was in his group as my enchanter. He's just like, incoming, and he wouldn't tell me how many. He would just be like, deal with it. It was terrible. I hated it. Yeah, you're not going to really, like, a lot of this stuff that I say, you're not going to see it at level 1 to, like, 20 or even 30. You know, having a good monk puller or a good enchanter that knows how to mez properly, or a good bard that knows how to actually play the game properly, you're not going to see a lot of that until you're in your, like, 40s. That's where you're going to be like, oh, that's the difference between a good and a bad player. And it's a big difference. You can really... And it's not really like that they're not good at their class. It's that they're just not knowledgeable about how their class functions or how the game functions. There could be sweating bullets, so when you pull 10 after work, drop the... Yeah, they would definitely drop the sandwich. Yeah, they would definitely drop the sandwich, for sure. I mean, if you have a good enchanter, honestly, a 10 pull is nothing. You know, like they can AoE stun. Although I don't know what their AoE stun can that can hit up to 10 mobs, right? Is that the max? I think that's the max. What? Yeah. Is she? Oh. Yeah, there's somebody giving out free reses in OC right now. We good? Yeah, hopefully, Gith is talking about leveling up a monk soon, like in his down or off hours, when we're not doing our group stuff. So if he levels up a monk, maybe I'll get on Gith or on his monk and show you guys what I'm talking about with the monk pulling. But there's tricks to it. So you have to like use line of sight. You have to use like just little tricks like that. It's not hard to do. It's just about knowing how to do it, right? Girls be drinking wine on Friday night raid. 3 hours in, useless but funny to listen to them. It can be, yeah. It can be. We used to have a few ladies in our EverQuest 2 guild. They were a little nutty sometimes. They were fun though. It was super fun. We had this one lady. She was like, I don't know, 70 years old or something. She was a freaking nut. That lady was crazy. I'm a bit of a weird, crazy lady. Nah, you're not too bad. You're not too bad. You're fun. Do you have to set up a AFD macro like an EQ to turn off auto attack? No. You don't have to do anything like that. You hit auto. You hit feign death. You're good in this game. But what you need to know about this game, as opposed to EverQuest, is how line of sight works. So, like, if you can see the enemy, let's say you have two enemies in a room, or two enemies kind of like near each other or whatever, you have to position yourself so that you can only see one of them and not the other one, and then pull the one that you can see. If you can see both of them, then you will probably pull both of them. It's a weird mechanic in this game that people just don't realize. Also, you can feign death. When you feign death, it has a chance to mem wipe the mobs that you that are aggroed on you. But you can hit feign death again without standing up, and it will have a chance to mem wipe them again. So if you hit feign death like 3 times, chances are you probably wiped them, all of those mobs. Where in EverQuest you actually had to stand up and then like feign death again. So what it would do is it would often re-aggro all of those mobs when you stood back up, because if you re-aggro one of them, it would re-aggro all of them. So you can actually like much more easily mem wipe mobs. 3 ink. I'm on Spiderling. You can much more easily mem wipe the mobs. 4. One spawned here in the room. Yeah, you can much more easily mem wipe the mobs. We had a girl blow up on night about a comment she read about being bipolar in general chat. 630 minutes later, we agreed with everything she said. Wow. Wow. Was it just 30 minutes later or 630 minutes? Yeah, you know, Some ladies do be crazy, but some men do be crazy too. Yeah, we had this lady that was in our guild. She was a healer. She's a cleric. And we had another tank in the guild. They did not get along. They hated each other. But holy moly, the arguments that those two had was bonkers. Absolutely bonkers. My bludgeoning done yet? Bludgeoning 272. Oh my god. It's taking forever. It's kind of weird. I feel like skills go up in batches. Like it was 268 for a long time, and then I looked at it and it was 272, and now it's been 272 for a long time. I really feel like they go up in batches. What's your thoughts on the difficulty of group content? It depends on what content you're talking about, but overall, I would say it's a little too easy. I think they need to up it some. They need to up the difficulty of some monsters. Like, the melee-only monsters are just too easy, but the caster monsters are generally very strong. So there's just like a very big discrepancy between them. Like, they need to have a lot more non-melee enemies spread around throughout the game, especially at the lower level. Like, have some more druid and cleric and shaman. Like, separate all those out. But hopefully they continue to make some tweaks to that, increase the difficulty some. They don't have anything like Crushing Blow at higher levels? No, not right now. I think they should. I think they should definitely add something like that. They could also have, like, fighter mobs that charge you, you know? Like, there's a lot of things they could do to make it more difficult. Right now, the game is very simple. Very, very simple. Which, for some people, it's great. You know, I think some content should be simple. You know, some just chill content where you can just kind of grind out XP very easily. But that should also be not as rewarding, you know? It's just going to be XP and maybe some coin drop, and that's it. No named, nothing like that. But then you should have other areas like this right here, which has a bunch of spiders. Like, this area is fairly challenging. It's not hard, but it's fairly challenging because there's a bunch of enemies packed into a small area. You have spiders that can poison you, root you, snare you. So it's a little bit more difficult. But it's still not overly difficult. The only low-level caster mobs I'm aware of, the Elf Village area and the Shira Shamans, then it's like melee only for a good gap of levels. Yeah, for the most part. There's a few like caster mobs, like caster skeletons scattered around here and there. But yeah, for the most part, yeah, what Ashira is saying is pretty accurate. Like, pretty big gap from like level 15 to 40 named. But, like, they need to have enemies like this, right? So we have Ashira, which is an enchanter in the party. Well, Ashira can just drain their mana super fast. So a mob like this basically becomes a melee mob that doesn't do anything except for maybe fear when it gains enough mana, which it'll probably do here in just a second. Outside of that, this mob does nothing once you drain its mana. Makes it kind of pretty easy. I would like to see mobs that have abilities like the Crushing Blow kind of stuff that don't use mana. They're just innate abilities that mobs have. Like, this makes caster mobs, like, caster mobs are tough in this game without having an enchanter or an inquisitor to drain their mana. But if you have one of those to drain their mana, it's just like, it's become any normal mob. But like a Crushing Blow kind of thing would make it much more difficult, and it would definitely add to the suspense. I'm actually using anxiety on it. So it's just negative 15 mana regen. No mana at all, really. Yeah, it's just so easy to remove mana on mobs. It's too easy. We don't really know, Monster. We don't know. Nick is just off the team. That's pretty much all we know. I like to see more variety when it comes to mob confrontations, fighting, behavior, shake up the camping. Yeah, I agree. I think it'd be great. I'd love to see a lot more of that. I really want to start splitting these mobs up some. But I can't seem to split them. 4, 5. I don't think with the mistress. I'm on the Broodling. Switch to the Broodling if you're not on that. Then we'll get Spiderling next. Alright, on Spiderling. Siphoner. Bludgeoning is 274. Went up by 2 randomly. I'm telling you, man, everything goes up in pairs. All right, we're going to switch off of that, though. Oops. I don't need the gloves. But now I can get my buffs going here. There we go. Now I feel stronger. Strong like bull. Yeah, I feel like dual wield is just better. I just feel like it does more damage. Named? Alright, named first. Oh, got death touched. What's your number one thing you'd like to see changed or added? Charm. Changed. I just don't like where it's at. I mean, it's nice for right now, like we're using it clearly. But I just don't like where it's at. Freaking cat sending messages? Ah, that happens. Cats running across keyboards. You know, sometimes I feel like maybe that's who I'm talking to on Twitch. Maybe it's just cats that are running across keyboards all the time. Possible. Have a group with high-level archer. I'd like to know if the trade-off line of sight of ranger's utility is worth the damage increase. The trade-off... loss of ranger's utility is worth the damage increase. The damage increase is much higher on archers than it is on rangers, yeah. It's a good bit higher. Now, you trade off utility, that's, different question. But it's significantly higher damage. But it's hard to say no to that range of utility. But hopefully, I want to see them change the Ranger in the future. I want to see them change all the hybrid classes. I feel like the Ranger right now just could be a lot better. If you do a lot of grouping, Archer is big DPS. If you find yourself doing a lot of solo, Ranger excel. I don't know. Archers can solo really well still. But they do need Speed of the Wild. It definitely helps to have Speed of the Wild, and they don't have access to that on their own. So, but Archers are very good soloers. But I feel like Rangers can solo pretty well also. Is this that awesome little pyramid with rings around it and glass flats? No, this is like above the cultist in glass flats. Did those all spawn together at the same time? I want to get, hang on. I think 3. I'm trying to split this room up forever. All these mobs always spawn at the same time. But I got 3 instead of 4 this time. Actually, this isn't above the cultist. This is above the undead. Sorry, this is like around the corner from the cultist. Like that whole undead area with the giant tower. I think we're going to be done with this tomorrow. Only took like 3 hours. I haven't tried very hard. But yeah, I think they fixed it. I'm sure if I jump around over there enough, I'll fall through. Well, it's almost 5 o'clock, or almost 6 o'clock. Oh my goodness. I might end the stream there for today. I'm getting kind of tired, and people are getting less chatty to keep me awake. So I think I'm going to end the stream, and we'll go watch some TV shows. Just keep grinding out XP. I'll be back on here, though, tomorrow morning around 9 a.m. Eastern. We'll do some more XPing. I'll probably do some stuff with Isar or Gith in the morning, and then probably do a different camp tomorrow. I don't think we're gonna stay here tomorrow as well, since we got the staff. The only thing we need now is like there's a belt that drops here that we could potentially use. But I think that's about it. Named. So anyway, take care, everyone. Have a good one. Thanks for being here, and I will see you next time. Bye.